Chapter 15. Escorted by an armed guard, Michael Fisk walked unsteadily down the hallway. Waiting at the end of the corridor was the uniformed officer who had questioned him earlier. Michael could see that he was holding two pieces of paper. "Mr. Fisk, I didn't identify myself when we first met. My name is Colonel Frank Rayfield. I'm the commanding officer here." Michael licked his lips. Frank Rayfield was one of the men Rufus had named in his appeal.
The name had meant nothing to Michael at the time. Inside this prison, it meant that he was going to die. Who could have imagined that two of the men Rufus had accused of, essentially murder in his appeal, would be here of all places? But now that he thought about it, this would be a perfect place for them to keep close watch on Rufus Harms. Focusing on Rayfield once more, Michael wondered where they would dump his body. As he had done as a child, he suddenly found himself wishing that his big brother would appear to help him. He looked on dully as Rayfield handed him the papers and motioned the guard to leave. As Michael clutched the papers, Rayfield looked apologetic.
"I'm afraid my men were a little overzealous," said Rayfield. "We don't usually photocopy documents in a sealed envelope." Actually, Rayfield had opened the envelope and photocopied its contents himself.
None of his men had seen the documents. Michael looked down at the papers. "I don't understand. The envelope was still sealed. The envelope is a very common one. They just put it back in a new one and sealed it." Michael inwardly cursed himself for missing something that obvious. Rayfield broke into a chuckle. "What's so funny?" Michael demanded. "This is the 5th time Rufus Harms has named me in some cockamamie lawsuit, Mr. Fisk. What else am I supposed to do but laugh?"
Excuse me?
He's never gone as high as the United States Supreme Court before. That's who you're with, isn't it? I don't have to answer that.
Okay. But if you are, then your presence here is a little unusual. That's my business. And my business is running this prison in a precise, military way. Rayfield snapped back. But then his voice softened. "I don't blame you, though. Harms is slick."
Looks like he conned his old military lawyer to help him this time. And Sam Ryder should know better.
You're saying Rufus Harms makes a practice of filing frivolous lawsuits. You think that's unusual for prisoners? Too much time on their hands anyway. Last year, he accused the President of the United States, the Secretary of Defense, and yours truly of conspiring to frame him for a murder he committed, and which was witnessed by at least a half-dozen people. Really?
Michael looked skeptical. Yes, really. It was finally dismissed. But it cost a few $1,000 in government attorney time to get it done. I know the courts are open to everybody, Mr. Fisk. But a nuisance suit is a nuisance suit, and, quite frankly, I'm getting tired of them. But he said in his petition. Right, I read it. 2 years ago, he claimed it was Agent Orange suffered in combat that caused him to do it. And you know what? Rufus Harms was never exposed to Agent Orange, because he was never in combat. He spent most of his 2-year Army career in the stockade for insubordination, among other things. It's no secret. Look it up yourself if you want. That is, if you haven't already done so. He gazed at Michael, who was looking down. "Now, take your little papers, go back to Washington, and let it work its way through the system. It'll get dismissed like all the others. Some innocent people are going to get embarrassed as hell, but that's the American way, I guess. It's why I fought for this country, to sustain all those freedoms, even when they're abused. You're just going to let me go. You're not a prisoner here. I've got a lot of real inmates to worry about, including one that just beat the crap out of 3 of my guards. You're going to have to answer some questions that one of my men will be here shortly to ask you. It will relate to what happened in the visitors' room. We need it for our incident report. But that means it will go into the official record. My being here, everything." "That's right, it will. It was your choice to come here, not mine. You have to live with the consequences. I know, but I wasn't counting on any of this." "Well, life is full of little surprises. Look, do you really have to file anything? Your presence here is a matter of official record anyway, Mr. Fisky, regardless of what happened in that visitor's room. You were in the visitation book with an assigned badge number. I guess I hadn't thought that all the way through. I guess not. I take it you're not really experienced in military matters?" While Michael stood there looking miserable, Rayfield thought for a moment. "Look, we need to fill out the report, but other things being equal, I may not officially file it. Maybe your presence here at the prison gets expunged too." Michael breathed a sigh of relief. "Could you do that? Maybe you're a lawyer. What about a quid pro quo?" "What do you mean? I throw away the report, and you throw away that appeal." He paused as he stared at the young man. It would save the government another lawyer bill. I mean, God bless anybody's rights to seek their day in court, but this is getting a little old. Michael looked away. I'll have to think about that. It has some technical deficiencies anyway. Maybe you're right. I'm right. I'm not looking to mess up your career. We'll just forget this ever happened, and hopefully I won't be reading about this case in the papers. If I do, then maybe your being down here has to come out too. Now, if you'll excuse me. Rayfield turned on his heel and walked off, leaving behind a visibly distressed Michael Fisk. Rayfield went directly to his office. Rufus's suspicions had been well-founded. A listening device designed to blend in with the wood grain had been planted on the underside of the table in the visitor's room. Rayfield listened once more to the conversation between Michael and Rufus. Some of it had been disrupted by Michael tapping his pen. The radio had obliterated all of Rufus's earlier conversation with Ryder. Rufus was no idiot, but Rayfield had heard and read enough to know that potentially they had a big problem. And his conversation with Michael had not solved the dilemma, at least not permanently. He picked up the phone and placed a call. In concise sentences, Rayfield recounted the events to the party at the other end. Holy shit, I can't believe this. I know. All of this happened today. Well, I told you about Ryder coming in earlier. But yes, all of these events happened just now. Why the hell did you let him in to see Harms? If I didn't, don't you think he would have gotten more suspicious? After reading what Harms had written in his damn letter to the court, what choice did I have? You should have taken care of the Sonofovich before this. You've had 25 years to do it, Frank. That was the plan 25 years ago to kill him, Rayfield fired back. And look what happened. Tremaine and I have spent half our lives watching over his ass. You two aren't exactly doing it for free. What's your little nest egg up to so far? 1 million retirements going to be awfully nice? But it won't be for any of us if this gets out. It's not like I haven't tried to kill the guy. Hell, Tremaine tried to do him today in the infirmary, but damn, it's like the guy's got a sixth sense. Rufus Harms is as mean as a snake when his back's against the wall. The guards will only go so far, and we've got people looking over our shoulder, surprise inspections, the damn ACLU.
The bastard just won't die. Why don't you come down here and try?
All right. There's no use us arguing about it. You're sure we were all named in the letter? How is that possible? He didn't even know who I was. Rayfield didn't hesitate. The person he was speaking with had not been named in Rufus's letter, but Rayfield wasn't going to tell him that. Everybody was on the hook for this one. How should I know? He's had 25 years to think about it.
So how did he get the letter out? That blows my mind. The guards saw the damn thing. It was his last will and testament, that was it. But he got it out somehow. Sam Ryder is involved, that's for sure. He brought a radio with him, and the noise messed up the bug we installed, so I couldn't hear what they said to each other. That should have told me something was up. I never trusted that guy.
Except for Ryder's insanity. BS. Harms would have been dead a long time ago, courtesy of the Army. The second letter we found in Fisk's briefcase had been done on a typewriter. There were no initials at the bottom, you know, like when it's typed by a personal secretary. So Ryder probably did it himself. They were both original documents, by the way. Damn it, why now, after all this time? Harms received a letter from the Army. He referenced it in the paper he filed. Maybe that jogged his memory. I can tell you that up to now, he either didn't remember what happened, or he's been keeping it inside for the last 25 years. Why would he do that? And why in the hell would the Army be sending him anything after all this time? I don't know, Rayfield said nervously. He actually did know the reason had been referenced in Rufus's court petition, but Rayfield was going to keep that card hidden for now.
And of course you don't have this mysterious letter from the Army, do you?
No, I mean, not yet. It must be in a cell, although I can't imagine how it slipped through. The voice was again accusatory. Sometimes I think the guy's a magician, said Rayfield. Has he had any other visitors? Just his brother, Josh Harms. He comes about once a month.
And what about Rufus? Looks like he's just about bought it. Stroke or heart attack?
Even if he makes it, he probably won't be the same. Where is he? En route to the hospital in Roanoke. Why the hell did you let him out? The doc ordered it. He has an obligation to save the man's life, prisoner or not. If I overruled him, don't you think it would raise suspicion? Well, keep on top of it and pray his heart blows up. And if it doesn't, make it. Come on, who'd believe him? You might be surprised this. Michael Fisk? He's the only other one who knows, besides Ryder. That's right, at least I think so. He came here to check out Harms's story. Didn't tell anybody. At least that's what he told Harms. We caught a big break there, Rayfield said. I gave him the song and dance about Harms being a chronic jailhouse lawyer. I think he bought it. We got leverage because he could get in big trouble for being here. I don't think he's going to let the appeal go through. The voice on the other end went up a few decibels. Are you nuts? Fisk isn't going to have a choice in the matter. He's a Supreme Court clerk for Crusax. I heard him tell Harms. I know that. I damn well know that. But let me tell you exactly what you're going to do. You're going to take care of Fisk and Ryder, and you're going to do it pronto. Rayfield paled. You want me to kill a Supreme Court clerk and a local lawyer? Come on, they don't have any proof of this. They can't hurt us. You don't know that. You don't know what was in the letter from the Army. You don't know what new information Fisk or Ryder might have found out in the interim. And Ryder's been practicing law for 30 years. He wouldn't have filed something he thought was frivolous, not with the damn Supreme Court. And maybe you're not aware of this, but Supreme Court clerks aren't exactly dummies. Fisk didn't drive all the way down there because he thought Harms was a lunatic. From what you told me, the contents of the letters were very specific on what happened in that stockade. They were, Rayfield conceded. So there you are, but that's not the biggest hole in all this. Remember, Harms isn't a jailhouse lawyer. He's never filed anything else in court. If Fisk checks out your claim, he'll find out you lied. And when Fisk does that, and I have to believe he will, then everything blows up. It's not like I had a lot of time to think up a plan, Rayfield said hotly. I'm not saying otherwise, but by lying to him, you just made him a big liability. And we have yet another problem. What's that? Everything Harms said in his appeal happens to be true. Did you forget that? The truth is funny. You start looking here and there, and all of a sudden the wall of lies starts to topple over. Guess where it's going to land? Do you really want to take that chance? Because when that wall comes down, the only place you're going to be retiring to is Fort Jackson, and this time on the other side of the prison cell door. That sound good to you, Frank? Rayfield took a weary breath and checked his watch. Shit, I'd take Nam over this any day. I guess we all got a little too comfortable. Well, it's time to earn your money, Frank. You and Tremaine just get it done. And while you're taking care of business, remember this. We all either survive this together or we all go down together. 30 minutes later, after his debriefing by Rayfield's assistant, Michael left the prison building and walked in the light rain to his car. What a sucker he'd been. He felt like tearing up the appeal papers, but he wouldn't. Maybe he'd put them back into the process. Still, he felt sorry for Rufus Harms. All those years in prison had taken their toll. As Michael pulled out of the parking lot, he had no way of knowing that most of his radiator fluid had been collected in a bucket and poured into the nearby woods. 5 minutes later, he looked on in dismay as the steam poured out from the hood of his car. He got out, gingerly raised the hood, and then jumped back as a cloud of steam momentarily engulfed him. Swearing angrily, he looked around. Not a car or human in sight. He thought for a moment. He could walk back to the prison, use the phone, and call a towing service. As if on cue, the rain picked up in intensity. As he looked up ahead of him, his spirits brightened. A van was approaching from the direction of the prison. He waved his arms to flag it down. As he did so, he looked back at the car, steam still pouring out. Funny, he had just had it serviced in preparation for the trip. As he looked back at the van, his heart started to beat rapidly. He looked around and then turned and sprinted away from the van. It sped up and quickly overtook him, blocking his way. He was about to race into the woods when the window came down and a gun was pointed at him. Get in, Victor Tremaine ordered, Chapter 16. It was Saturday afternoon when Sarah Evans drove to Michael's apartment and looked at the cars parked on the street. His Honda wasn't there. He had called in sick on Friday, something she had never known him to do before. She had called his apartment, but he hadn't answered the phone. She parked, went in the building, and knocked on his door. There was no answer. She didn't have a key. She went around to the rear of the building and climbed up the fire escape. She looked in the window of his small kitchen. Nothing. She tried the door, but it was locked. She drove back to the court. Her worries increased tenfold. Michael was not sick. She knew that. All this had something to do with the papers she had seen in his briefcase. She was sure of it. She silently prayed that he was not in over his head, that he was safe and would be back to work on Monday. She went back to work for the rest of the day and then had a late dinner with some of the other clerks at a restaurant near Union Station. They all wanted to talk shop, except for Sarah. Usually a devoted fan of this ritual, she simply could not get into the conversations. At one point she wanted to run screaming from the room, sick of the endless strategizing predictions, case selections, the subtlest nuances analyzed to death, mushroom clouds from mere mushrooms. Later that night she lingered on the rear deck of her home. Then she made up her mind and took her boat out for a late-night sail on the river. She counted the stars, made funny pictures from them in her mind. She thought of Michael's offer of marriage and the reasons she had refused it. Her colleagues would be amazed that she had. It would be a brilliant match, they would say. They would have a wonderful, dynamic life together, with the almost absolute certainty that their children would be highly intelligent, ambitious, and athletically gifted. Sarah herself had been a scholarship lacrosse player in college. Although Michael was the better athlete of the two, she wondered whom he would ultimately marry, or if he even would. Her rejection might cause him to remain a bachelor the rest of his life. As she sailed along, she had to smile. She was giving herself far too much credit. In a year's time, Michael would be off doing something incredibly fantastic. She would be lucky if he even remembered who she was 5 years from now. As she docked her boat and wrapped the sails, she stopped for a moment to catch one last breeze off the water before she headed back to the house. Barely a 20-minute non-rush hour trip due north would deliver her to the most powerful city on earth, to her place with the most awe-inspiring legal minds of her time. And yet all she really wanted to do right now was snuggle under her blanket with the lights off and pretend she never had to go back there. Reasonably ambitious all her life, she suddenly had no drive to accomplish anything else of note in her professional life. It was like she had used up all her energy in getting to this point. Marriage and being a mom, was that what she wanted? She had no siblings and had been pretty spoiled growing up. She wasn't used to being around kids all that much, but something pulled at her in this direction, something very strong. But even so, she wasn't sure, and shouldn't she be by now? As she went inside, undressed and climbed into bed, she realized that having a family required one thing to start: finding someone to love. She had just turned down one opportunity to do so with a truly exceptional man. Would another chance come along? Did she want a man in her life right now? Still, sometimes one shot was all you got. One shot. That was her last thought before falling asleep. Chapter 17. It was Monday, and John Fisk sat at his desk, digesting yet another arrest report on one of his clients. By now he was extremely adept at this process. He was only halfway through the report, and he could already tell the sort of deal the guy could expect to get. Well, it was nice being good at something. The knock on his office door startled him. His right hand slid open the top drawer of his desk. Inside was a 9mm, a leftover from his cop days. His clientele were not the most trustworthy, so while he would represent them zealously, he was not naive enough to turn his back on them either. Some of his clients had shown up at his door drugged or drunk, with a grudge against him for some perceived wrong. Thus, his spirits were lifted considerably by the feel of hard steel against his palm. "Come on in," doors unlocked. The uniformed police officer who stepped through the doorway brought a smile to Fisky's lips, and he closed his desk drawer. "Hey, Billy, how you doing?" "I've been better, John," Officer Billy Hawkins said. As Hawkins came forward and sat down, Fisky saw the multicolored bruises on his friend's face. "What the hell happened to you?" Hawkins touched one of the bruises. "Guy went nuts at a bar the other night, popped me a couple of good ones," he added quickly. "That's not why I'm here, John." Fisk knew Hawkins to be a good-natured sort who didn't let the constant pressures of his job overwhelm him. He was always as reliable and serious about his job as he was casual and friendly off-duty. Hawkins glanced nervously at Fisk. "It's not anything with Bonnie or the kids, is it?" Fisk asked. "It's not about my family, John. Is that right?" As he looked into Hawkins's troubled eyes, Fisk's gut clenched.
"Damn, John, you know how much we hated going around to the next of kin, and we didn't even know them."
Fisk slowly stood up, his mouth instantly dry. "Next of kin? Oh my God, not my mom? My dad? No, John, it's not them. Just tell me what the hell you need to tell me, Billy." Hawkins licked his lips and then started speaking quickly. "We got a call from the police up in D.C. Fisk looked confused for an instant. "D.C., as soon as he said it, his body froze. Mike?" Hawkins nodded. "Was it a car accident?" "No accident." Hawkins paused for a moment and cleared his throat. "It was a homicide, John. Looks like a robbery gone bad. They found his car in an alley. Bad part of town, I understand." Fisk let this horrific news sink in for a long minute. As a cop and now a lawyer, he had seen the results of many murders on other people, other families. This was new territory. "You haven't told my dad, have you?" he said quietly. Hawkins shook his head. "Figured you'd want to do that. And what with your mama the way she is?" "I'll take care of it," Fisk said. His thoughts were interrupted by Hawkins's next words. "The detective in charge has requested an ID from next of kin, John. As a police officer, how many times had Fisk told a grieving parent that same thing?" "I'll go on up." "I'm so sorry, John. I know, Billy, I know." After Hawkins had left, Fisk walked over to the photo of him and his brother and picked it up. His hands were shaking. It was not possible, what Hawkins had just told him. He had survived 2 gunshot wounds and spent nearly a month in the hospital. His mother and his little brother next to him for much of that time. If John Fisk could survive that, if he could be alive right now, how could his brother be dead? He put the photo back down. He tried to move to get his coat, but his legs were frozen. He just stood there. Chapter 18. Rufus Harms slowly opened his eyes. The room was dim, shadowy. However, he was accustomed to seeing without benefit of light, becoming over the years an expert of sorts. The years in prison had also boosted the acuity of his hearing, such that he could almost hear someone thinking. You did both a lot in prison, listening and thinking. He shifted slowly on his hospital bed. His arms and legs were still in restraints. He knew there was a guard right outside the door to his room. Rufus had seen him several times now, as people had come and gone from his room. The guard was not a cop. He was in fatigues, and he was armed. Regular army or maybe reserves, Harms couldn't be sure. He took a shallow breath. Over the course of the last 2 days, Harms had listened to the doctors checking him. He had not suffered a heart attack, although apparently he had come close. He couldn't remember what the doctors had called it, but his heartbeat had been irregular enough for him to stay in intensive care a while. He thought back to his last hour at Fort Jackson. He wondered if Michael Fisk had even made it out of the prison before they killed him. Ironically, Rufus's near heart attack had saved his life. At least he was out of Fort Jackson for now. But when his condition improved, they would send him back, and then he would die. Unless they killed him in here first. He had scrutinized each of the doctors and nurses attending him. Anyone administering drugs to him was given special attention. He was confident that if he thought himself in danger, he could rip the sides of the hospital bed off. For now, all he could do was get his strength back, wait, watch, and hope. If he could not gain his freedom through the court system, then he would obtain it another way. He was not going back to Fort Jackson, not while he was still breathing. For the next 2 hours he watched people come and go. Every time the door to his room opened, he would look at the guard outside, a young kid looking very self-important in his uniform and wearing his gun. 2 guards had flown with him on the helicopter, but neither was the one posted outside now. Perhaps they were doing a rotation. When the door opened, the guard would nod and smile at the person entering or leaving, especially if the person happened to be young and female. When the guard had occasionally looked into the room, Rufus had seen 2 emotions in his eyes, hatred and fear. That was good. That meant he had a chance. Both could lead to the one thing Rufus desperately needed the guard to commit, a mistake. Leaving a single guard, they must think him pretty well incapacitated. Rufus figured, only he wasn't. The monitors with their numbers and jumpy lines meant nothing to him. They were metal-cased buzzards waiting for him to fade before moving in. But he could feel his strength returning. That was something tangible. He curled and uncurled his hands in anticipation of being able eventually to fully move his arms. 2 hours later, he heard the door swing inward, and then the light came on. The nurse carried a metal clipboard and smiled at him as she checked his monitor. She was in her mid-40s, he guessed, pretty, with a full figure. Looking at her wide hips, he figured she had been through several childbirths. "You're doing better today," she said when she noticed him watching her.
I'm sorry to hear that.
She stared at him open-mouthed. You better believe a lot of people in this place would love to have that kind of prognosis. Where exactly am I? Roanoke, Virginia?
Never been to Roanoke. It's a pretty town. Not as pretty as you, said Rufus with an embarrassed smile, the words having slipped through his lips. He had not been this close to a woman in almost 3 decades.
The last woman he had ever seen in person was his mother, weeping at his side as they carried him off to serve his life sentence. She had died within the week. Something exploded in her brain. His brother had told him, but he knew his mother had died from a broken heart. His nose wrinkled up as the scent touched it. It seemed out of place in a hospital. At first, Harms did not realize that he was simply smelling the nurse's scent, a mixture of slight perfume, moisturizing lotion, and woman. Damn. What else had he forgotten about living a real life? A tear started to tremble at the corner of his right eye as he thought this. She looked down at him, her eyebrows raised, a hand on one hip. They told me to be careful around you. He looked at her. I'd never hurt you, ma'am. His tone was solemn, sincere. She saw the tear barely clinging to his eye. She didn't really know what to say next. Can't you put on that chart that I'm dying or something? Are you crazy? I can't do that. Don't you want to get better? Soon as I do, I go right back to Fort Jackson. Not a nice place, I take it. I've been in the same cell there for over 20 years. Kind of nice seeing something else for a change. Not much to do there except count your heartbeats and stare at the concrete. She looked surprised. 20 years? How old are you? Rufus thought for a moment. I don't know exactly, to tell you the truth. Not over 50. Come on, you don't know how old you are? He eyed her steadily. The only cons who keep a calendar are the ones getting out someday. I'm serving a life sentence, ma'am. Ain't never getting out. What's it matter how old I am, he said. This so matter-of-factly that the nurse felt her cheeks flush. Oh. Her voice quavered. I guess I see your point. He shifted his body slightly. The shackles pinged against the metal signs of the bed. She drew back. Can you call somebody for me, ma'am? Who? Your wife?
I don't got no wife, my brother. He don't know where I am, wanted to let him know.
I think I have to check with the guard first. Rufus looked past her.
That little boy out there, what's he got to do with my brother? He don't look like he can go pee-pee by himself.
She laughed. Well, they sent him to guard big old you, now, didn't they?
My brother's name is Joshua. Joshua Harms. He goes by Josh. I can tell you his phone number if you got yourself a pencil.
Just call him and tell him where I am. Gets kind of lonely in here. He don't live all that far away. Who knows, he might come on over and see me. It does get lonely here? She said a little wistfully. She looked down at him, at his tall, strong body, all covered with tubes and patches, and the shackles, they held her attention. Rufus noted her staring. Chains on a man usually had that effect on people he had found. What you do anyway to be in prison for? What's your name?
Why?
Just like to know my name's Rufus. Rufus Harms. I knew that. It's on your chart. Well, I ain't got no chart to look up your name. She hesitated for a moment, looked around at the door, and then back at him. My name's Cassandra, she said. Real pretty name. His eyes passed over her figure. It fits you. Thank you. So you're not going to tell me what you did. Why you want to know? Just curious. I killed somebody, a long time ago. Why'd you do it? Were they trying to hurt you? Didn't do nothing to me. So why'd you do it? Didn't know what I was doing. Was out of my mind. Is that right? She drew back a little farther as he said this. Isn't that what they all say? Just happens to be the truth with me. You gonna call my brother? I don't know. Maybe. Tell you what, I'll give you the number. If you don't, you don't. If you do, then I thank you very much. She looked at him curiously. You don't act like a murderer. You ought to be careful about that. It's the sweet-talking ones end up hurting you. I've seen enough of that kind, so I shouldn't trust you then. His eyes seized on hers. You gotta make up your own mind on that. She considered this for a moment. So what's your brother's number? She took down the telephone number, slipped it in her pocket, and turned to leave. Hey, Miss Cassandra? She turned back around. You're right, I ain't no killer. You come back and talk to me some more if you want to, that is. He managed a weak smile and rattled the shackles. I ain't going nowhere. She eyed him from across the room, and he thought he saw a smile flicker across her mouth. Then she turned and went out the door. Rufus craned his neck to see if she spoke to the guard, but she walked right past him. Rufus lay back and stared at the ceiling. He inhaled deeply, letting the remnants of her scent soak into him. A few moments later, a smile spread across his face, as did, finally, the tears. Chapter 19. It was an unusual gathering of all of the clerks and the justices. Marshal of the court, Richard Perkins, and Supreme Court Police Chief Leo D'Alessandro were there too, looking stonily around the table in the large room. Elizabeth Knight's eyes were moist, and she dabbed continually at them with a handkerchief. As Sarah Evans looked at the grim-faced justices, her eyes stopped on Thomas Murphy. Murphy was short and flabby, with white hair and tufted eyebrows. His face held cheekbones the shape of almonds. He still favored three-piece suits and wore large, showy cuff links. His dress, however, did not attract Sarah's attention. Rather, it was his expression of complete mourning. She quickly finished checking the occupants of the room. Michael Fisk was not there. She felt the blood rush to her head. When Harold Ramsey rose from the head of the table, his deep voice was oddly subdued. She could not really hear him that well, but she knew exactly what he was saying, as though reading his lips. "This is terrible, terrible news. In fact, I can't remember anything like it." Ramsey surveyed the room, his hands making fists in his anxiety, his tall frame shaking. He took a heavy breath. Michael Fisk is dead. The justices obviously already knew. All the clerks, however, collectively missed a breath. Ramsey started to say something else, but then stopped. He motioned to Leo D'Alessandro, who nodded and stepped forward while the Chief Justice collapsed into his chair. D'Alessandro was about 5'10", face wide with flat cheeks and a pug nose and a layer of fat over a muscular physique. He had an olive complexion with wiry black and gray hair. Arising from his pores was the smell of cigar. He wore his uniform with a proud air, his thick fingers tucked inside the gun belt. The other man in uniform standing immediately behind him was Ron Klaus, his second in command. Klaus was trim and professional in appearance, the darting activity of his blue eyes suggesting a nimble mind. He and D'Alessandro were the watchdogs of this place. They seemed to move about in tandem. Most people who worked at the court could not think of one man without the other.
The details are sketchy right now, but apparently Michael was the victim of a robbery. He was found in his car in an alley in southeast near the Anacostia River. His family has been notified, and one of them is coming up to officially identify the body. However, there's no question that it's Michael. He looked down for a moment. When they learned he was employed here, the police brought over a photograph. One nervous-looking clerk raised his hand. Are they sure it was a robbery?
It didn't have to do with his working here. Sarah looked over at him angrily. Not the question you really wanted to hear 5 seconds after learning someone you worked with, cared about, was dead. But then she supposed violent death did that to people, made them instinctively fear for their own lives. D'Alessandro put up his big calming hands. We have heard nothing that would make us believe that his death had anything whatsoever to do with the court. However, out of an abundance of caution, we are increasing security around here, and should anyone notice anything suspicious or out of the ordinary, please contact either myself or Mr. Klaus. We'll make available to you any future details about this situation at the appropriate time. He looked over at Ramsey, who had his head bowed in his hands and was making no move to get up. D'Alessandro stood there awkwardly until Elizabeth Knight rose. I know this has been a terrible shock to all of us. Michael was one of the most popular people ever to work here. His loss touches us all, especially those who had become close to him. She paused and looked at Sarah for a moment. If any of you wishes to talk about anything, please feel free to do so with your justice, or you can stop by and see me. I'm not sure how we can continue to function, but the work of the court must go on despite this horrible, horrible Knight stopped again and gripped the table to stop herself from collapsing to the floor. D'Alessandro quickly took her arm, but she motioned him away. Knight rallied herself enough to call an end to the meeting, and the room quickly cleared, except for Sarah Evans. She sat there, numb, staring at the spot where Knight had stood. The tears freely streamed down her face. Michael was dead. He had taken an appeal, acted very strangely for over a week, and now he was dead. Murdered, a robbery, they said. She didn't believe the answer was that simple. But right now, it didn't matter. All that mattered was she had lost someone very close to her, someone who, under different circumstances perhaps, she might have gladly spent her life with. She put her head down on the table as the sobs burst from her. From the doorway, Elizabeth Knight watched her. Chapter 20. A little over 3 hours after Billy Hawkins had announced his brother's death, John Fisk was walking through the hallways of the D.C. morgue, a white-coated intake specialist leading the way. Fisk had had to show identification and prove to the man that he was really Michael Fisk's brother. He had been prepared for that and had brought pictures of the two together. He had tried to reach his father before leaving town, but there had been no answer. Fisk had driven by the house, but no one had been home. He left a note for his dad, including no details. He had to be sure it was his brother, and the only way to be certain was where he was headed. Fisk was surprised when they entered an office, and even more puzzled when the morgue attendant pulled a Polaroid from a file and held it out to him. "I'm not identifying a photo. I want to see the body." "That's not the procedure we have here, sir. We're in the process of installing a video system so that IDs can be made via remote television, but it's not functional yet. Until then, it's done with a Polaroid." "Not this time." The man tapped the photo against his palm as though trying to arouse Fisk's curiosity in it. "Most people would much prefer to do it with a photograph. This is very unusual. I'm not most people, and having a brother murdered is unusual. At least it is for me." The attendant picked up the phone and conveyed instructions to prepare the body for viewing. Then he opened the door to his office, motioning Fisky to follow him. After a short walk, they entered a small room that carried a medicinal smell several times stronger than that in a hospital. In the center of the room stood a gurney. From under the white sheet rose a number of edges representing the head, nose, shoulders, knees, and feet of the body. As Fisky headed toward the gurney, he clutched at the same irrational hope that everyone in his position would leap for. That the person under the sheet was not his brother. That his family was still reasonably intact. As the attendant gripped the edge of the sheet, Fisky slid one hand around the metal side of the gurney and squeezed tightly. As the sheet rose upward, exposing the head and upper torso of the deceased, Fisk closed his eyes, looked upward, and mouthed a silent prayer. He took a deep breath, held it, opened his eyes, and then looked down. Before he knew it, he was nodding. He tried to look away, but couldn't. Even a stranger could have looked at the slope of the forehead, the arrangement of the eyes and mouth, the flow of the chin, and concluded that the two men held some close familial bond. "That's my brother." The sheet was replaced, and the attendant gave Fisk the ID card to sign. "Other than the items the police have retained, we'll release his personal effects to you." The attendant glanced at the gurney. "We've had a busy week, and we're backed up with bodies, but we should have autopsy results fairly soon. This one looks pretty simple anyway." Anger flared on Fisk's face, but then quickly faded. The man was not paid to be tactful. "Did they find the bullet that killed him?" "Only the autopsy can determine cause of death." "Don't bullshit me." The attendant looked startled. "I saw the exit wound on the left side of his head." "Did they find it?" "No, at least not yet." "I heard it was a robbery," said Fisk. The attendant nodded. "He was found in his car?" "Right, wallet gone. We had to trace his identity through his license plate." "So if a robbery, why didn't they take the car? Carjacking's the hot thing right now. Beat the victim's ATM password out of him or her, kill them, take the car, and hit a few banks. Load up on money, ditch the car, and go on to the next one. Why not with this one? I don't know anything about that." "Who's handling the case?" "It happened in D.C., must be D.C. Homicide Division. My brother was a federal employee, United States Supreme Court. Maybe the FBI will be involved too, again. I don't know anything about that." "I'd like the name of the detective at D.C. Homicide." The attendant didn't answer, but jotted some notes down in the file, perhaps hoping that if he remained quiet, Fisk would just go away. "I'd really like that name, please," Fisk said, edging a step closer. The attendant finally sighed, pulled a business card out of the file, and handed it to Fisk. "Buford Chandler. He'll probably want to talk to you anyway. He's a good guy. Probably he'll catch the person who did this." Fisk looked briefly at the card before putting it in his coat pocket. He settled a clear-eyed gaze on the attendant. "Oh, we're going to get whoever did this." The odd tone in his voice made the attendant look up from his file. "Now I'd like some time alone with my brother." The attendant glanced over at the gurney. "Sure, I'll be outside. Just let me know when you're done." After the man left, Fisk pulled a chair next to the gurney and sat down. He had not shed a tear since learning of his brother's death. He told himself it was because positive ID had not been made yet. But now it had, and still no tears. On the drive up, he had caught himself counting out-of-state license plates, a game the brothers had played growing up, a game Mike Fiske had usually won. He lifted the side of the sheet and took one of his brother's hands. It was cold, but the fingers were supple. He squeezed them gently. Fiske looked down at the concrete floor and closed his eyes. When he reopened them a few minutes later, only 2 tears had collected on the concrete. He quickly looked up, and a gush of air came out of his lungs. It felt forced, all of it, and he suddenly felt unworthy to be here. As a cop, he had sat with the parents of too many drunken kids who had wrapped themselves around a tree or telephone pole. He had consoled them, expressed empathy, even held them. He had truly believed that he had approached, even touched the depths of their despair. He often wondered what it would feel like when it happened to him. He plainly knew this was not it. He forced himself to think about his parents. How exactly would he tell his father that his golden child was dead, and his mother? At least there was an easy answer to that question. He couldn't and shouldn't tell her. Raised Catholic, but not a religious man, Fisk chose to speak with his brother instead of God. He pressed his brother's hand against his chest and talked to him of things he was sorry for, of how much he loved him, how much he wanted him not to be dead, in case his brother's spirit was lingering behind, waiting for this communication, this quiet rupture of guilt and remorse from his older brother. Then Fiske fell silent, his eyes closed again. He could hear each solid drum of his heart, a sound that was somehow dwarfed by the stillness of the body next to his. The attendant poked his head in. "Mr. Fisk, we need to take your brother on down. It's been half an hour." Fisk rose and passed the attendant without a word. His brother's body was going to a terrifying place where strangers would forage through his remains for clues as to who had killed him. As they wheeled the gurney away, Fisk walked back out into the sunlight and left his little brother behind.
Chapter 21. You're sure you covered your tracks?
Rayfield nodded into the phone. Every record of his being here has been expunged. I've already transferred all the personnel who saw Fisk to other facilities. Even if someone figures out somehow that he came here, there won't be anyone left to tell them anything.
And no one saw you dump the body?
Vic drove his car back.
I followed him. We picked a good place. The police will think it was a robbery. Nobody saw us. And even if they did, it's not the sort of place where people are real cooperative with the law. Nothing left in the car? We took his wallet to further the robbery angle. His briefcase, too. A map. There wasn't anything else. Of course we filled the radiator back up with fluid. And Harms. He's still in the hospital. Looks like he's going to make it.
Damn. Just our luck.
Don't sweat it. When he comes back here, we'll deal with him. Weak heart, and all, you never know what might happen to you. Don't wait too long. You can't hit him in the hospital. Too dangerous. Too many people around. And you've got him well guarded? He's chained to the bed with a guard posted 24 hours a day outside his door. He's being released tomorrow morning. By tomorrow night, he'll be dead. Vic's already working on the details.
And there's nobody out there who can help him? You're sure? Rayfield laughed. Hell, no one even knows he's there. He's got nobody. Never has, never will. No mistakes, Frank. I'll call you when he's dead. Fisk sat in the car and cranked up the air conditioning, which in his 14-year-old Ford merely caused the slow movement of muggy air from left to right. Sweat trickling down his face and staining his shirt collar, Fisk finally eased down the window as he stared at the building. Average looking on the outside, it was not on the inside. There the people spent all of their time searching for those who killed other people. And Fisk was trying to decide whether to join them in their pursuit or drive back home. He had identified his brother's remains, his official duty as next of kin completed. He could go home, tell his father, make the funeral arrangements, see to his brother's final affairs, bury him, and then get on with his life. That's what everyone else did. Instead, Fisk pulled himself out of the car and into the muggy air and entered the building at 300 Indiana Avenue, home to the D.C. Police Homicide Division. After passing through security and being directed by a uniformed police officer, he stopped at a desk. He had tried his father once again from the morgue, but still no answer. Frustrated, he was now also worried that his father had somehow found out and was on his way up here. He looked down at the card the attendant at the morgue had given him. "Detective Buford Chandler, please," he said, looking down at the young woman behind the desk. "And you are?" The sharp angle of her neck and her superior tone immediately made Fisk want to stuff her in one of her own desk drawers. John Fisk, Detective Chandler is investigating my brother's murder. His name was Michael Fisk. She stared at him, no recognition on her features. He was a clerk at the Supreme Court, he added. She glanced at some papers on her desk. And somebody killed him? This is the homicide division, isn't it? She settled her gaze back on him, her look of annoyance pronounced. He continued, Yes, somebody killed him. He glanced down at the nameplate on her desk. Ms. Baxter.
Well, what exactly can I do for you? I'd like to see Detective Chandler. Is he expecting you?
Fisk leaned forward and spoke in a low voice. Not exactly, but... Then I'm afraid he's not in, she said, cutting him off.
I think if you put a call into...
Fisky stopped and watched as she turned away from him and started typing on her computer. Look, I really need to see Detective Chandler, she typed as she spoke. Let me educate you on the situation here, okay? We have lots of cases and not too many detectives. We don't have time for every drop-in off the street. We have to have priorities. I'm sure you can understand that. Her voice drifted off as she looked at the computer screen. Fisk leaned forward until his face was only a couple of inches from the woman. When she looked around, they were eye to eye. Let me make you understand something. I came up from Richmond to identify the remains of my brother at Detective Chandler's request. I did that. My brother is dead. And right about now, the medical examiner is cutting a Y incision in his chest so that he can lift out his insides organ by organ. Then, he's going to take a saw and cut an intermastoid incision, like a wedge of pie, through his skull, right about here. Fisky made an imaginary cut along Ms. Baxter's head with his finger, overcoming a very strong impulse to snatch up a handful of the woman's permed blonde hair.
That's so?
He can lift out his brain and trace the path of the bullet that killed him, and perhaps get some shell fragments. Now, I thought I'd come and have a chat with Detective Chandler and see if he and I can come up with some leads on who might have killed him. She said coldly, Well, that's not your job, is it? We have enough problems without family members getting involved in police investigations. I'm sure Detective Chandler will be in touch if he needs you. She again turned away from him. Fisk gripped the edge of her desk and took a deep breath, trying his best not to lose it. Look, I can understand the caseload problem you must have here and the fact that you don't know me from Adam. I'm really busy right now, sir, so if you have a problem, I suggest you put it in writing. All I want to do is talk to the man. Am I going to have to call a guard, or what? Fisk slammed his hand down on the desk. My brother is dead, and I would really appreciate if you would take that piss-poor attitude you're wearing and replace it with just an ounce of compassion. And if you can't force yourself to mean it, lady, then just pretend. I'm Buford Chandler. Both Fisk and Baxter turned. Chandler was black, in his early 50s, with curly white hair, a matching mustache, and a tall, thickened frame that managed to retain a certain athleticism from his youth. He wore an empty shoulder holster, a smudge of pistol oil on his shirt where the grip had lain against it. He looked Fisk up and down from behind a pair of trifocals.
I'm John Fisk.
I heard. In fact, I've been standing over here listening to the whole thing. Then you know what he said to me, Detective Chandler? Baxter said. Every word. And don't you have something to say? Yes, I do. Baxter looked over at Fisk with a look of satisfaction on her face. Well, I think this young man gave you some pretty good advice. Chandler hooked a finger at Fisk. Let's talk. Chandler and Fisk made their way through busy hallways to a small, cluttered office. Have a seat. Chandler pointed to the only chair in the room other than the one behind his desk. There were files stacked on the chair. Just put those on the floor. Chandler held up a warning finger. Be careful, you don't taint any evidence.
These days, if I belch while I'm looking at tissue samples, all I'm going to hear is, inadmissible, free my mass-murdering son of a bitch of a client. Fisk very carefully moved the files while Chandler settled behind his desk. Now, I don't want you feeling sorry for what you said to Judy Baxter. I wasn't planning on it. Chandler suppressed a smile. Okay, first things first, I'm sorry about your brother. Thank you, Fisk said in a subdued manner.
Probably the first time you heard that since arriving up here, isn't it? Actually, it is. So you were in law enforcement? Chandler casually remarked, then smiled at Fisky's surprise. The average citizen doesn't usually know about Y incisions and intermastoid cuts. With the way you got in Ms. Baxter's face, the manner in which you carry yourself, and your build, I'd say you were a patrolman. Past tense? If you were still on the force, the folks in Richmond would have told me when we contacted them. And besides, I know very few police officers who wear suits off duty. Right on all counts. I'm glad you were assigned to this case, Detective Chandler. You and 42 other active cases. Fisk shook his head, and Chandler continued, budgetary cuts and all, I don't even have a partner anymore. So, in other words, don't expect any miracles. I will do my best to catch whoever killed your brother, but I can give no guarantees. Then how about a little unofficial help? How do you mean? I worked a lot of homicides with the detectives down in Richmond. Learned a lot, remember a lot. Maybe I can be your new partner. Officially, that's absolutely impossible. Officially, I absolutely understand. What do you do now? I'm a criminal defense attorney, said Fisk. Chandler rolled his eyes. And I take pride in my work too, Detective Chandler. Chandler nodded over Fisk's shoulder toward the door. Shut that, will you? He remained silent until Fisky did so and returned to his seat. Now, despite my better judgment, I will take your offer of assistance under advisement. Fisk shook his head. I'm here now. Considering that after 48 hours the success rate on homicides heads to China, that's not going to cut it. Fisk thought this might set the man off, but Chandler remained calm. You got a business card where you can be reached? Chandler asked. Fisk passed across his card after writing his home number on the back. In return, Chandler handed him a card with a series of phone numbers on it. Office home, beeper, fax, cell phone, when I remember to carry it, which I never do. Chandler opened a file on his desk and studied it. Rating upside down, Fisk saw his brother's name on the label.
I was told he was killed during a robbery. That's what the prelim indicated anyway.
Fisk caught the odd tone in Chandler's voice. And has that opinion changed? It was only a prelim to begin with. He closed the file and looked at Fisk. The facts of this case, at least what we know so far, are pretty simple. Your brother was found in the front seat of his car in an alleyway near the Anacostia River with a gunshot contact wound to the right side of his head and an exit wound on the left. Looked to be fairly heavy caliber. We have not found the slug, but that search continues. The killer could have found it and taken it with him so that we couldn't do a ballistics test if we ever get a gun to do a match. It would take a cool hand to root around in an alley looking for a slug while a dead body is sitting a few feet away. I agree, but again, the bullet may still be found. I understand his wallet was missing. Let's put it another way. No wallet was found on him. Was he in the habit of not carrying one? Fisk looked away for an instant. We haven't seen each other much the last few years, but I think you can assume he was carrying a wallet, so you didn't find it in his apartment.
Give me a little slack, John. Your brother's body was only found yesterday.
Chandler opened his notebook and picked up a pen. The alley where he was found is a high-use drug area, among other things. To your knowledge, was he a drug user, casual or otherwise?
No, he was not a drug user.
But you can't be sure, can you? You just said you hadn't seen much of each other, right? My brother set the highest goals for himself with everything he did, and then he surpassed those goals. Drugs did not enter into that equation. Any idea why he would have been in that area? No, but he could have been kidnapped somewhere else and driven there. Any reason why someone would want him dead? I can't think of a one. No enemies, jealous boyfriends, money problems? No, but again, I'm probably not the best source for that. Do you have a prelim on the time of death? Pretty vague. I'm waiting on the official word. Why? I just came from the morgue. I felt my brother's hand. It was soft, supple, rigor had long since passed. What was the condition of the body when it was found last night? Let's just say he had been there a while. That's surprising, from what you said. It's not an isolated area. True, but in that area, dead bodies in alleys aren't all that uncommon. Then again, about 99% of the homicides in that area involve black victims for the very simple fact that whites just don't frequent the place.
So my brother should have stood out, you're saying? Any ATM withdrawals? Credit card purchases? We're checking all that. When did you last speak with your brother? He called me over a week ago. What'd he say? I wasn't in. He left a message. Said he needed my advice on something. Did you call him back? Not until recently. Why'd you wait? It wasn't high on my priority list. Is that right? Chandler twirled his pen between his fingers. Tell me something.
Did you even like your brother? Fisk looked at him squarely. Somebody killed my brother. I want to catch whoever did it. And that's really all I'm going to say about it. The look in Fisk's eyes made Chandler decide to move on. Maybe he wanted to talk about something to do with work. See, what makes this case intriguing is your brother's occupation. Meaning, is his murder related to something at the Supreme Court? It's a long shot, absolutely, but what you just told me about your brother's phone call might just make it slightly less of a long shot than it seemed a minute ago. I doubt if he wanted my 2 cents on the latest abortion case. Then what? How to pick up women? You must not have seen a picture of him. He never needed help with that one. I have seen a picture of him, but the dead don't photograph all that well. But he said he wanted some advice. Maybe it was legal. Well, you can always make a trip to the court to see if there are any conspiracies going on up there. We have to tread lightly, you know. We? I'm sure your brother has personal effects there, and it would not be unusual for next of kin to visit his place of work. I'm assuming you've been there before? Once, when Mike first started, my dad and I. And your mother? Alzheimer's? Sorry to hear that. Any other developments? In answer, Chandler rose, took down his jacket from a hanger on the back of the door, and slipped it on. I'd like to take you down to your brother's car. And after that, Chandler checked his watch before looking up and smiling. Then we'll have just enough time to go to court counselor. Chapter 22. Rufus watched the door as it slowly opened. He braced himself for the sight of a mass of men in green fatigues moving in on him. But then his apprehension slid away when he saw who it was.
Time to check me again?
Cassandra came and stood next to the bed.
Now, isn't that a woman's plight in life? Always checking up on men?
Her words were funny. Her tone was not. She looked at the monitors and made some notations in his chart, glancing at him as she did so.
It feels good. I ain't used to that.
He took care not to rattle his restraints as he sat up a little. I called your brother. Rufus's expression grew serious. Is that right? What'd he say? He said he'd be coming to see you. He say when? Sooner than later. Today, in fact. What all did you tell him? I told him you were sick but getting better fast. He tell you anything else? I found him to be a man of few words, Cassandra remarked. That's Josh. Is he as big as you? Nah. He's a little guy. 6'3" or so, not much over 200 pounds. Cassandra shook her head and turned to leave. You got time to sit and talk? Rufus asked. I'm supposed to be on my break. I just came to tell you about your brother. I've got to go. She seemed a little unfriendly. You okay? Even if I'm not, there isn't anything you can do about it. Her tone was now edgy, rough. Rufus studied her for a moment. Is there a Bible around here? She turned back, surprised. Why? I read the Bible every day. Have for as long as I can remember. She looked over at the table next to the bed, went across, and pulled out a Gideon's Bible. I can't give it to you. Can't get that close. The people from the prison were real clear on that point. You don't have to give it to me. If you would, I'd appreciate if you could read a passage to me. Read to you? You don't have to, he said quickly. You may not even be interested, you know, in the Bible and church-going. She looked down at him, one hand on her hip, the other closed around the green Bible. I sing in the choir, my husband. God rest his soul, was a lay minister. That's real good, Cassandra. And your kids? How do you know I have kids? Because I'm not skinny. What then? You look like you're used to loving little things. His words startled her, a smile quickly breaking through the cloud over her features. I'm going to have to watch you. She noted that he looked at the Bible like he was thirsty and needed a drink. And she was holding the freshest, coldest glass of water in the history of the world. What do you want me to read? 103rd Psalm. Cassandra debated for a moment, and then pulled up a chair and sat down. Rufus lay back on the bed. Thank you, Cassandra. As she read, she glanced at him. His eyes were closed. She read a few more words, looked up and saw his lips moving and then stopping. She looked at the next sentence, quickly memorized it, and read it while watching him. Rufus was silently mouthing each of the words at the same time she was saying them. She stopped, but he continued to the end of the sentence. When she did not start up again, he opened his eyes. You know the Psalm by heart? She asked. Know most of the Bible by heart? All the Psalms and Proverbs. That's pretty impressive. I've had a long time to work on it. Why did you want me to read it to you, then, if you already knew it? Looked like you were a little troubled. I thought visiting the scriptures might help you some. Help me? Cassandra looked down at the page and read to herself. He forgives all my sins. He heals me. He ransoms me from hell. He surrounds me with loving kindness and tender mercies. Work was depressing. Her teenage children were more and more beyond her control every day. She was on the north side of 40, 50 pounds overweight, and there wasn't an eligible man in sight. With all that, as she watched this prisoner, this chained-up killer who was going to die in prison, she felt like bursting into tears in the face of his kindness, his unsolicited consideration for her plight. The 103rd Psalm also held special appeal for Rufus, one line in particular. He mouthed it to himself, "He gives justice to all who are treated unfairly." "Recognize it?" Chandler asked, as they approached the 1987 silver Honda sedan parked in the police lot. Fisk nodded. "We got it for him when he graduated from college. We all chipped in, my parents and me. I've got 5 brothers. They never did that for me." Chandler unlocked the driver's side door and stepped back for Fisk to look inside. "Where did you find the car keys?" "On the front seat."
Any other personal items?
Chandler shook his head. Fisk examined the front seat, dash, windshield, and side windows, his puzzlement clear. "Has it been cleaned?"
No, just like we found it, except for the occupant.
Fisk straightened back up and looked at the detective. "If you put a heavy caliber pistol flush against somebody's temple and pull the trigger in a confined space like this, you'll have blood splatters on the seat, steering wheel, windshield. You'd also have bone and tissue throw-off. All I see are a few stains here and there, probably where his head was touching the seat." Chandler looked amused. "Is that right?" Fisk clenched his jaw. "I'm not telling you anything you didn't already know. I take it this was another little test of yours?" Chandler nodded slowly. Could be another reason. Remember I said I had 5 brothers? Yeah, well, I started out with 6. One of my brothers was murdered 35 years ago, working at a gas station, and some punk came in and popped him for the $12 in the register. I was only 16 at the time, but I remember every detail like it was maybe 5 minutes ago. Anyway, most families who come in to identify their loved ones don't head over to my office and offer their services. They grieve and console each other, which is entirely proper.
Oh, they rant and rave for a while about wanting to catch the SOB who did it, but they don't really want to get involved in the process. I mean, who would? And they don't usually have a law enforcement background. Add it all up, and I spotted you as somebody who might be able to really contribute, and you just proved it. I can understand the rage you must be feeling, John, whether you liked your brother or not.
Somebody took something from you. Something important, ripped it from you, in fact. It's been 35 years, and I still feel that rage. Fisk looked around at all the civilian cars in the police lot. He assumed each hunk of metal was waiting its turn to spill the secrets of another tragedy. He turned back to Chandler. "I guess rage will do," he added quietly, looking down, "until something else comes along." His tone did not hold out much hope. "Fair enough." Chandler continued his analysis. "The absence of all the physical evidence you just mentioned does have me puzzled. It doesn't look like he was killed in the car. That's right, it looks like he was killed somewhere else, and his body was then put in the front seat. Now that single conclusion takes us into a whole new realm of possibilities. Then we're talking about something more deliberate than a random kidnapping and murder. Possibly, although some punks could have kidnapped him, taken him out of the car to maybe hit an ATM. He refuses. They pop him, get scared, and then dump him back in his car. Then there would have been some physical evidence at the ATM. Any sign of that? No, but there are a lot of ATMs. And a lot of people use them. If it's been at least a day, you'd think someone would have noticed. You'd think, but you can't be sure. We're trying to isolate your brother's movements and whereabouts for the last 48 hours. He was last seen at his apartment on Thursday night. After that, nada. If somebody carjacked him, what about prints? Most perps looking for ATM cards aren't sophisticated enough to wear gloves. We're still processing that. Would you like another observation? Fire away? Fisk held open the car door and pointed at the inside part of the door jamb, the section that you don't see when the door is closed. Chandler fumbled for his glasses, put them on, and saw what Fisky was pointing at. Chandler slapped on a pair of latex gloves he pulled from his coat pocket, gently lifted the small piece of sticky plastic off, and held it in his palm, observing it carefully. Your brother just had his car serviced at Walmart. It recommends that the next oil service takes place in 3 months or 3,000 miles, whichever comes first. They put the future date and future mileage reading on that sticker, as a reminder for when you're supposed to come back in. According to the date on that sticker, and subtracting out 3 months, my brother went in for service 3 days before his body was found. Now look at the mileage for when the next service is recommended and subtract 3,000 miles from it. That'll give you approximately what the odometer should read right now. Chandler swiftly did the math. 86,543. Now look at the Honda's current odometer reading. Chandler leaned back in the car and checked. Then he looked back at Fiske, his eyes slightly wide. Somebody put about 800 miles on this car in the last 3 days.
That's right, Fiske said. Where the hell did he go?
The sticker doesn't have which Walmart he used, but probably it was one close to his home. You should call around. They might be able to tell us something useful. Right. Can't believe we missed this, said Chandler. He slipped the plastic sticker in a clear zippered bag he pulled from his coat pocket and wrote some information on the outside of it. Oh, and John, yeah. He held up the zippered bag. No more tests, okay? Chapter 23. A half hour later, Chandler and Fisk walked through the front entrance of the United States Supreme Court. Inside, the place was large and intimidating. What really engaged Fiske's attention, though, was the quiet, so extreme as to be unsettling. It seemed to border on the hallucinatory, trying to imagine a functioning world right outside the doors. Fisk thought of the last very silent place he had been today, the morgue. He said, "Who are we supposed to be meeting?" Chandler pointed to a group of men walking purposefully down the hallway toward them. As they drew nearer, their collective footsteps became the boom of cannon in this acoustical tunnel. One of the men wore a suit, the other two were in uniforms and carried sidearms.
Detective Chandler.
The man in the suit extended his hand. I'm Richard Perkins, Marshal of the United States Supreme Court. Perkins was about 5'9", skinny, with the stuck-out ears of a boy, and white hair combed straight over his forehead like a frozen waterfall. He introduced his companions. Chief of Police Leo D'Alessandro, his second-in-command, Ron Klaus. "Good to meet you," Chandler said, and he watched Perkins look expectantly over at Fiske. He added, John Fisk, Michael Fiske's brother. All of them rushed to provide their condolences. A tragedy, a mindless tragedy, Perkins said. Michael was so highly thought of, he'll be sorely missed. Fisk managed an appreciative demeanor in the face of all this instant sympathy.
You've locked up Michael Fiske's office, as I requested?
Chandler asked. D'Alessandro nodded. It was difficult because he shared it with another clerk. 2 to an office is the norm. Let's hope we won't need to keep it off limits long. We can meet in my office if you'd like and go over your agenda, Detective Chandler, Perkins offered. It's right down the hallway. Let's do it. As Fisk started off with them, Perkins stopped and looked at Chandler. I'm sorry. I was assuming that Mr. Fisk was here for another reason unrelated to your investigation. He's helping me out with some background information on his brother, Chandler said. Perkins looked at Fisk with what Fisk gauged as unfriendly eyes. I didn't even know Michael had a brother, said Perkins. He never mentioned you.
That's okay. He never mentioned you either, Fisk replied. Perkins's office was right off the hallway leading to the courtroom. It was furnished in an old-fashioned colonial style, the architecture and craftsmanship from an era of government, unburdened with trillion-dollar national debts and budgets awash in red. At a side table of Perkins's office sat a man in his late 40s. His blond hair was cut very short, and his long, narrow face carried an unshakable air of authority.
His self-assured manner suggested that he enjoyed the exercise of that authority. When he rose, Fiske noted that he was well over 6 feet tall, and looked as though he spent regular time in the gym. Detective Chandler? The man extended one hand, and with the other flashed his identification card. FBI Special Agent Warren McKenna. Chandler looked at Perkins. I wasn't aware that the Bureau had been brought in on this. Perkins started to say something, but McKenna said briskly, As I'm sure you know, the Attorney General and the FBI have the legal right to fully investigate the murder of any person employed by the United States government. However, the Bureau is not looking to take over the investigation or step on your toes. That's good, because even the tiniest bit of unwanted pressure, and I just go nuts. Chandler smiled. McKenna's expression remained unchanged. I'll try to keep that in mind. Fisk held out his hand. John Fisk, Agent McKenna. Michael Fisk was my brother. I'm sorry, Mr. Fisk. I know it must be damn tough for you, McKenna said, shaking his hand. The FBI agent focused again on Chandler. If conditions dictate a more active role for the Bureau, then we would expect your full cooperation. Remember that the victim was a federal employee, he looked around the room, employed by one of the most revered institutions in the world, and perhaps one of the most feared. Fear out of ignorance, Perkins pointed out, but feared nonetheless. After Waco, the World Trade Center, and Oklahoma City, we've learned to be extra careful, McKenna said. Too bad you people weren't faster learners, Chandler said dryly. But turf battles are big wastes of time. I do believe in share and share alike, though, okay? Of course, McKenna said. Chandler asked a half-hour's worth of questions, trying basically to establish if any case Michael Fisk had been working on at the court could have led to his murder. The same answer kept coming back to him from each of the court representatives. Impossible. McKenna asked very few questions, but listened intently to the ones asked by Chandler. The precise details of cases pending before the court are so well insulated from the public that there would be no way anyone could know what a specific clerk is or isn't working on. Perkins smacked the tabletop with his palm to emphasize the point. Unless that clerk told someone. Perkins shook his head. I personally run them through the drill on security and confidentiality as part of their orientation. The ethical rules which apply to them are very stringent. They're even provided with a handbook on the subject. No leaks are permitted. Chandler looked unconvinced. What's the average age of the clerks here? 25? 26? Something like that. They're kids working at the highest court in the land. You telling me that it's impossible that they might let something slip, not even to impress a date? I've been around long enough to know better than to use the word impossible to ever describe anything. I'm a homicide detective, Mr. Perkins, and believe you me, I got the same damn problem. Could we back up to square one here? D'Alessandro said. From what I know about the case, it seemed that robbery was the motive. He spread his hands and looked expectantly at Chandler. How does that involve the court? Have you searched his apartment yet? Not yet. I'm sending a team over tomorrow. How do we know it's not something connected to his personal life? D'Alessandro asked. Everyone looked at Chandler for an answer. The detective glanced down at his notes without really focusing on them. I'm just covering all the bases. Going to a homicide victim's place of work and asking questions is not even remotely unusual, gentlemen? Certainly, Perkins said. You can count on our full cooperation. Now, why don't we have a look at Mr. Fisk's office? Chandler said. Chapter 24. The man glided cat-smooth down the corridor. He was 6'3", lean but strongly built, with wide shoulders fanning out from a thick neck. He had a long and narrow face, the skin chestnut brown and smooth except for deep tracings of lines at the eyes and mouth, like the whorls of a fingerprint. He wore a crumpled Virginia Tech baseball cap. A short-haired black and gray beard outlined his jaw. He was dressed in worn jeans and a faded, sweat-stained denim shirt with the sleeves rolled up, showing off a pair of thick, veiny forearms. A pack of Pall Malls poked out of the shirt's front pocket. He approached the end of the hallway and rounded the corner. As soon as he did so, the soldier sitting next to the doorway of the last room on the hall rose and held up a hand. Sorry, sir, this area is off-limits to everyone except necessary medical personnel. My brother's in there, Joshua Harms said, and I'm going to see him. I'm afraid that's impossible. Harms eyed the soldier's name tag.
I'm afraid it ain't, Private Brown. I visit him at the prison all the time. Now you let me in there, you hear me? I don't think so. Well, then I'm going to go round up the head of this hospital and the local police and the damn commandant over at Fort Jackson and tell him you refuse to allow a family member to visit a dying relative. Then they'll all take turns kicking your butt on down the road, soldier boy. Did I mention I spent 3 years in Vietnam and got me enough medals to cover your whole damn body? Now you going to let me in, or are we going to have to go down that other street? I want your answer, and I want it right this damned minute. An unnerved Brown looked around for a minute, unsure of what to do. I need to call somebody. No, you don't. You can search me, but I'm going on in there. Won't be long, but it's going to be right now. What's your name, Josh Harms? He pulled out his wallet. Here's my driver's license. I've been over the prison a lot over the years, but I don't recall ever seeing you. I don't work at the prison, he said. I'm on temporary assignment here. I'm in the reserves. The reserves pulling guard duty on a prisoner? The correctional facility specialists who flew in with your brother went back yesterday. They're bringing in some replacements tomorrow morning. Hallelujah for them. Now, we ready to get this done? Private Brown stared at him for another few seconds. Turn around, he said finally. Josh did so. Brown started to pat him down. Right before he reached his front pants pocket, Josh said, Don't get excited, but there's a pocket knife in there. Just pull it out and hold it for me. You hold it good and tight, son? I'm right partial to that knife. Private Brown finished the pat down and straightened.
You got 10 minutes and that's it, and I'm going in with you.
You go in with me, then you're deserting your post. You desert your post in the army or the reserves, and you're going to end up where my brother is.
He looked at the man's youthful features. A wannabe weekend warrior, he concluded. Probably pushed a pencil Monday through Friday before slipping on his fatigues and gun looking for adventure. And let me tell you, prison ain't where somebody looks like you wants to be. Private Brown swallowed nervously. 10 minutes. The two men locked eyes.
Thank you kindly, Josh Harms said, not meaning one word of it.
He entered the room and closed the door behind him. Rufus, he said quietly, didn't think you were going to get here so quick, brother. Josh went over to the side of the bed and stared down at him. What in the hell happened to you? Ain't sure you want to know?
It's all about that damn letter you got, ain't it?
Josh pulled a chair over next to the bed. How long the guard give you? 10 minutes. But I ain't worried about him. 10 minutes ain't going to be long enough to tell you much. But I'll tell you this. I go back to Fort Jackson and they're going to kill me soon as I step inside. Who's they? Rufus shook his head. I tell you, then they gonna just come after you. I'm in here with you, ain't I? That baby soldier out there is stupid, but he ain't that stupid. He's gonna put me down on the visitors roster. You know that.
Rufus swallowed with difficulty. I know. Probably never should have got you to come on down here.
I'm here now. So start talking. Rufus thought about it for a minute. Look, Josh, that letter from the Army. When I got it, I remembered everything that happened that night. I mean everything. It was like somebody shot it right into my head. You talking about the girl. Rufus was already nodding. Everything. I know why I did it. And the fact is, it wasn't my fault. His brother looked at him skeptically. Come on now, Rufus. You did kill that little girl. No way around that. Killing and meaning to kill's two different things. Anyway, I got my lawyer from back then. You mean your piss-poor excuse for a lawyer? You read the letter? Sure I did. Came to my house, didn't it? Guess that was the last civilian address the Army had for you. Big, dumb carcass, didn't know it had you smack in one of its own damn prisons.
Well, I got Ryder to file something for me. In court. What'd he file? A letter I wrote? Letter? How'd you get it out? Same way you got the letter from the Army in. Both men smiled. Rufus said, they got a printing operation inside the prison. The machinery's hot and dirty, so the guards give you a little space. Let me work my magic. So you think the court's gonna look at your case? I wouldn't bet my life on it, little brother.
Don't look like the court's gonna do nothing.
Well, gee, that's a big-ass surprise. Rufus looked past his brother at the door. When the guard's coming back from the prison?
Boy said tomorrow morning.
Well, that means I gotta get out of here tonight. Woman who called me said you had some kind of heart problem. Look at you all strapped to this crap. How far you think you can run? How far you think I can run dead? You really think they're gonna try and kill you?
They don't want this to come out. You said you read the letter from the Army?
Yep. Well, I was never in the program they said I was. Josh eyed him hard. How you mean? Just what I said. Somebody put me in the records. They wanted me to look like I was in it, to cover up what they did to me. Why, I killed that little girl. In case somebody checked, I reckon they had to do it. They thought I was going to be dead. Josh took this in slowly until the truth hit him.
Jesus, Lord Almighty, why would they do that shit to you? You asking me that? They hated me, thought I was the biggest screw-up in the world, wanted me dead. If I had known all that was happening, I sure as hell would have come back and kicked some butt. You were busy trying to keep the VC from tearing you up, but I go back to prison now. They gonna make sure they get me this time. Josh looked at the door and then down at his brother's restraints.
I need your help to do this, Josh. You're damn right you do, Rufus. You ain't gotta help me. You can turn and walk straight out of here. I still love you. You stood by me all these years. What I'm asking ain't fair. I know that. You worked hard. You got yourself a good life. I'd understand. Then you don't know your brother. Rufus slowly reached out and took his brother's hand.
They gripped each other tightly, as though trying to give strength and resolve to one another for what lay ahead. Anybody see you come in? Nobody except the guard. I didn't exactly come in the front door. Then I can pretend to knock you out. Get out of here on my own. They know I'm a crazy SOB, kill my own brother, and never think twice about it. Bullshit, that dog just won't hunt, Rufus. You wouldn't even know where the hell to go. They'd catch your butt in 10 minutes. I worked on repairs at this hospital for almost 2 years. Know it like the back of my hand. Way I came in is supposed to be locked. Only the nurses taped over the lock. They sneak their smokes out there. How you want to work it, then? We just go back out the way I came in. It's right down the hall on the left. Don't pass no nurse's station or nothing. My truck's right outside the door. I got a buddy 30 minutes from here. He owes me a favor. I'll leave my truck in one of his old barns and borrow his rig for a while. He won't ask no questions and he won't answer any. If the police come along, we hit the road and don't look back. You sure you want to do this? How about your kids? They all gone. Don't see 'em much. What about Louise? Josh looked down for a moment. Louise walked out the door 5 years ago, and I ain't seen her since. You never told me that. What are you going to do about it if I had? I'm sorry. I'm damn sorry about a lot of things. I ain't the easiest person to live with. Can't say I blame any of them. Josh shrugged his shoulders. So it's just the two of us again. Make Mama happy if she was alive. You sure? Don't ask me that again, Rufus. Rufus raised his manacled hands. What about these? His brother was already sliding something out of his boot. When he straightened back up, he was holding a slender piece of metal with a slight hook at one end.
Don't tell me that boy didn't search you?
Shit, like he knew where to look. Once he took my pocket knife, he figured he had all my dangerous weapons. Didn't even bother to do my boots. Josh grinned and then inserted the metal in the lock on the restraints. You think you can pick it? Josh stopped and looked at his brother with contempt. If I can escape from the damn Viet Cong, I can sure as hell pick an Army-issued pair of handcuffs. Out in the hallway, Private Brown looked at his watch. The 10 minutes were up. He cracked open the door to the room. All right, Harms, time's up. He pushed the door open farther. Mr. Harms, did you hear me? Time's up. Brown heard a small groan. He drew his pistol and pushed the door all the way open. What's going on in here? The groaning became louder. Brown looked around for the light switch. That's when he stumbled over something. He knelt down and touched the man's face as his vision focused. Mr. Harms, you okay? Josh opened his eyes. I'm fine, how about you? Then a big hand clamped down on Brown's gun and stripped it clean away. The other hand went around his mouth and he was lifted completely off the floor, one massive fist colliding with his jaw and knocking him out. Rufus put Brown in the bed, covering him with a sheet. Josh put the restraints around the unconscious soldier's arms and legs and locked them up tight. Then he used adhesive tape and gauze he found in one of the cabinets to tape his mouth shut. The last thing he did was search the soldier and retrieve his pocket knife. As Josh turned toward him, Rufus wrapped his arms around his brother and squeezed tight. Josh returned the hug, the first time the men had been able to do this in 25 years. His eyes moist, Rufus shook a little as Josh finally pulled away. Now, don't get too mushy on me. We ain't got no time for that. Rufus smiled. Still feels good to hold you, Josh. Josh put a hand on his brother's shoulder. Never thought we'd get a chance to ever do that. Never gonna take that for granted again. So what now? You can't see where the boy was sitting from the hallway, but they got private security here. Josh checked his watch. When I was working here, they made rounds every hour on the hour. It's 1:15 now. Those boys are on the 6 singles an hour plan and don't give much of a shit about guarding bedpans, but they'll probably notice he's gone at some point. You ready? Rufus had already pulled on his prison pants and shoes. He had left off the shirt, opting for just his t-shirt instead. He had one thing clutched in his hand, the Gideon Bible. He didn't feel free yet, but he was only seconds from it. 25 years' worth of ready. Chapter 25. Chandler looked around Michael Fisk's office. Located on the second floor of the building, it was large, with high ceilings and half-foot-wide moldings. There were 2 massive wooden desks, each with a computer workstation, shelves filled with volumes of law books and case reporters, and a portable book caddy. There were wooden cabinets and stacks of files placed on the desks. The place was organized in a disorderly fashion, he concluded. Perkins looked at Chandler. There has to be someone from the court present while you search. There are many confidential documents in here. Drafts of opinions, memos from justices and other clerks, that sort of thing, pertaining to undecided cases. All right, we won't remove anything that may relate to pending cases. But how can you know if it does or not? I'll ask you. I don't know. I'm not even a lawyer. Chandler said. Well then, get somebody down here who is, because I'm going through this office. It may not be possible today. Can it wait until tomorrow? I believe all the clerks have gone home. Chief Justice Ramsey didn't think they should work late considering what happened. Some of the justices are still here, Richard, Klaus said. Perkins cast an unfriendly glance at Klaus, who looked over at D'Alessandro. I didn't want to bring the justices into this until it was absolutely necessary. But let me see what I can do, he said. I'm afraid I'll have to lock this door until I get back. Chandler took a step closer to Perkins. Look, Richard, I'm the police now. Maybe I'm wrong and you don't mean what I thought you did by that very stupid remark. Perkins's face flushed, but he left the door unlocked, motioned to Klaus to accompany him, and they walked off. D'Alessandro stayed behind, talking to McKenna. Chandler went over to Fisk. I get the feeling this has all been scripted out long before we got here. McKenna knew your name before you were introduced. They've obviously already done some digging. Well, I guess you can't blame them. I'm going to go over and talk to McKenna, said Chandler. Never know when we might need a favor from the feds. Fisk leaned back against the wall and checked his watch. He still hadn't reached his father. The door a short way down the hall from his brother's office opened, and a young man came out. Fisk nodded his head. Busy place. Are you with the police? Fisk shook his head and extended his hand. Just an observer. I'm John Fisk. Mike was my brother. The young man went pale. Oh God, it's awful. Awful. I'm so sorry. He shook Fisk's hand. I'm Stephen Wright. Did you know Mike well? Not really. I just started this session. I clerk for Justice Knight. I know everyone thought the world of him. Fisk looked at the door Wright had come out of. Is that your office? Wright nodded. I guess there's been a lot of activity at my brother's office. You bet people have been in and out all day? Like Mr. Perkins, Chief D'Alessandro? And that gentleman over there. Fisk looked to where he was pointing. That's Agent McKenna from the FBI, Fisk said. Wright shook his head sadly.
I've never known anyone who's been.
He stopped and looked embarrassed.
It's okay. I know what you mean.
Suddenly, all of Fisk's attention was trained on a pair of people walking toward him. His focus, actually, was on only one. Despite her obvious physical attractiveness, the woman looked, Fisky concluded, like the tomboy next door, someone you could play touch football or chess with and end up losing. Sarah Evans eyed Fisky. She had seen him come into the building earlier and guessed what he was here for. She had stayed close by in case they needed one of the clerks to talk to. That's why Perkins had found her so quickly. She stopped directly in front of Fisk, causing Perkins to abruptly do the same.
Oh, he said, John Fisk, this is Sarah Evans. You're Michael's brother?
Let me guess. He never mentioned me, said Fisk. As a matter of fact, he did. They shared a firm handshake. The whites of her eyes were smudged with red, as was the tip of her nose. Her voice sounded tired. Fisk noted that she clutched a handkerchief in her other hand. He had the feeling they had met before. I'm very, very sorry about Michael, she said. Thank you. It came as a tremendous shock. Fisk blinked. Was there something in her eyes when he said that? Something that said it wasn't all that shocking to her. Perkins looked at Wright. I didn't know you were in your office.
You might have tried knocking, Fisk suggested. Perkins cast him an unfriendly glance and walked over to Chandler and McKenna. Hi, Sarah, Wright said, a smile breaking across his face. From the way Wright was looking at her, it was obvious to Fisk that he was infatuated with the woman. Hello, Stephen. How are you holding up? I don't think anyone's gotten much work done today. I'm thinking about leaving soon. Sarah looked at Fisk. Everyone thought the world of your brother.
It's rocked all of us, from the Chief Justice on down. But it doesn't come close to equaling your loss, I know. She said this so strangely that Fisk did a double take. Before he could say anything, Perkins rejoined them. All right, Detective Chandler from DC Homicide is waiting along with a gentleman from the FBI, Perkins said to Sarah. Why do they want to search Michael's office? Perkins's tone was blunt. That's none of our business. It's part of the investigation, Miss. Evans, Fisk explained, in case there's a connection with his murder. I thought it was a robbery. It was a robbery, and the sooner we can convince Detective Chandler that it has nothing whatsoever to do with the court, the better, Perkins said huffily. If that happens to be the case, Fiske said, of course, but it is the case. Perkins turned to Sarah. As I explained on the way down, your task is to ensure that no confidential documents are seen or taken.
Confidential? Meaning exactly what? She asked. You know, anything having to do with pending court cases, opinions, memos, that sort of thing. Shouldn't I be involved in that decision, Richard? Came a new voice. Or is that outside my jurisdiction? Fisk easily recognized the man approaching them. Harold Ramsey strode toward them like a vintage ocean liner grandly pulling into harbor. Chief, I didn't see you there, Perkins said nervously. Obviously not.
Ramsey looked at Fisk. I don't believe we've met. Michael's brother, John Fisk, offered Sarah. Ramsey held out his hand. His long, bony fingers seemed to wrap twice around Fisk's. I cannot tell you how sorry I am. Michael was a very special young man. I know that you and your family must feel his loss terribly. If there's anything we can do, please let us know. Fisk acknowledged Ramsey's sentiments, feeling like a stranger at a wake, awkwardly receiving condolences for a deceased he could not name. I will, he said solemnly. Ramsey looked at Perkins and inclined his head toward Chandler and McKenna. Who are those men and what do they want? Perkins explained the situation in a fairly efficient manner, although it was clear that Ramsey had already thought 5 steps ahead by the time Perkins finished his account. Would you ask Detective Chandler and Agent McKenna to step over here, please, Richard?
When introductions had been made, Ramsey turned to Chandler. It seems to me that the better way of approaching the problem is to sit down with Justice Murphy and his clerks and take an oral inventory of the cases on which Michael was engaged.
Understand that I'm trying to balance your right to investigate this crime with the court's responsibility to keep confidential its opinions until such time as they become publicly known. Okay, and I don't want anyone trying to pin any leak on me, Chandler thought to himself. Ramsey continued. I see no reason why you can't examine Michael's personal effects, if he kept any here. I only ask that any documents pertaining to the court's work be set aside until you have had your discussion with Justice Murphy. Then, should there appear to be a connection between a case Michael was working on and his death, arrangements can be made for you to investigate any link thoroughly. All right, Mr. Chief Justice, Chandler said. I've actually already spoken briefly with Justice Murphy. McKenna quickly agreed with this approach. Ramsey turned to Perkins.
Richard, please advise Justice Murphy and his clerks that Detective Chandler will want to meet with them as soon as possible. I'm assuming tomorrow after oral argument would do.
That'll be fine, Chandler replied. I'll also make available the court's legal counsel to assist you in coordinating matters and addressing any concerns of confidentiality that may arise. Sarah, you'll be available tomorrow, won't you? You were close with Michael. Fisk eyed her. How close, he wondered. Ramsey once again extended his hand to Fisk. I would also appreciate being advised of funeral arrangements. Ramsey then turned to Perkins. Richard, after you speak with Justice Murphy, please come to my office. The meaning in his tone was clear. After Ramsey and Perkins had left, Chandler watched as McKenna looked into Michael Fisk's office again. Chief D'Alessandro, Chandler said, to be as least disruptive as possible. I'll bring a team in tomorrow to search the office, so we only have to do it once. We appreciate that, D'Alessandro replied. However, I want this door locked until I come back, Chandler continued. Nobody goes in, and that means you or Mr. Perkins, or he looked pointedly at Agent McKenna. Anybody else? McKenna glared at Chandler as D'Alessandro nodded his agreement. Fisk looked around and caught Wright staring at Chandler. Wright abruptly closed his office door, and Fisk heard the lock turn. Smart man, he thought. As Fisk and Chandler were leaving the building, a voice made them stop. Do you mind if I see you out? Sarah said. Okay with me, Chandler said. John? Fisk shrugged noncommittally. Chandler smiled as they walked along. Why do I have the feeling we were just in the presence of the Almighty? Sarah smiled. The chief has that effect on people. So you clerk for Justice Knight? Fisk asked. Going on my 2nd year. As they rounded a corner, they almost collided with Elizabeth and Jordan Knight. Oh, Justice Knight, we were just talking about you, Sarah said. She made introductions all around. Senator, Chandler said, we appreciate what you're doing for the district. Without the special funding you just pushed through for the police department, I'd be conducting homicide investigations via bicycle.
We've got a lot more to do, as you know. The problems were built up over a long time, and they're going to take just as long to correct, Knight said in a political stumping tone. He looked at Fisk and his voice softened. I'm sorry about your brother, John. I didn't personally know him. I don't make it up to the court much.
If I have lunch with my wife too often, the media thinks I'm trying to influence her decision-making. I guess they forget we share the same house and bed. But please accept my heartfelt condolences to you and your family. Fisk thanked him and then added, For what it's worth, I voted for you. Every vote counts. He looked over at his wife and smiled warmly. Just like it does up here, right, Mrs. Justice? How did Brennan put it? You need 5 votes to do anything. God, if I only had 5 votes to worry about, I'd be 30 pounds lighter, and my hair would still be black. Elizabeth Knight didn't smile. Her eyes were as red as Sarah's, her skin paler than usual. "Sarah," she said, "I'd like to meet with you after the afternoon session tomorrow." She cleared her throat. "And I'd like you to speak with Stephen about the bench memo on Chance. I have to have it by tomorrow at the latest. If he has to work through the night, I have to have it." Her voice was almost shrill. Sarah looked shaken. "I'll tell him right away, Justice Knight." Knight gripped one of Sarah's hands. "Thank you." She swallowed with difficulty. "Please also remember that the dinner for Judge Wilkinson is tomorrow night at 7 o'clock at my home. It's on my calendar," Sarah said, a little reluctantly. Elizabeth Knight finally looked at Fisk. "Your brother was a very gifted lawyer, Mr. Fisk. I know it may sound callous discussing these details, but the business of the court stops for no one." She added a little wearily, "I learned that lesson a long time ago. Again, I'm very sorry." She checked her watch. "Jordan, you're going to be late for your meeting on the Hill, and I have some work to finish." She looked at Fisk. "If you'll excuse us." Fisk shrugged. Like you said, the machine stops for no one. After the Knights had departed, Sarah commented, "Justice Knight is tough but fair." She glanced quickly at Fisk. "I'm sure she didn't mean it to sound that way." "Sure she did," Fiske said. Chandler stepped in. "Well, she probably had to work 3 times as hard as a man to get where she is." "You don't ever forget that sort of experience." "That's a very liberated mindset," Sarah said. "If you knew my wife, you'd understand." Sarah smiled. "Ramsey and Knight are from different walks of life, although they tend to work together on many issues. He seems overly accommodating to her. Maybe he doesn't like confrontation with women. He's from a different generation. I don't think gender has anything to do with it," Fiske remarked bluntly. "She's a brilliant jurist," Sarah said defensively. They all heard the beeping sound. Chandler reached down to his belt, held up the pager, and looked at the number on its screen.
"Can I use a phone?" he asked Sarah. She led the way.
Chandler rejoined them a minute later and shook his head wearily. "Couple of new customers for me to interview. Shotgun wounds to the heads. Lucky me." "Can you take me back to the station so I can pick up my car?" Fisk asked. "Actually, I was heading the other way." "I can drive you," Sarah said quickly. Both men looked at her. "I'm finished for the day. Not that I got much accomplished." She looked down and smiled a little wistfully. "The ironic thing is, I know Michael wouldn't approve. I've never seen anyone so dedicated, so hard-working." She looked at Fisk keenly, as though giving added strength to her words. "Grab some dinner or something," Chandler suggested. "You two might find a lot to talk about." Fisk glanced around, clearly uncomfortable with the suggestion, but he finally nodded. "You ready? Give me a minute." She shook her head wearily. "I have to tell Stephen he has to work all night," she said, and headed off. Chandler said, "John, find out what you can. She was close to your brother," he added, "unlike you." "I'm not real good at spying," Fisk said, feeling guilty about plotting like this behind Sarah's back. He had to catch himself, though. He didn't even know the woman. As if he were privy to Fiske's thoughts, Chandler said, "John, I know she's smart and pretty, and she worked with your brother, and she shook up about his death. But remember one thing." "What's that?" "Those are not reasons to trust her." With that parting comment, Chandler walked off. Chapter 26. Jordan Knight stood in the doorway of his wife's office and watched her. Elizabeth Knight's head was bowed as she sat at her desk. Several books were open in front of her, but she was obviously not reading any of them. "Why don't you call it a day, honey?" She looked up, startled. "Jordan, I thought you had left for your meeting." He came over and stood next to her, massaging the back of her neck with one hand. "I canceled it, and now it's time to go home. But I have some more work to go. We're all behind. It's so hard." He put a hand under her arm and helped her up. "Beth, no matter how important it is, it's not that important. Let's go home," he said firmly. A few minutes later, they were being driven in a government car to their apartment. After a relaxing shower, something to eat, and a glass of wine, Elizabeth Knight finally started to feel halfway normal again as she lay on her bed. Her husband came in and sat down next to her, putting her feet on his lap and rubbing them. "Sometimes I think we're too hard on our clerks, work them too hard."
"Expect too much from them,"
she said after a while.
"Is that right?"
Jordan Knight cupped her chin in one hand. "What are you somehow trying to blame yourself for Michael Fiske's death? He wasn't working late the night he was probably killed. You told me he called in sick. His being in an alleyway in a bad part of town has nothing to do with you or the court. Somebody, some piece of street trash, killed him. Maybe it was a robbery, or maybe he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. But you had nothing to do with it. The police think it was a robbery. I'm sure it's early on in the investigation, but it'll be given the highest priority. One of the clerks today asked if Michael's death might be connected to the court somehow. Jordan Knight considered this for a moment. Look, I suppose it's possible, but I can't see how. He suddenly looked worried. If it is, though, I'm going to make sure you have added protection. I'll make a call tomorrow, and you'll have your own Secret Service or FBI agent round the clock.
Jordan, you don't have to do that.
What? Make sure that some nut doesn't take you away from me. I think about that a lot, Beth. Some of the court's decisions are very unpopular. You all get death threats from time to time. You can't ignore that.
I don't. I just try not to think about it.
Fine, but don't get upset if I do. She smiled, touched his face. You take much too good care of me, you know. He smiled. When you have something precious, that's the only way to go. They tenderly kissed, and then Jordan pulled the covers up over her, turned out the light, and left to finish up some work in his study. Elizabeth Knight didn't go to sleep right away. She stared into the darkness, a series of emotions hitting her. Right when they all threatened to overwhelm her, she thankfully drifted off. I can't imagine what you're going through, John. I know how badly I'm feeling, and I'd only known Michael for a relatively short time. They were in Sarah's car and had just crossed over the Potomac River and into Virginia. Fisk wondered if she was trying to impress upon him that she had little information to provide.
So, how long did you two work together?
A year. Michael talked me into coming back for a second year. Ramsey said you and Michael were close. How close? She looked sharply at him. What are you implying? I just want to gather facts about my brother. I want to know who his friends were, if he was seeing anyone. He glanced over at her to gauge her reaction. If she had one, she wasn't showing it. You only live 2 hours away, and you know nothing about his life. Is that your opinion or someone else's? I can actually make observations all by myself. Well, that's a two-way street. The observations or the 2-hour drive, both. They pulled into the parking lot of a restaurant in Northern Virginia. They went inside, got a table, and ordered their drinks and food. A minute later, Fisk took a swallow of his Corona. Sarah sipped on a margarita. Fisk wiped his mouth. So, do you come from a family of lawyers? We tend to run in packs? She smiled and shook her head.
I'm from a farm in North Carolina. Single stoplight town, but my father had a connection to law. Fisk looked mildly interested. What was that? He was the justice of the peace for the area, officially. His courtroom was a little space in the back of the jail. More often, he'd hear cases while sitting on his John Deere tractor in the middle of the field. Is that what got you interested in law? She nodded.
My dad looked more like a judge sitting on dusty farm equipment than some others I've seen in the fanciest courts. Including the one you're in now? Sarah blinked and suddenly looked away. Fisk felt guilty for having made the comment. I bet your dad was a good JP. Common sense, fair in his decisions, man of the soil. She glanced at him to see if he was being sarcastic, but Fisk's look was genuine. That's exactly what he was. He mostly dealt with poachers and traffic tickets, but I don't think anyone walked away feeling they had been treated unfairly. You see him often? He died 6 years ago. I'm sorry, is your mom still around? She died before Dad. Rural life can be rough. Sisters or brothers? She shook her head and seemed relieved to see their food arrive. It just occurred to me that I haven't eaten today, Fisk said as he took a large bite of his tortilla. I do that a lot. I think I had an apple this morning. Not good. His gaze swept over her. You don't have a lot of excess on you. She looked him over. Despite his broad shoulders and full cheeks, he almost looked gaunt, his shirt collar loose against his neck, his waist a little too small for his size. Neither do you. 20 minutes later, Fisk pushed away his empty plate and sat back. I know you're busy, so I won't waste your time. My brother and I didn't see a lot of each other. There's an information void I need to fill if I'm going to find out who did this. I thought that was Detective Chandler's job. Unofficially, it's mine. Your cop background? Sarah asked. Fisk arched his eyebrows. Michael told me a lot about you. Is that right? Yes, that's right. He was very proud of you from cop to criminal defense attorney. Michael and I had some interesting discussions about that. Look, it bothers me that someone I don't know has been having discussions about my life. There's no reason to get upset. We just thought it was an interesting career change. Fiske shrugged. When I was a cop, I spent all my time getting criminals off the streets. Now I make my living defending them. To tell you the truth, I was starting to feel sorry for them. I don't think I've ever heard a cop admit that. Really. How many cops have you dealt with? I have a heavy foot.
I get lots of traffic tickets.
She smiled teasingly. Seriously, why did you make the switch? He absently played with his knife for a moment. I busted a guy who was carrying a brick of coke. He was a mule for some drug runners, a real minor role. Just transport the stuff from point A to point B. I had other probable cause to do a stop and search. I turn up the brick, and then the guy, with the vocabulary of a first grader, tells me he thought it was a hunk of cheese. Fiske looked directly as her. Can you believe that? He would have been better off claiming he didn't know how it got in there. Then his attorney could have at least had a shot at raising reasonable doubt on the possession charge. Trying to sell a jury on the fact that somebody who looks, acts, and talks like a slime ball really thought $10,000 worth of misery for their kids was a chuck of Swiss. Well, you got problems. He shook his head.
You put 10 of these guys in jail. There's 100 more just waiting to take their place. They've got nowhere else to go. If they had, they would. The thing is, you don't give people hope. They don't care what they do to themselves or each other. Sarah smiled. What's so funny, he asked. You sound a lot like your brother. Fiske paused and rubbed his hand across a water ring on the table. You spent a lot of time with Mike? Yes, quite a lot. Socially, too?
We had drinks, dinner, outings. She took a sip of her drink and smiled. I've never been deposed before. Depositions can actually be quite painful. Really? Yes. Like this, for instance. Something tells me Mike's death didn't seem to surprise you all that much. Is that true? Sarah instantly dropped her casual manner. No, I was horrified. Horrified. Yes, but surprised. The waitress stopped by and asked if they would like some dessert or coffee. Fiske asked for the bill. Then they were back in the car and heading toward the district. A light rain had begun to fall. October was a quirky month, weather-wise, for the area. It could be hot, cold, or mild during any given stretch. Right now it was very hot and humid outside, and Sarah had the AC on high. Fiske looked at her expectantly. She caught his gaze, took a troubled breath, and started speaking slowly. Recently, Michael did seem nervous, distracted. Was that unusual? For the last 6 weeks we've been cranking out bench memos. Everybody's short-fused, but Michael thrived under those conditions. You think it was related to something at the court? Michael didn't have much of a life outside the court, other than you? She glanced at him sharply, but said nothing. Any big controversial cases pending? He asked. Every case is big and controversial, but he never mentioned specifics to you? Sarah stared ahead, but again chose not to answer. Whatever you can tell me will help, Sarah. She slowed the car slightly. Your brother was funny. Do you know that he would go down to the clerk's mail room at the crack of dawn to get an early jump on any interesting cases? I'm not surprised. He never did things halfway. How are the appeals normally processed? The clerk's mail room is where the filings are opened and processed. Each filing goes to a case analyst to make sure that it complies with the requirements of the rules of the court, and so forth. If it's handwritten, like a lot of the informa pauperis appeals are, they even make sure the handwriting is legible. Then the information goes into a database under the last name of the party filing the appeal. Lastly, the filing is copied and sent to all the justices' chambers. Mike once told me how many appeals the court gets. The justices can't possibly read all of them. They don't. The petitions are divided up among the justices' chambers, and the clerks are assigned to do certiorari pool memos on them. For example, we might get in 100 or so appeals in a week's time. There are 9 justices, so each chamber gets roughly a dozen appeals. Of the dozen appeals sent to Justice Knight's chambers, I might write a memo on 3. That memo is circulated to all the chambers. Then the other justices' clerks look over my memo and make a recommendation to their justice on whether the court should grant cert or not.
You clerks have a lot of power.
In some areas, but not really with the opinions. A clerk's draft of an opinion is mostly a recap of the facts of the case, and then stringing together cites. The justices just use the clerks to get the grunt work done, the paper pulp. We have the greatest impact in the screening of the appeals. Fisk looked thoughtful. So a justice may not even see the actual documents filed with the court before deciding whether to hear the case or not. He'd just read the pool memo and the clerk's recommendation. Maybe not even the memo, perhaps just the clerk's recommendation. The justices hold discussion conferences usually twice a week. That's when all the petitions screened by the clerks are discussed and voted upon to see if there are at least 4 votes, the minimum you need to hear the case. So the first person to actually see an appeal filed with the court would be someone in the clerk's mailroom. That's normally the case. What do you mean normally? I mean, there's no guarantee that things will always be done by the rules. Fisk thought about this for a moment.
Are you suggesting that my brother might have taken an appeal before the clerk's mailroom could process it?
Sarah let out a muffled groan but quickly composed herself. I can only tell you this in confidence, John. He shook his head. I'm not going to promise you something I can't deliver. Sarah sighed and in concise sentences told Fisk about finding the papers in his brother's briefcase.
I didn't really mean to snoop, but he had been acting strangely, and I was worried about him.
I ran into him one morning coming from the clerk's mailroom. He looked really distraught. I think he had just taken the appeal I found in his briefcase. The filing you saw, was it the original or a copy? Original, one of the pages was handwritten, the other typewritten. Are originals normally circulated? No, only copies. And the copied files certainly don't have the original envelope the filing came in.
I remember Mike telling me that clerks sometimes take home files, even originals sometimes. That's true. So maybe that was the case here. She shook her head. It wasn't set up like a normal case file. There was no return address on the envelope, and the typewritten page had no signature at the bottom. The handwritten page made me think it was an informa pauperis petition, but there was no motion or affidavit of indigency that I could see.
Did you see any name on the papers, anything that could identify who was involved?
I did. That's why I knew Michael had taken a filing. How? I managed to glance at the first sentence of the typewritten page. The person identified as the party filing the appeal was named there. As soon as I left Michael's office, I checked the court's filing database. There was no one by that name listed. What was the name? The last name was Harms. First name? I didn't see it.
Do you remember anything else?
No.
Fisk eased back in his seat. The thing is, if Mike took the appeal, he had to be sure that no one would call up about the disappearance of the file, like the attorney who filed it if an attorney did.
Well, the envelope had a return receipt requested label. The sending party would have gotten notice that it was delivered to the court.
Okay, and why one handwritten page and one typewritten page? 2 different people. Maybe the person didn't want to be recognized, but still wanted to help Harms. From all the appeals the court gets, Mike takes this one. Why? She glanced at him nervously. Oh God, if it turns out that this had anything to do with Michael's death. I never thought. She suddenly looked as though she would burst into tears. I'm not going to tell anyone about this, for now. You took a risk for Mike. I appreciate that. There was a lengthy silence until Fisky said, It's getting late. As they drove along, Fisky finally said, We've been able to ascertain that Mike put 800 or so miles on his car in the last couple of days. Any idea where he might have gone? No, I don't think he liked driving. He rode his bike to work. How was he perceived by the other clerks? Highly respected. He was incredibly motivated. I guess all Supreme Court clerks are, but Michael seemed incapable of turning it off. I consider myself a hard worker too, but I think a balance in life is good. Mike was always that way. Fisk said a little wearily, He started at perfection and moved up from there must run in the family. Michael told me that growing up, you worked 2 and 3 jobs almost all the time. I like to have spending money. The money had not remained long in Fisk's pocket. It had gone to his father, who had never earned more than 15 lousy grand a year in over 40 years of working his ass off. Now it went to his mother and her massive health bills. You also went to college while working as a cop. Fisk impatiently tapped his fingers against the car window. Good old Virginia Commonwealth University, the Stanford of the next century, and you read for the law. Fisk looked at her angrily. Please don't get upset, John. I'm just curious. Fisk sighed. I apprenticed to a Richmond criminal defense attorney. Learned a lot. Got my certificate and passed the bar, he added dryly. It's the only way to become a lawyer if you're too dumb to score high enough on the LSATs. You're not dumb. Thanks. But how would you know? We watched you do a trial. He turned to look at her. Excuse me? Over the summer, Michael and I came down to Richmond and watched you do a trial in circuit court. She was not going to mention her second trip to watch him in court. Why didn't you let me know you were there? Sarah shrugged. Michael thought you'd be upset. Why would I be upset at seeing my brother? Why are you asking me? He was your brother. When Fisk said nothing, Sarah continued. I was really impressed. I think you might have motivated me to become a criminal defense lawyer someday. At least for a while, try it out, see what it's really like.
Oh, you think you'd like to do that? Why not? The law can still be a noble calling, defending the rights of others, the poor. I'd love to hear about some of your cases. Would you really? Absolutely, she said enthusiastically. He settled down, pretended to think hard. Let's see. There was Ronald James, that was his real name, but he preferred to be called Backdoor Daddy, that referred to his sexual position of choice with the 6 women he brutally raped.
I plea bargained that one, even though all 6 women identified him from a police lineup. I had some leverage, though. 4 of the women couldn't face Backdoor in court. That's what terror will do for you, or to you. The 5th victim had a few nasties in her past that maybe we could have used to attack her credibility. The last woman wanted nothing less than to crucify him, but one good witness isn't the same as a half dozen. Bottom line, the prosecutor got cold feet and Backdoor got 20 years with a shot at parole. Then there was Jenny, a nice kid who put a cleaver into her grandmother's skull because, as she tearfully explained to me, the old dumb bitch wouldn't let her go to the mall with her friends. Jenny's mother, the daughter of the woman little Jenny butchered, is paying my legal bill in installments of $2 a month.
I think I get the point, Sarah said tersely.
Now, I don't want to disillusion you. The guy I just got off for burglary paid my bill in full, probably with the cash he got from fencing the property he stole. I've learned not to ask. So my rent's paid for the month, and I haven't had to pull a gun on one of my clients in a long time. And tomorrow's always a new day. Fisk leaned back. Go get him, Ms. Evans. You really enjoy shocking people, don't you? You asked. So why the hell do you do it then? Someone has to.
That wasn't exactly the answer I was expecting, but let's just drop it, she said harshly. Thanks for bursting my balloon, though. I really appreciate it. If I burst your little balloon, you should thank me, he said angrily. Then he added more calmly, Look, Sarah, I'm no white knight. Most of my clients are guilty. I know that. They know that. Everybody knows that. 90% of my cases are plea bargained for that very reason.
If somebody actually came to me proclaiming their innocence, I'd probably die of a heart attack. I'm not a defender of anybody. I'm a negotiator of sentencing. My job is to make sure that the prison time is fair relative to what everybody else gets. On the rare occasion I do go to trial, the trick there is to blow enough smoke around that a jury just loses the energy to figure it all out and gives up. Like they really want to sit around debating the fate of somebody they don't even know and could give a shit about. Gee, whatever happened to the truth? Sometimes the truth is a lawyer's biggest enemy. You can't spin it. 9 times out of 10, with the truth I lose. Now, I'm not paid to lose, but I try to be fair. So we all do our little shuffle during the day, the tuna nets go out at night and catch a batch of fresh meat, and we all come back and do the dance again. And on it goes.
Your version of real life? She asked. Don't worry, you're never going to see it. You'll be teaching at Harvard or working at some gold-plated New York law firm. If I'm ever up there, I'll be sure to wave to you from the dumpster. Can you please stop? Sarah exclaimed. They drove on in silence until something occurred to Fisk.
If you had already seen me at the trial, why did you make a show of not knowing who I was back at the court when Perkins introduced us?
Sarah took a short breath. I don't know. I guess because in front of Perkins, I couldn't think of a clever way to tell you how I had already seen you.
Why did it have to be clever? You know what they say about first impressions? She shook her head at the thought now. Christ!
As Fisky watched her, the last of his hostility faded.
Don't let my cynical ass dampen your enthusiasm, Sarah, he added quietly. Nobody has that right. I'm sorry.
Sarah looked over at him. I think you care more than you let on. She hesitated for a moment, debating whether to tell him or not.
You know a little boy named Enos, don't you?
Fisk stared over at her. I saw you talking to him. It finally hit Fisk. The bar. I knew I had seen you before. What were you doing following me?
Yes.
Her frankness caught Fisk off guard.
Why?
He asked quietly. She spoke slowly. That's a little difficult to explain. I don't think I'm up to it right now. I wasn't spying on you. I could see how difficult it was for you talking to Enos and his family. Best thing that ever happened to them. Next time the old man might have killed them. Still, to lose your father like that. He wasn't Enos's father. I'm sorry, I thought he was. Oh, Enos is his son, but that doesn't make somebody your father.
Fathers don't do what that guy did to his family.
What'll happen to them? Fisk shrugged. I give Lucas 2 more years before they find him in some alley with a dozen holes in him. The really sad thing is, he knows it too. Maybe he'll surprise you. Yeah, maybe. And Enos? I don't know about Enos, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. They remained silent until they pulled up in front of the homicide building. I'm parked right in front. Sarah looked at him in surprise. Pretty lucky. In the 2 years I've lived in this city, I don't think I've ever found an empty parking space on the street. Fisk stared at one spot. I could have sworn I parked right here. Sarah looked out the window. You mean right next to that tow-away zone sign? Fisk jumped out of the car just as the rain picked up and looked at the sign and then at the space where his car used to be. He climbed back in her car, leaned back against the seat and closed his eyes. Water droplets clung to his face and hair. I really can't believe this day. They have a number you can call to get your car back. Sarah picked up the cell phone and punched in the numbers as she read them off the street sign. The phone rang 10 times, but no one answered. She hung up. It doesn't look like you're going to get your car back tonight. I can't go to sleep until my dad knows. Oh, she thought for a moment. Well, I'll drive you. Fisk looked outside at the pouring rain. You sure? She put the car in gear. Let's go find your dad. Can we make one stop first? Sure. Just tell me where. My brother's apartment. John, I'm not sure that's a good idea. I think it's a great idea. We can't get in. I've got a key, said Fisk. She looked puzzled. I helped move him in when he started working at the court. Won't the police have it taped off or anything? Chandler said he was going to go over it tomorrow. He looked at her. Don't worry. You're staying in the car. If anything happens, just take off. And if maybe the person who killed Michael is there? You got a tire iron in the trunk? Yes, then it's my lucky day. Sarah took a shallow breath. I hope you know what you're doing. Me too, Fisky thought. Chapter 27. When they reached Michael Fisk's apartment, Sarah pulled into a parking space around the corner. Pop the trunk, Fisk said before getting out. She could hear him rummaging through the compartment for a moment. She was startled for an instant when he appeared at her window. She quickly rolled it down. Keep the car doors locked. The engine running and your eyes open, okay? He said. She nodded, noting the tire iron in one hand and a flashlight in his other. If you get nervous or anything, just leave. I'm a big boy. I'll get to Richmond okay. She shook her head stubbornly. I'll be right here. As she watched him head around the corner, a thought occurred to her. She waited a minute or so to allow him time to get into the building. Then she pulled around the corner, back onto Michael Street, and parked across from the row house. She picked up her cell phone and held it ready. If she spotted anything remotely suspicious, she was going to call the apartment and warn Fisky. A good emergency plan, but one she hoped she wouldn't have to use. Fisk closed the door behind him, clicked on the flashlight, and looked around. He saw no obvious signs that anyone had searched the place. He entered the small kitchen, which was separated from the living room by a waist-high bar. He looked for and found a couple of plastic baggies in one of the kitchen drawers, and covered his hands with them so as not to leave any prints. There was a small door leading to the pantry, but Fisk didn't bother with it. His brother wasn't the type to have neatly arranged rows of canned corn and peas. It was no doubt empty. He went through the living room, checked the small coat closet, but there was nothing in any of the coat pockets. Next he headed to the single bedroom at the rear of the apartment. The floors were worn tongue and groove, and the creaks followed him with each step. He pushed open the door and looked in. Bed was unmade, clothes here and there. He checked the pockets, nothing. There was a small desk in the corner. He searched it carefully but came up empty. Hidden behind the desk, he saw a power cord plugged into the wall and frowned as he held up the other end. He looked next to the desk but didn't see what he had expected to see there. The laptop computer the cord should have been attached to. And his brother's briefcase, Fisk had actually bought it for Mike upon his graduation from law school. He made a mental note to ask Sarah about both the briefcase and the laptop. Finished with the bedroom, he moved back down the hallway and toward the kitchen. He stopped for a moment, listening intently. As he did so, he tightly gripped the tire iron. With a sudden lunge, he jerked open the pantry door. The tire iron raised, the light shining directly into the small space. The man burst out and hit Fisk right in the stomach with his shoulder. Fisk grunted. The flashlight flew away, but he held his ground and managed to clip the man across the neck with the tire iron. He heard a pained cry, but the man recovered more quickly than Fisk had anticipated, lifted him off the floor and threw him over the bar. Fisk landed hard and felt his shoulder go numb. Even so, he managed to twist sideways and kick the legs out from under the guy as he hurtled past, going for the door. He swung with the tire iron again, but in the darkness missed and it hit the floor instead. A fist connected with his jaw, Fisk swung out and hit solid flesh as well. The guy was on his feet and through the door in a few seconds. Fisk finally lurched up and raced to the door, holding his shoulder. He heard feet clattering down the steps. He hustled after the man and heard the front door to the building crash open. 10 seconds later, Fisk was out on the street. He looked right and left. A horn blew. Sarah rolled down her window and pointed to the right. Fisk sprinted hard through the rain in that direction and turned the corner. Sarah put the car in gear but had to wait for 2 cars to pass, and then she spun rubber after him. She turned the corner, raced down the next block, but didn't see anyone. She backed the car up and turned down another side street, and then another, growing more and more frantic. She let out a shriek of relief when she saw Fisk in the middle of the street, sucking in air. She jumped out of the car and ran over to him. "John, thank God you're okay." Fisk was furious that the man had gotten away. He stomped around in tight circles. "Damn it! Shit! What the hell was that all about?" Fisk calmed down. Bad guys won, good guys zip. Sarah put an arm around his waist and walked him over to the car. She eased him into it, then she climbed in the driver's side and they started off. "You need to see a doctor." "No, it's just a stinger. Did you see the guy?" Sarah shook her head. "Not really. He came out so fast. I thought it was you. My size, distinguishing clothing, white, black?" Sarah thought hard for a moment, trying to visualize what she had seen.
"I don't know about his age. He was close to your size. He had on dark clothing and a mask, I think."
She sighed. It happened so fast. Where was he? In the pantry. I didn't hear him on my first pass-through, but I heard the floor squeak on my way back out. He rubbed his shoulder, and now comes the hard part. He picked up her cell phone and pulled a business card from his wallet, telling Chandler what just happened. Fisk paged Chandler, and the detective called back a few minutes later. When Fisk told him what he had done, he had to hold the phone away from his ear. "Slightly upset?" Sarah asked.
"Yeah, like Mount St. Helens slightly erupted."
Fisk brought the receiver back to his ear.
"Look, Buford, what the hell were you thinking doing something that stupid?" yelled Chandler. "You were a cop." "That's how I was thinking, like I was still a cop."
"Well, you're not a damn cop anymore. Do you want the description of the guy or not? I'm not finished with you yet."
"I know, but there's plenty of me to go around." "Give me the damn description," Chandler said. After Fisk finished, Chandler said, "I'll get a squad car over there right now to secure it, and I'll request a tech team ASAP to go over the place. My brother's briefcase wasn't at his apartment. Was it in his car? No, I told you we found no personal items."
Fisk looked at Sarah. "Is the briefcase in his office? I don't remember seeing it. Or his laptop computer." She shook her head. "I don't remember seeing the briefcase, and he usually didn't bring his laptop to work since we all have desktops." Fisk spoke back into the phone. "Looks like his briefcase is missing, and so is his computer. I found the power cord to it." "Did the guy maybe have either of the items on him?" "He was empty-handed."
"I know."
"He clocked me good with one of those empty hands." "Okay, so we got a missing briefcase, missing laptop, and a dumb as shit ex-police officer, who I've got half a mind to arrest right this instant. Come on, you guys, already towed my car. Put Miss Evans on the line."
"Why?"
"Just do it." Fisk handed the phone over to a perplexed Sarah.
"Yes, Detective Chandler?"
She said, nervously twirling a strand of her hair.
"Ms.
Evans," he began politely, "I thought you were simply going to drive Mr. Fisk to his car and maybe get a little dinner, not engage in filming a James Bond movie. But you see, his car was towed and—" Chandler's tone quickly changed. "I don't appreciate you two making my job even more difficult. Where are you? About a mile from Michael's apartment. And where are you headed? To Richmond. To tell John's father about Michael. Okay, then you drive him to Richmond, Ms. Evans.
Don't let him out of your sight. If he wants to play Sherlock Holmes again, you call me, and I will come directly over and shoot him myself. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Detective Chandler, absolutely, and I expect to see both of you back in D.C. tomorrow. Is that also understood? Yes, we'll be back. Good, Tonto. Now put the Lone Ranger back on. Fisk took back the phone. Look, I know it was stupid, but I was only trying to help.
Do me a favor. Don't try to help anymore, unless I'm with you, okay?
Okay, John, any number of things could have happened tonight, most of them bad. Not only to you, but to Miss Evans. Fisk rubbed his shoulder and glanced over at the woman. I know, he said quietly. Give my condolences to your father. Fisk put down the phone. Can we go to Richmond now? Sarah asked.
Yes, we can go to Richmond now.
Chapter 28. In his friend's pickup truck. Josh Harms drove along the deserted country road. The dense forest bracketing the narrow lanes gave him a certain comfort. Isolation, a buffer between himself and those who would hassle him, had been Josh's one constant goal in life. As a carpenter of considerable skill, he worked alone. When he was not working, he was either hunting or fishing again, alone. He did not desire the conversation of others, and he very rarely offered any of his own. All of that had changed now. The responsibility he had just acquired had not yet fully sunk in, but he knew it was considerable. And he also knew his decision had been the right one. The truck had a camper, and his brother was back there supposedly resting, although Josh had doubts as to whether the man could really be sleeping. The back of the camper was also filled with a month's worth of food and bottled water, 2 deer rifles, and a semi-automatic pistol, in addition to the one he had tucked in his belt. That arsenal was insignificant compared to what would soon be coming after them. But he had faced long odds before and survived. He lit a cigarette and blew the smoke cleanly out the window. They were already 200 miles from Roanoke, and he was putting as much distance between it and them as he could. The escape would have been discovered by now, he knew. The roadblocks would be set up, but not out this far, he figured. They had gotten a head start, but that gap would quickly close. The boys in green had a big advantage in manpower and equipment, but Josh had fished and hunted around the area for the last 20 years. He knew all the abandoned cabins, all the hidden valleys, the smallest opening in otherwise solid forest. His survival skills had been honed as much from scraping for an existence in America as from dodging death halfway around the world in Vietnam. Even with his outright distrust of all authority, he didn't break the law lightly. He had never figured his little brother for some crazed killer. Rufus never should have joined the army, wasn't cut out for it. Ironically, Josh had been the decorated war hero, and he had been drafted. His brother had volunteered and had spent his career in the stockade. Josh hadn't been too thrilled about taking up a rifle for a country that had largely failed him, and anyone his color. But once in the service, he had fought with great distinction. He had done it for himself and the men in his company, and for no other reason. He had no other motivation to fight and kill men with whom he had no personal quarrel. Josh slowed the truck and turned down a dirt road that led deeper into the woods. Rufus had filled him in on some of the details of what had happened 25 years ago, what those men had done to him. Josh felt his face grow hot as he now recalled an incident he had kept buried. It was principally what drove the anger, the hatred in him, what their little town in Alabama had done to the Harms family after the news of Rufus's crime. He had tried to protect his mother then, but had failed. Let me meet up with the men who did this to my brother. You hear that one, God? You listening? His plan was to hide out for a while, and then hit the road again when the pressure died down. Maybe try to get to Mexico and disappear. Josh wasn't leaving all that much behind. A disintegrated family, a carpentry business that was always on the wrong side of profitability despite his skill. He guessed Rufus was all the family he had left, and he was certainly all Rufus ever would have. They had been cut off from each other for a quarter century. Now, in middle age, they had a chance to be closer than brothers normally were at this time in their lives. If Josh and Rufus could survive, he tossed out the cigarette and kept on driving. In the back of the camper, Rufus was, indeed, not asleep. He lay on his back, a black tarp partially over him. Josh's doing, the tarp designed to blend in with the dark truck bed liner under him. Stacked around him were boxes of food, secured by bungee cords. Also, Josh's doing, a wall to prevent anyone from seeing in. He tried to stretch out a little, relax. The motion of the truck was unsettling. He had not been in a civilian automobile since Richard Nixon had been president. Could that really be? How many presidents ago was that? The Army had always transported him between prisons via helicopters, apparently unwilling to let him get this close to the road, to freedom. When you escaped from a chopper, there wasn't much place to go except down. Rufus tried to peek between cardboard, out at the passing night. Too dark now. Freedom. He often wondered what it would feel like. He still did not know. He was too scared, people, lots of them looking for him, wanting to kill him, and now his brother. His fingers gripped the unfamiliar texture of the hospital Bible. The one his mother had given him was back in the cell. He had kept it beside him all these years, turned again and again to the scriptures as sustenance against all that was his existence. He felt empty of brain and heart without it. Too late now. He felt his heart start to accelerate. He figured that was bad, too much strain on it. From memory he recited comforting words from the Bible's bounty. How many nights had he mumbled the Proverbs? All 31 chapters, the 150 Psalms, each one telling and forceful, each one with particular meaning insight into elements of his existence. When he finished his readings, he half rose and slid open the window of the camper. From this angle, he could see his brother's face in the reflection of the rearview mirror. "I thought you were sleeping," Josh said. "Can't? How's your heart feel?" "My heart ain't troubling me none. If I die, it ain't gonna be because of my heart. Not unless it's a bullet ripping through it." "Where we headed?" "A little place in the middle of nowhere. I figure we stay there a bit, let things die down, and then we head out again when it's dark. They probably think we're shooting south, going for the Mexican border, so we're going north to Pennsylvania, at least for now."
Sounds good. Hey, you said Rayfield and that other Sonofabich.
Tremaine, old Vic.
Yeah, you said they've been watching over you all this time. After all those years went by, how come they were still hanging in there? Didn't they figure if you remembered what happened you would have said something before now, like maybe at your trial? Been thinking about that. They maybe thought I couldn't remember nothing then, but maybe I might one day.
Not that I could prove nothing, but just me saying stuff might get them in trouble, or at least get people looking around. Easiest thing was to kill me. Believe me, they tried that, but it didn't work. Maybe they thought I was messing with them, playing dumb and hoping they'd give up the guard, and then I start talking. With them at the prison, they pretty much had me under their thumb, read my mail, checked out people coming to see me. Anything look funny, then they just take me out. Probably felt better about doing it like that. After so many years, though, they got a little lazy, I guess. Let Samuel and that fellow from the court come see me. I figured that, but I still got that letter from the Army into you. I didn't know all this shit was going on, but I didn't want them having a look-see at it either. The two stayed quiet for a while. Josh was naturally reserved, and Rufus wasn't used to having anyone to talk to. The silence was both liberating and oppressive to him. He had a lot he wanted to say. During Josh's 30-minute visits at the prison each month, he would talk and his brother would mostly listen, as though he sensed the accumulation of words, of thoughts in Rufus's head. "I don't think I ever asked you. You've been back home." Josh shifted in his seat. "Home? What home?" Rufus started slightly. "Where we was born, Josh. Why the hell would I want to go back to that place?" "Mama's grave is there, ain't it?" Rufus said quietly. Josh considered this for a moment and then nodded. "Yeah, it's there all right. She owned the dirt. She had the burial insurance. They couldn't not bury her there, although they sure as hell tried. Is it a nice grave? Who's keeping it up? Look, Rufus, Mama's dead, okay? Long time now. Ain't no way in hell she's knowing nothing about how her grave looks. And I ain't going all the way down to damn Alabama to brush some leaves off the damn ground. Not after what happened down there. Not after what that town done to the Harms family. I hope they all burn in hell for it. Every last damn one of 'em, if there is a God, and I got me some big-ass doubts on that, then that's what the big man should do. If you want to worry about the dead, you go right ahead. I'm going to stick to what counts, keeping you and me alive." Rufus continued to watch his brother.
There is a God, he wanted to tell him. That same God had kept Rufus going all these years when he had wanted to just curl up and sink into oblivion, and one should respect the dead and their final resting place. If he lived through this, Rufus would go see to his mother's grave. They would meet up again, for all eternity. "I talk to God every day," Josh grunted. "That's real good. I'm glad he's keeping company with somebody."
They fell silent until Josh said, "Hey, what was the name of that fella? Come visit you." "Samuel Ryder?" No, the young fella." Harms thought for a moment. Michael somebody from the Supreme Court, you said. Rufus nodded. Well, they killed him. Michael Fisk, anyway. I guess they killed him. Saw it on the TV right before I came to get you. Rufus looked down. Damn, I figured that would happen. Stupid thing he did, coming to the prison like that? He was just trying to help me. Damn, Rufus said again, and then fell silent as the truck rolled on. Chapter 29. With Fisk directing her, Sarah drove to his father's neighborhood on the outskirts of Richmond and pulled into the gravel driveway. The grass was brown in spots after another heat and humidity-filled Richmond summer, but fronting the house there were carefully tended flower beds that had benefited from consistent watering. You grew up in this house?
Only house my parents have ever owned.
Fisk looked around, shaking his head.
I don't see his car. Maybe it's in the garage. There's no room. He was a mechanic for 40 years and accumulated a lot of junk. He parks in the driveway. He looked at his watch. Where the hell is he? He got out of the car. Sarah did as well. He looked at her over the roof of the car. You can stay here if you want. I'll come in with you, she said quickly.
Fisk unlocked the front door and they went in. He turned on a light and they moved through the small living room and into the adjacent dining room where Sarah stared at a collection of photos on the dining room table. There was one of Fisk in his football uniform, a little blood on the face, grass stains on the knees, sweaty. Very sexy. She caught herself and looked away, suddenly feeling guilty. She looked at some of the other pictures. You two played a lot of sports. Mike was the natural athlete of the family. Every record I set, he broke easily. Quite the jock family. He was also valedictorian of his class, a GPA on the north side of 4.0, and a near-perfect score on the SATs and LSATs. You sound like the proud big brother. A lot of people were proud of him, Fisk said, and you. He looked at her steadily. I was proud of him for some things, and not proud of him for others, okay? Sarah picked up a photo.
Your parents?
Fisk stood beside her. Their 30th anniversary before Mom got sick. They look happy. They were happy, he said quickly. He was growing very uncomfortable with her seeing these items from his past. Wait here. Fisk went to the back room, which had once been the brothers' shared bedroom, and now had been turned into a small den. He checked the answering machine. His father had not listened to his messages. He was about to leave the room when he saw the baseball glove on the shelf. He picked it up. It was his brother's, the pocket ribbing torn, but the leather well oiled by his father, obviously. Mike was a lefty, but the family had no money to buy a special glove for him. So Mike had learned to field the ball, pull off his glove, and throw. He had gotten so good that he could do it all faster than a righty could. Fisk recalled that blur of efficiency. No obstacle his brother couldn't overcome. He put the glove down and rejoined Sarah. He hasn't listened to my phone messages. Any idea where he could have gone? Fisk thought a moment and then snapped his fingers. Pop usually tells Ms. German. While he was gone, Sarah looked around the room some more. She eyed a small framed letter set on a wooden pedestal. Wrapped around it was a medal. She picked up the frame and read the letter. The medal was for valor, awarded to Patrolman John Fisk, and the letter commemorated the event. She looked at the date it had been given. Quickly calculating, she concluded that the award would have been given at about the time Fiske had left the force. She still didn't know why he had, and Michael never would say. When she heard the back door open, she quickly put the letter and medal down. Fiske entered the room. He's at the trailer. What trailer? Down by the river. He goes there to fish. Go boating. Can you call the trailer? Fiske shook his head. No phone. Okay, so we drive. Where is it? You've gone way beyond the call of duty already. I don't mind, John. It's about another hour and a half from here. The night's sort of shot anyway. You mind if I drive? It's off the beaten path. She tossed him the keys. I thought you'd never ask. Chapter 30. Let me get this right. On top of everything else that's happened, you let him escape. First of all, I didn't let him do anything. I thought the guy had just had a friggin' heart attack. He was chained to the damn bed. He had an armed guard outside his door, and nobody was supposed to know he was even there. Rayfield snapped back into the telephone. I still don't know how his brother found out. And his brother's some kind of war hero? I understand superbly trained in all forms of eluding capture. That's just great. It is for our purposes. Why don't you explain that one to me, Frank? I've ordered my men to shoot to kill. They'll put a bullet into both of them as soon as they get a chance. What if he tells somebody first? Tells them what? That he got a letter from the Army that says something he has no way to prove. Now we've got a dead Supreme Court clerk on our hands. That just makes our job a lot tougher. Well, we were supposed to have a dead country lawyer too, but funny, I haven't read his obituary anywhere. Ryder went out of town.
Oh, good. We'll just wait until he gets back from vacation and hope he's not in discussions with the FBI. I don't know where he is, Rayfield said angrily. The Army has an intelligence component, Frank. What do you say you try to use some of it? Take care of Ryder and then concentrate on finding Harms and his brother. And when you do, you put them 6 feet under. I hope that's clear enough for you. The phone went dead.
Rayfield slammed the receiver down and stared up at Vic Tremaine. This is going to hell in a handbasket. Tremaine shrugged his shoulders. We take Ryder out and then those 2 black Saubies, we're home free, he said in a gravelly voice that seemed perfectly calibrated to command men to fight. I don't like it. We're not in a war here. We are at war, Frank. The killing never did bother you, did it, Vic? All I care about is the success of my mission.
Do you mean to tell me that right before you pulled the trigger on Fisk, you didn't feel anything?
Mission accomplished. Tremaine put his palms down on Rayfield's desk and leaned forward. Frank, we've been through a lot together, combat and otherwise. But let me tell you something. I've spent 30 years in the Army, the last 25 in various military prisons, just like this one, when I could have gotten a civilian job that paid a lot more. We all made a pact that was supposed to protect us from a stupid thing we did a long time ago. I've kept my end of the bargain. I've babysat Rufus Harms while the others went on with their lives. Now, in addition to my military pension, I've got over $1 million sitting in an offshore account. In case you've forgotten, you've got the same little nest egg. That's our comp for all these years of doing this crap. And after all the shit I've been through, no one and nothing is going to keep me from enjoying that money. The best thing Rufus Harms ever did for me is escape, because now I've got a bulletproof reason to blow his sorry ass away and nobody'll ask any questions. And as soon as that son-of-a-bitch has breathed his last, this uniform I'm wearing goes into mothballs for good. Tremaine straightened up. And Frank, I will destroy anyone who even remotely tries to mess that up. His eyes became black dots as he said the next word. Anyone. Chapter 48. Elizabeth Knight also awoke at the crack of dawn, showering and dressing quickly. Jordan Knight still slept soundly, and she made no move to wake him. She brewed the coffee, poured a cup, took her notebook, and sat out on the terrace and watched the sun come up. She looked over every page of her materials for oral argument today, which included the last bench memo Stephen Wright would ever author. His blood seemed to replace the ink on the page. As she thought this, she had to fight back the tears again. She swore to herself that he wouldn't die in vain. Ramsey would not carry this day, this case. Knight already had great incentive to make sure that Barbara Chance and women like her could sue the Army for damages, for, in essence, condoning the cruel, sadistic, and illegal behavior of its male personnel. The organization had not been invented that deserved immunity from such action. But now, her motivation, her will to win, to beat Ramsey, had grown 1,000-fold. She finished her coffee, packed her briefcase, and took a cab to the Supreme Court. Fisk rubbed his reddened eyes and tried to put the memory of the night before and its bewildering complexities out of his mind. He sat in a special section reserved for members of the Supreme Court bar. He looked over at Sarah, who sat with the other clerks in a section of seats perpendicular to the bench. She looked over at him and smiled when the justices appeared from behind the curtain and took their seats. Perkins finished his little speech, and everyone came to rigid attention. Fisk looked over at Knight. Her subtle movements, an elbow resting lightly here, a finger sifting through paper there, were those of nearly uncontrollable raw energy. She looked, he thought, like a rocket straining at its tethers, desperately wanting to explode. He looked over at Ramsey. The man was smiling, looking calm, in control. If Fisk were a betting man, though, his chips would be at the extreme right of the bench, directly in front of Justice Elizabeth Knight. The case of Chance v. United States was called. Chance's attorney, a hired gun from Harvard Law School, who made a practice of appearing before the Supreme Court with much success, launched into his argument with vigor, until Ramsey cut in. "You're aware of the fairest doctrine, Mr. Barr?" Ramsey asked, referring to the 1950 Supreme Court opinion, first granting immunity from lawsuits to the military. Barr smiled. "Unfortunately, yes. Aren't you asking us to overturn 50 years of court precedent?" Ramsey looked up and down the bench as he said this. How can we decide this case in favor of your client without turning the military and this court on their heads? Knight did not let Barr answer. The court did not allow that argument to dissuade it from overturning the segregated school system in this country. If the cause is right, the means are justified, and precedent cannot stand in the way of that. Please answer my question, Mr. Barr. Ramsey persisted. I think this case is distinguishable.
Really?
There is no question that Barbara Chance and her male superiors were in uniform on government property and performing their official duties when the sexual episodes occurred. I would hardly call coerced sex official duties. But nonetheless, the fact that her superior used his rank to coerce her into what amounted to a rape, and Knight cut in, seemingly unable to remain quiet, the superior officers at the base in question, and the regional command were aware these events had taken place, had been advised in writing of them even, and had taken no action to even investigate the matter other than in a cursory fashion. It was Barbara Chance who called in the local police. They undertook an investigation which resulted in the truth coming to light. That truth clearly establishes a cause of action that would result in damages with respect to any other organization in this country. Fiske stared from Ramsey to Knight. It was suddenly as though instead of 9 justices, there were only 2. In Fiske's mind, the courtroom had been transformed into a boxing ring, with Ramsey the champ and Knight the talented contender, but still an underdog. We're talking about the military here, Mr. Barr, Ramsey said, but he looked at Knight. This court has ruled that the military is sui generis. That is the precedent you face. Your case deals with chain of command issues, an inferior personnel to her superior. That is just the issue that this court has, several times in the past, addressed and unequivocally decided that it would not intrude upon the military's presumptive immunity. That was the law yesterday, and it is the law today. Which gets me back to my original statement. For us to hold for your client, this court must reverse its position on a long and deeply followed line of precedents. That is what you're asking us to do. And as I mentioned earlier, stare decisis is clearly not infallible, Knight said, referring to the court's practice of adhering to and upholding its previous decisions. Back and forth, Knight and Ramsey went at it. For every salvo fired by one, there was an answer fired by the other. The other justices and Mr. Barr Fiske thought were reduced to interested spectators. When the lawyer for the United States, James Anderson, stepped forward to deliver his argument, Knight did not even let him begin a sentence. Why does allowing a damage suit against the Army for condoning a hostile environment for women interfere with the chain of command? She asked him. It clearly impacts negatively on the integrity of the relationship between superior and subordinate personnel, Anderson promptly replied. So let me see if I understand your reasoning. By allowing the military over the years to poison, gas, maim, kill, and rape its soldiers with impunity, and stripping the victims of any legal recourse that will somehow improve the relationship, the integrity of the military and its personnel. I'm sorry, but I'm not quite getting the connection. Fiske had to stop himself from laughing out loud. His respect for Knight as a lawyer and judge increased tenfold as she finished her statement. In 2 sentences, she had reduced the Army's entire case to the level of absurdity. He looked over at Sarah. Her gaze was trained on Knight. With, Fiske thought, a great deal of pride. Anderson reddened slightly. The military, as the Chief Justice has pointed out, is a unique, special entity. Allowing lawsuits to fly at will can only inhibit and destroy that special bond between personnel. The need for discipline that is at the very core of military preparation and readiness. So the military is special, right? Because it serves to defend and protect us? Exactly. So we have the 4 branches of the armed forces which are already covered by that immunity. Why don't we extend this immunity to other special organizations like the fire department?
The police department, they protect us. The Secret Service, they protect the president, arguably the most important person in the country. How about hospitals? They save our lives. Why not let hospitals be immune from suit in the event male doctors rape female personnel? We are getting far outside the boundaries of this case, Ramsey said sternly. I think those boundaries are precisely what we're trying to determine, Knight fired back. I believe that U.S.V.
Stanley, Anderson began. I'm glad you mentioned it. Let me briefly recount the facts of that case, Knight said. She wanted this heard by her fellow justices, several of whom were on the court when the case had been decided, as well as by the public. To Knight, The Stanley case was one of the worst miscarriages of justice in history and represented everything that was wrong with the court that had also been Stephen Wright's conclusion in his bench memo. And she intended to make those conclusions heard both today and when it came time to win a majority vote on this case. When Knight spoke, her voice was strong and resonating. Master Sergeant James Stanley was in the Army in the 50s and volunteered for a program which he was told had to do with testing protective clothing against gas warfare. The testing was conducted in Maryland, at the Aberdeen Proving Grounds. Stanley signed up for it, but he was never asked to wear any special clothing or do testing with gas masks or anything. He only talked to some psychologists for great lengths of time about a variety of personal subjects, was given some water to drink during these sessions, and that was it. In 1975, Stanley, whose life had gone downhill, inexplicable behavior, discharge from the Army, divorce, received a letter from the Army asking him to participate in a follow-up exam by members of the Army who had been given LSD in 1959, because the Army wanted to study the long-term effects of the drug. Under the pretense of testing clothing against gas warfare, the Army had slipped him and other soldiers LSD without his knowledge. A collective gasp went up from the general public's seats as they heard this, and the spectators started talking to each other. Perkins actually had to bang his gavel, an almost unheard of event. As Fisk sat there and listened, it occurred to him how important this case was. Rufus Harms had filed an appeal with this court. Was he also seeking to sue the Army? Something terrible had happened to him while in the military. Certain men had done something to him that had ruined his life and resulted in the death of a little girl. Rufus wanted his freedom, wanted justice. He had the truth on his side, Rufus had proclaimed. And yet, even with the truth under the current law, it didn't matter. Just like Sergeant Stanley, Private Rufus Harms would lose. Knight continued, secretly well pleased with the audience's reaction. The psychologist was employed by the CIA. The CIA and the Army had undertaken a joint effort on the study of the drug's effects, because the CIA had received reports that the Soviet Union had stockpiled the drug, and the Army wanted to know how it might be used against its soldiers in wartime. That sort of thing. Stanley, who rightly blamed the Army for destroying his life, sued. His case finally made it to the Supreme Court. She paused, and he lost. Another gasp came from the public. Fisk looked around at Sarah. Her eyes were still fixed on Knight. Fisk peered over at Ramsey. He was livid. In effect, what you're asking is for this court to deny to Barbara Chance and similar plaintiffs one of the most cherished constitutional rights we possess as a people. The right to our day in court, isn't that what you're asking? Letting the guilty go unpunished? Mr. Anderson, Ramsey broke in, what has happened to the men who perpetrated these sexual assaults? At least one has been court-martialed, found guilty and imprisoned. Anderson again promptly replied. Ramsey smiled triumphantly. So hardly unpunished, Mr. Anderson. The record below clearly establishes that the actions for which the man was imprisoned have been going on for a very long time and were known to higher-ups in the Army who declined to take any action. In point of fact, only when Barbara Chance went to the local police did an investigation ensue. So tell me, have the guilty been punished? I would say it depends on your definition of guilt. Who's policing the military, Mr. Anderson, to make sure what happened to Sergeant Stanley doesn't happen again? The military is policing itself, and doing a good job. Stanley was decided in 1986. Since that time, we've had Tailhook, the still unexplained incidents in the Persian Gulf War, and now the rape of female Army personnel. Do you call that doing a good job?
Well, every large organization will have small pockets of trouble.
Knight bristled. I rather doubt if the victims of these crimes would describe them as small pockets of trouble. Of course, I didn't mean, when I alluded to extending immunity to police, firemen, hospitals. You didn't agree with that, did you? No. Too many exceptions to the rule disproves the rule. You recall the Challenger explosion, of course? Anderson nodded. The survivors of the civilians on board the shuttle were entitled to sue the government and the contractor that built the shuttle for damages. However, the families of the military personnel on board were denied that right because of the immunity granted to the military by this court. Do you consider that fair? Anderson fell back upon the old reliable. If we allow lawsuits against the military, it will unnecessarily complicate the national security of this country. And that's really the whole ball of wax, Ramsey said, pleased that Anderson had raised the point. It's a balancing act, and this court has already determined where that balance lies. Precisely, Mr. Chief Justice, Anderson said. It's bedrock law. Knight almost smiled. Really? I thought bedrock law was the constitutional right of citizens of this country to seek redress of their grievances before the courts. No immunity from suit was granted to the military by any law of this country. Congress did not see fit to do it. In fact, it was this court in 1950 which invented, out of broadcloth, such specialized treatment, and they apparently did so in part because they were afraid that allowing such suits would bankrupt the U.S. Treasury. I would hardly call that bedrock. However, it is the controlling precedent now, Ramsey pointed out.
Precedents change, Knight replied, particularly if they're wrong. Ramsey's words truly irked her, since the Chief Justice had no problem overturning precedents of long standing when it suited him. Anderson said, with all due respect, I think the military is better suited to handle this matter internally, Justice Knight. Mr. Anderson, do you dispute this court's jurisdiction or authority to hear and decide this case?
Of course not. This court has to determine whether serving your country in the military ironically carries the price of stripping away virtually all protections one has as a citizen. I wouldn't phrase it quite that way. However, I would, Mr. Anderson. It's really a question of justice. She locked eyes with Ramsey. And if we can't deliver justice here, then I truly despair to think of where one could find it. As Fisk listened to these impassioned words, he looked again at Sarah. As though she somehow knew he was looking, she glanced at him. Fisk had the strong sense that she was thinking the same thing he was. Even if they somehow solved this whole mystery and the truth finally came out, would Rufus Harms ever really find justice? Chapter 49. Josh Harms finished his sandwich and then idly smoked a cigarette as he watched his brother doze in the front seat of the truck. They were parked on an old logging road in a dense forest. Driving through the night, they had finally stopped because Josh could barely keep his eyes open, and he didn't trust his brother to drive, since Rufus hadn't been behind the wheel of a vehicle for almost 30 years. Besides, when they were on the road, Rufus, for obvious reasons, had to be in the back of the truck. Rufus had kept watch while his brother had dozed, and now Josh had taken up the sentinel. They had talked during the drive about what they were going to do. Much to his own surprise, Josh found himself arguing that they shouldn't go to Mexico. What the hell's going on with you? I didn't think you'd want any part of that. You said you didn't, Rufus had said in wonderment. I didn't. But once we made up our mind, hell, once I made up my mind, then all I'm saying is we should stick to it. I don't like being no wimp on shit like that. If you're going to do something, then you should do it.
Look, Josh, if Fisk hadn't thought real fast, we'd both be dead right now. I don't want you on my conscience. See, that's where you ain't thinking. Hell, it ain't going to get any worse than it is. Why don't we see what we can do to help it get better? You were right. They deserve what's coming to them. Seeing those two boys at Ryder's office, I almost shot him down in cold blood, and I ain't never done nothing like that in my whole life. Fisk and that woman, they stood up for us.
Maybe they're shooting straight. Rufus had stared at him. And you don't have a problem with them? What the hell, you think I'm racist? Josh had pulled out a cigarette as he said this, a grin lighting his face. I can't figure you out, Josh. You ain't got to figure me out. I ain't figured me out, and I've had a long time to do it. All you got to do is decide if you want to go to Mexico or you want to stick it out. And don't worry about me. If there's anybody that can take care of himself, then you're looking at him. That had done it, and as soon as his brother woke up, they were going to head back toward Virginia, hook up with Fisk and see what they could do. If it was proof that was needed, then they could get proof somehow, some way, Josh believed. They had the truth on their side, and if that still didn't count for something, then they might as well go ahead and get themselves shot up. Josh eyed the surrounding woods. The leaves had already started to turn here, and the way the sunlight cut and dipped through the foliage presented a pleasing combination of colors and textures. He often sat in the woods when hunting. He'd find an old log and rest his bones, taking in the simple beauty of the country, a marvel that didn't cost you a dime. After coming back from Southeast Asia, he had avoided the woods for several years. In Vietnam, the trees, the dirt, everything around you meant death by some of the most ingenious methods the Vietnamese could devise. He checked his watch. Another 10 minutes and they would have to be on their way. He looked back out the window and squinted as the sunlight reflected off something and hurt his eyes. He sucked in his next breath instead of letting it go, spit his cigarette out the window, started the engine, and put the truck in gear.
What the hell? Rufus said as he was jolted awake.
Get your gun and keep your damn head down! Josh hollered at him. It's Tremaine! Rufus gripped his pistol and ducked down. Tremaine charged from the woods and opened fire. The first shots from the machine gun hit the tailgate of the truck, blowing out one of the lights and riddling the frame with holes.
A cone of dirt kicked up in the truck's wake and momentarily blinded Tremaine, who stopped shooting and ran forward, trying desperately to get a clear field of fire on the truck, sensing what Tremaine was trying to do. Josh cut the wheel to the left, and the truck went off-road and onto what appeared to be the dry remains of a shallow creek bed. It was a good move for another reason, as Rayfield came flying down the road in the Jeep from the other direction, trying to box the truck in. Rayfield stopped to let Tremaine climb in, and they went after the truck. How in the hell did they catch up to us? Rufus wondered aloud. Ain't no sense wasting time thinking about that. They're here, Josh shot back. He glanced in the rearview mirror and his eyes narrowed. The Jeep was more nimble and better built to maneuver through the woods than the bulky truck. They're going to shoot out the tires, and then they got us like sitting ducks, Rufus said.
Yeah, well, Vic should have shot those tires out first thing. That was his second mistake. What was his first? Letting the sunlight hit his binoculars. I saw that long before I spotted that little bastard. Let's hope they keep making mistakes. We count on ourselves and hope that's enough. Back in the Jeep, Tremaine hung out the side and fired his weapon.
The machine gun wasn't really worth a spit long range, although in close quarters it could take out an entire platoon of men in a few seconds. He wanted just two. He slipped the machine gun strap off his shoulder and pulled out his sidearm. Get as close as you can, he barked, to a very nervous-looking Rayfield. If I can take out one of their tires, they'll plow right into a tree and our problems are over. Rufus looked back through the window in the camper and saw what Tremaine was attempting to do. He slid open the glass, separating the cab from the interior of the camper, and drew a bead on the Jeep. He had not touched a gun in almost 30 years, basic training with a rifle, his last experience with a firearm. When he fired, the explosion pierced his ears. The truck's cabin, immediately full of the sickening fumes of burned metal, flashed powder. The bullet shattered the rear glass door of the camper shell, and then flew at the Jeep like an angry, metal-jacketed hornet. Tremaine ducked back into his vehicle, and the Jeep swerved a little. Hit anything? Josh asked. Bought us a little time. Rufus's hand was shaking, and he rubbed at his ears. I forgot how loud these things are. Try firing an M16 for 3 years. They're real loud, especially when they explode in your face. Hold on. Josh cut the wheel to the right and then to the left to avoid several trees that had toppled across the creek bed. Beyond was a mass of scrub pines, oaks, and brambles. With the Jeep closing in, Tremaine was again taking up his shooting position. Josh cut the truck to the right and through a narrow cleft in the trees and brush, leaves and slender branches slapping and tearing at the truck. But the maneuver had its intended effect because Tremaine had to duck back inside the Jeep to avoid having his head torn off by a tree limb. The Jeep slowed down. The narrow lane ahead opened up a little, and Josh decided to take advantage, hoping Rayfield was losing a little of his nerve. Hold the wheel, he shouted to his brother. Rufus gripped the steering wheel hard, alternating between looking at his brother and eyeing where the truck was heading. Josh pulled his pistol and scanned the trees ahead. They were on a fairly level bit of ground now, so the truck didn't rock as much. He gripped the pistol with both hands, doing his best to figure distance and speed, and then selected what he wanted. A thick oak branch high up on a 40-footer. The branch was at least 20 feet long and 4 inches thick, with other smaller branches growing from it, and it hung directly over the narrow lane. What had drawn Josh's attention was the fact that the branch was so long and heavy it had started to crack where it was attached to the trunk. Josh slid his arm out the window, kept it parallel to the truck, took aim, and started firing. The first bullet hit the tree trunk directly above where the branch joined it. Having now gauged the trajectory, Josh continued to fire, and each bullet after that hit squarely at the juncture of branch and trunk as the truck hurtled closer. For him, it wasn't that extraordinary, a display of marksmanship. As a game, he had been shooting at tree branches since he was old enough to carry a .22 rifle. Scaring coons and squirrels, having fun. Still, he had never attempted it in a moving vehicle with 2 men shooting at him. Rufus had to keep his eyes open to steer, but he scrunched up his face with each shot. His ears were ringing so loudly you could have shouted in his face, and he would not have been able to hear you. The heavy branch dropped a couple of inches as its support weakened. Josh kept firing, as sprays of wood chips shot off the oak like steam from an old train engine. Tremaine saw what he was doing. Gun it! Gun it! Rayfield hit the gas. Josh never took his eyes off the branch as he kept firing. It gave some more, and finally gravity took over, and it cracked and swung down. A layer of bark clung to the tree. Then the branch slapped hard against the trunk, broke free completely, and started coming down. Josh slammed on the accelerator and took the steering wheel back, passing by the tree as he did so. "Go, go!" Tremaine screamed at Rayfield. However, Rayfield slammed on the brakes as about 1,000 pounds of tree branch smashed into the middle of the narrow lane directly in front of them. Tremaine was almost thrown from the vehicle.
Damn it! Why in the hell did you stop?
Tremaine looked ready to turn his pistol on the man. Rayfield was breathing very hard. "If I hadn't, that damn thing would have crushed us. This Jeep doesn't have a hard top, Vic." Josh looked up ahead and then to the right where the path opened up some. He braked hard, swerved to the left, swung the truck around, and then headed right and gunned the motor. The truck broke free from the brush, lifted a little off the ground as it went over a shallow gully and landed in a clearing. Rufus's head hit the top of the cab's interior as the truck came back to earth. "Damn, what are you doing? Just hold tight." Josh slammed on the gas again, and Rufus looked up in time to see the small shack ahead of them that his brother had spotted seconds before. Josh looked back and saw what he expected to see. Nothing. But it wouldn't take Tremaine and Rayfield long to work the Jeep around the obstacle. Josh looked past the shack at an angle and could see the road that lay beyond it. He had been right. Where there was a shack in the woods, there usually was a road. He pulled the truck around onto the other side of the old structure. Both brothers' hearts sank. There was a road there. All right, but it had a large steel barricade blocking any passage, and on either side of the barricade were impenetrable woods. Josh looked back. They were trapped. Maybe he could hoof it, but Rufus wasn't built for speed, and Josh wasn't leaving his brother behind. Josh's eyes narrowed again as he looked at the shack. The Jeep would be on them in another minute or so. Even now he could hear the machine gun efficiently tearing the tree limb apart, so the Jeep could shove it aside. A minute later, the Jeep scaled the gully and made its way to the clearing. Rayfield slowed down as they scanned ahead and immediately saw the shack. "Where'd they go?" he asked. Tremaine checked the area with his binoculars and spotted the road as it snaked off through the woods. "That way!" he shouted. Pointing ahead, Rayfield hit the gas and the Jeep shot around the corner of the shack. Instantly, both men saw that the road was blocked off, and Rayfield slammed the Jeep to a stop. With a roar, the truck, which had been hidden on the far side of the shack, exploded forward and hit the vehicle broadside, knocking it over on its side and flinging Rayfield and Tremaine out. Rayfield landed on top of a pile of rotted stumps, his head at a vicious angle. He lay still. Tremaine took cover behind the overturned Jeep and opened fire, forcing Josh to back the truck up, his head below the dashboard. Finally, the truck engine died, steam pouring out from the hood, the front tires flattened by the machine gun fire. Josh came out the driver's side while Rufus covered him. Josh lunged, dropped to his knees, and rolled until he made it to the rear of the truck, and then he peered out. Tremaine hadn't moved from his position. Josh could see the tip of the machine gun. Tremaine was probably putting in another clip, just as Josh was doing, and taking a moment to study the tactical situation. Josh's heart was pounding, and he rubbed at his eyes to clear the dirt and sweat away. He had been in many battles on both foreign and American soil, but the last one had been almost 30 years ago. Besides, it didn't matter. Every time, you were terrified that you were going to die. When somebody was shooting at you, it didn't exactly make you think more clearly. You reacted more than anything else. Josh had an edge, though. There were two of them, and only one of Tremaine. Josh peered out once more, and then sprinted from behind the truck and made it to the edge of the shack. "Rufus," he hollered. On the count of 3, start counting. Rufus shouted back, tremors of fear in his voice. 3 seconds later, Josh opened fire on Tremaine. The bullets pinging off the Jeep's frame, Rufus hustled to the back of the truck. He was stopped there, however, when Tremaine managed to fire a burst between the truck and the shack. The air smelled of gunfire and of the sweat of frightened men. Josh and Rufus looked at each other, and then Josh cracked a smile, sensing the rising panic in his brother. "Hey, Vic!" Josh yelled out. "How about you throw down that damn Widowmaker and come on out with your hands up?" Tremaine responded by blowing a chunk of wood off the shack a little above Josh's head. Okay, Vic, I hear you now. You be cool. You hear me, little buddy. Don't you worry. We'll bury you in Rayfield. Ain't gonna leave you for the bears and shit to chew on. That's bad shit. Animals eating dead bodies. You saw that in Nam, didn't you, Vic? Or maybe you was running too fast the other way to see that. While he was talking, Josh was motioning for Rufus to stay put and then pointing around the shack to show his brother what he was going to do. Rufus nodded to show he understood. Josh was going to try to flush the man into his brother's field of vision and let Rufus cut him down. Rufus gripped his gun and slipped in a new clip, grateful that his brother had taken the time to show him how. He was having trouble breathing. His arms felt heavy holding the gun. He was afraid that he would not have the nerve, the killer instinct, much less the skill to shoot the man down, even if Tremaine came at him, firing with that damn machine gun. Rufus had fought many men in prison in order to survive, with his hands only, even though his opponents had always been armed with a shiv or piece of pipe. But a gun was different. A gun could kill from a distance, but if he didn't shoot, his brother would die. And for once, he could not pray to God to help him. He could not speak to his Lord for assistance in killing another. In a half-crouch, Josh made his way across the front of the shack, stopping at intervals to listen intently. Once he dared to raise his head up to one of the windows, in order to perhaps see through it and out the rear window to where the Jeep was, but the angle was wrong and his view was blocked. Josh was totally focused now. The fear was still there. It was very much there. But he had done his best to transform it into adrenaline, to heighten every sense he possessed. He pointed his pistol directly in front of him, knowing full well that if Tremaine had figured what his plan was, his best course of action would be to slip out from behind the Jeep and come around the shack the other way, with the result that he would meet Josh head-on somewhere in the middle. Machine gun against pistol, 100 rounds to 1, meaning Josh would die and then so would Rufus. He moved forward another foot. Then he heard the machine gun open fire again and listened as the bullets tore into the pickup truck. He raced forward and rounded the corner. While Tremaine was busy firing at Rufus, Josh could outflank him and silence the Sonofabich once and for all. This plan vanished when he went around the corner, for Tremaine was standing there, his pistol pointed at Josh's head. An astonished Josh stopped so abruptly that his feet slid in the gravel and his legs went out from under him. This was fortunate, since the bullet slammed into his shoulder instead of his brain. His momentum carried him forward, and his legs clipped Tremaine's, and they went down hard, both their pistols sailing out of reach. Tremaine came up first. Josh, holding his bloody shoulder, was slower to rise. Tremaine pulled a knife from his belt. In the background, the machine gun stopped firing. Josh yelled out as Tremaine lunged into him, and both men hit the wall of the shack, shaking the primitive structure right down to its wooden joints. Josh managed to block Tremaine's arm with his forearm. His whole side hurt like hell. Whatever piece of ordnance was in him had gone beyond his shoulder to explore other parts of his body. He managed to kick at Tremaine and caught him once in the belly. But the man was up and was on Josh again in an instant. Josh felt the knife cut through his shirt and into his side, and he started to lose consciousness. The pain from this fresh wound was barely felt, so overwhelmed was it by the first. He could hardly make out the image of Tremaine pulling the knife free from his body and rearing his arm back for a final thrust. Probably at his throat, Josh dimly thought, as his brain started to shut down. The throat was quick and always fatal.
That's what he would do, he thought.
As the darkness started to close around him, the knife never made its downward plunge. It stopped at its highest point and moved no closer to Josh Harms. Tremaine kicked and jerked as he was torn off the wounded man. Rufus was directly behind him. One hand gripped the wrist holding the knife. He smashed it against the shack until Tremaine's finger lock was finally broken and the knife dropped to the ground. Tremaine was solid muscle and superbly trained in hand-to-hand combat, but he was half Rufus's size. One-on-one, there were few men who could match Rufus. The big man was like a grizzly bear once he got hold of somebody, and he had a good hold of Vic Tremaine, the man who had made his life a nightmare he'd thought would never end. As Tremaine tried to wedge a forearm against Rufus's windpipe, Rufus changed his tactic and lifted Tremaine completely off the ground, slamming his face again and again into the wall until Tremaine was groggy from the impacts, his face bloody. Finally, Rufus put Tremaine's head right through the window, the jagged glass cutting deeply into the man's face. Then Josh screamed in pain from his wounds, and Rufus looked at him, his grip loosening a bit. Tremaine, sensing this, kicked out Rufus's knee and whipsawed an elbow into his kidney. dropping the big man to the ground. Tremaine rolled free, gripped his knife, and lunged toward the defenseless man. The bullet hit him smack in the back of the head and dropped him on the spot. Rufus heaved upward and looked at his brother, wisps of smoke still seeping from the barrel of the 9mm Josh held. Then he put the pistol down and lay back in the dirt. Rufus raced over and knelt next to him. "Josh!"
"Josh?"
Josh opened his eyes and looked over at Tremaine's twisted body, both relieved and sickened by what he had done. Even the worst enemy in the world didn't look so terrifying dead. He looked back at Rufus. "You done good, little brother? Shit, better'n me? I'd be dead if you hadn't killed him. Ain't gonna let him get you. Ain't gonna let him get you, ain't gonna let him." Rufus ripped open his brother's shirt and looked at the wounds. The knife had only cut a slice in his side. Probably hadn't hit anything vital, Rufus concluded. But it was bleeding like a bitch. The bullet, though, was something else. He saw the blood dripping from his brother's mouth, the rising glaze to his eyes. Rufus could stop the bleeding on the outside, but he could do nothing about what was going on inside. And that's what could kill him. Rufus took off his shirt and put it over his brother, who was now shivering despite the heat. "Hold on, Josh." Rufus ran over to the Jeep and quickly looked through it. He found the first aid kit and hustled back over to his brother. Josh's eyes were now closed, and he didn't seem to be breathing. Rufus shook him gently. Josh, don't do it. Keep your damn eyes open. Don't be going to sleep on me, Josh." Finally, Josh opened his eyes and appeared lucid. "You gotta get out of here, Rufus. All the shooting, people might be coming. You gotta go now." "We gotta get out of here. That's right." Rufus lifted Josh up a little and checked his back. The bullet hadn't gone through. It was still in him somewhere. Rufus started cleaning both wounds. At one point, Josh gripped his arm. "Rufus, get the hell out of here," he said again. "You don't go, I don't go, so that's what we got. You still crazy?" "Yeah, I'm crazy as hell. Let's leave it at that." He finished cleaning and then dressing the wounds and tightly bandaged them. He gently lifted his brother, but the movement sent Josh into a coughing spasm, blood from his mouth pooling down his shirt. Rufus carried him over to the truck and laid him down next to it. "Shit, Rufus, this thing ain't going nowhere," Josh said desperately, looking at the battered truck. "I know that." Rufus pulled a bottle of water from the camper, twisted it open, and put it to Josh's lips. "Can you hold it? You need to get some liquid in you." Josh answered by gripping the bottle with his good hand and drinking a little. Rufus rose and went to the overturned Jeep. He pulled the machine gun free from where Tremaine had wedged it between the seat and the metal side of the Jeep. The man had used wire, a piece of metal, and a string to rig the trigger for full automatic fire while he set up his ambush of Josh. Rufus eyed the situation for a moment and then tried to push against the hood to right the vehicle, but he couldn't get any leverage that way, and his feet slipped in the loose gravel. He studied the situation some more. There was really only one way that he could see. He put his back against the edge of the driver's side seat and then squatted down. He dug his fingers into the dirt and gravel until they got underneath the Jeep's side, and then he clenched the metal tightly. He gave one good pull to gauge what he was up against. The Jeep was heavy, damn heavy. 30 years ago, this wouldn't have been that much trouble for him. As a young man, he had lifted the front end of a full-sized Buick engine and all, clean off the ground by a good 3 feet, but he wasn't 20 anymore. He pulled again, and he could feel the Jeep rise a little before settling back down. He pulled once more, straining and grunting, the muscles in his neck tensing hard beneath his skin. Josh put the bottle down and even managed to lift himself partially off the ground by leaning against the shredded truck tire, as he watched what his brother was trying to do. Rufus was tired already. His arms and legs weren't used to this anymore, not for a long time. He had always been strong, stronger than anyone else. Now, when he really needed it, when his brother would surely die if he couldn't turn this damn Jeep upright, would he not be strong enough? He hunkered down again, closed his eyes, and then opened them. He looked skyward where a big black crow lazily circled. Not a care in the world, just long, unhurried brushstrokes against the canvas of blue. As sweat poured off Rufus's face, he clenched his eyes again and did what he always did when he was troubled. When he thought he wouldn't make it, he prayed. He prayed for Josh. He asked the Lord to please grant him the strength he needed to save his brother's life. He gripped the sides of the Jeep once more, tensed his massive shoulders and legs. His long arms began to pull, his bent legs began to straighten. For a moment, Jeep and man were suspended in a precarious equilibrium, moving neither up nor down, the Jeep unwilling to yield, and Rufus just as stubborn, but then Rufus slowly started to fall back a little, as the weight was just too much for him. Rufus sensed he would not have another chance. Even as the Jeep began to win the battle, he opened his mouth and let out a terrible scream that forced tears from his eyes. As Josh looked on at the impossible thing his brother was trying to do for him, tears started to fall down his exhausted face. Rufus's eyes opened again as he felt the Jeep rise, inch by agonizing inch. His joints and tendons afire with what he was accomplishing, Rufus grunted and pulled and heaved and ignored the pain as it snapped perilous signals through his trembling body. The Jeep fought him every punishing inch. It creaked and groaned, cursing him, but then he was standing upright, and he gave the hunk of metal one last heave. Like a wave about to pitch onto a beach, the Jeep cleared the point of no return and fell hard to earth, rocking upon impact and then coming to rest on all four wheels. Rufus sat down in the Jeep, his whole body shaking from his immense exertions. Josh looked on in silent wonderment. Damn was all he could finally say about what he had just witnessed. Rufus's heart was racing so hard now, he worried his success might prove to be an empty one. He clutched at his chest, breathed deeply.
Please,
he quietly said. Please don't. A minute later, Rufus slowly rose, shuffled over to his brother, and carefully lifted him into the Jeep. He rearranged the cloth top, which had become dislodged when Tremaine and Rayfield had been thrown clear. He gathered up as many supplies as he could from the truck, including his Bible, and put them into the back of the Jeep along with the weaponry. He climbed in the driver's seat and then stopped and looked over at Tremaine and Rayfield. Then he stared up once again at the circling crow, which had now been joined by several brethren, large enough to be buzzards. In less than a day, the two dead men would be picked to the bone if left out in the open. Rufus climbed out of the Jeep and went over to Rayfield. He didn't have to check the man's pulse. The eyes didn't lie that, and the stench of released bowels. He slid first Rayfield's and then Tremaine's bodies into the shack. He said a few simple words over both men before rising and closing the door. One day he would forgive them for all they had done. But not today. Rufus climbed back in the Jeep, gave Josh a reassuring look, and started the Jeep. The engine didn't catch the first time, but it did the second. Gears grinding as Rufus got a quick lesson in driving a stick shift, the Jeep jolted forward, and the brothers left this impromptu battlefield behind. Chapter 50. The justices traditionally had a private lunch in the court's second-floor dining room after oral argument. Fisk had left Sarah in her office to catch up on some work. He had decided to use the opportunity to make some inquiries on his own. If his flow of information had been cut off from D.C. homicide, Fiske decided he'd better make it up somehow. One possible source was Police Chief Leo D'Alessandro. As he walked along the hallway, he thought about the oral argument he just listened to. Even as a lawyer, he had never really understood how much power was wielded from this building. The Supreme Court over its history had taken some very unpopular positions on a myriad of significant issues. Many had been brave, and at least in Fiske's opinion, correct. But it was unnerving to realize that if a vote or two had gone the other way on some or all of those prior decisions, the country might be very different today. By any definition, that seemed to be a precarious, if not perilous, state of events. Fisk also thought about his brother, and how much good he had undoubtedly brought to this place, even in the role of a clerk. Mike Fisk had always been fair and just in his opinions and actions, and when he made up his mind, a person could not ask for a more loyal friend. Mike Fisk was good for this place. The court had indeed suffered a great loss when someone had taken his life. But not as great as the Fisk family's loss. Fisk made his way to D'Alessandro's ground-floor office, knocked on the door, waited. He knocked again and then opened the door and peered inside. He was looking at the anteroom to D'Alessandro's office, where his secretary worked. That space was empty. Probably at lunch, Fisk assumed. He stepped into the office. Chief D'Alessandro? He wanted to know if anything had turned up on the surveillance videos. He also wanted to know if one of the officers had driven right home. He approached the inner office door. Chief D'Alessandro, it's John Fisk. I was wondering if we could talk. Still no answer. Fisk decided to leave the man a note, but he didn't want to leave it at the secretary's desk. He slipped into D'Alessandro's office and over to his desk. He picked up a piece of paper and, using a pen from the holder on the desk, scrawled out a brief note. As he finished and positioned the note prominently on the desk, he looked around the office for a moment. There were many ceremonial tokens on shelves and walls, attesting to a distinguished career. On one wall was a photo of a much younger D'Alessandro in his uniform. Fisk turned to leave. Hanging on the back of the door was a jacket. It had to belong to D'Alessandro, obviously part of his court uniform. As Fisk passed by it, he noticed several smudges on the collar. He rubbed it with his finger and examined the residue, makeup. He went out into the anteroom and looked at the photos on the desk there. He had seen D'Alessandro's secretary once before, a young, tall brunette with quite memorable features. On her desk, there was a photo of her and Chief D'Alessandro. His arm was around her shoulder. They were both smiling into the camera. Probably many secretaries had a photograph with their bosses. There was something in the eyes, how close they were standing together, however, that might suggest something more than a platonic working relationship. He wondered if the court had specific rules on fraternization. And there was another reason why D'Alessandro would be well advised to keep his pants on and his hands off his secretary. Fisk glanced back into D'Alessandro's office at the photo on his credenza of his wife and kids. A very happy-looking family. Only on the surface, obviously, as he left the office, he concluded that it pretty much summed up how this place and the world in general operated. Surface appearances could be very deceiving. One had to dig deeper to get to the real truth. Rufus stopped the jeep. "I'm going to flag down the first cop I see. Get you some help," Rufus said with an effort. Josh sat up. "The hell you are. Cops get hold of you. They find Tremaine and Rayfield. They'll bury you." "You need a doctor, Josh. I don't need shit." With a lunge, he gripped his pistol. "We started this. We gonna finish it." He wedged the barrel of the pistol against his gut. "You stop for anybody. I'm gonna put a hole right here." "You're crazy." "What the hell you want me to do?" Josh coughed up blood. "You find Fisk and that girl? I can't help you no more. Maybe they can." Rufus looked at the gun. "Don't go thinking it. Bullets pretty damn fast." Rufus put the jeep in gear and pulled back on the road. Josh watched him, his eyes coming in and out of focus. "Stop that shit." "What?" "I see you doing that mumbling shit. Don't be praying for me. Ain't nobody telling me when I can talk to the Lord."
"Just keep me out of it."
"I'm praying for him to watch over you, keep you alive. Does it look like it's troubling me any? You're just wasting your breath. God gave me the strength to lift this jeep. You lifted this damn hunk of metal. Ain't no angels come down from no heaven and help you do shit. Josh, just drive." The intensity of his pain forced Josh to suddenly hunch forward. "I'm tired of talking." While she was in her office, Sarah received an urgent summons from Elizabeth Knight. She was surprised by this, because on Wednesday afternoons the justices were usually in conference, going over the cases heard on Monday. Each justice had 2 secretaries and a personal assistant. As she entered Knight's chambers, Sarah greeted Knight's longtime secretary, Harriet, who had been with the justice through several careers. Normally cheerful and friendly, Harriet spoke in a cold tone.
"Go right in, Miss Evans."
Sarah passed by Harriet's desk and paused at the door to Knight's office. She turned around and caught Harriet staring at her. Harriet quickly turned back to her work. Sarah took a deep breath and opened the door. Within the office, either standing or perched upon chairs, were Ramsey, Detective Chandler, Perkins, and Agent McKenna. Seated behind her antique desk, Elizabeth Knight was nervously fiddling with a letter opener when she saw Sarah.
"Please come in and sit down."
Her tone was barely cordial, Sarah thought. She sat in an upholstered wing chair that had been, she thought, carefully positioned because it allowed everyone in the room to directly face her, or confront her perhaps. She looked at Knight. "You wanted to see me?" Ramsey stepped forward. "We all wanted to see you, and, more to the point, hear you, Miss Evans. However, I will let Detective Chandler do the honors." Ramsey was as stern as Sarah had ever seen him. He leaned back against the fireplace mantel and continued to stare at her, his large hands clasping and unclasping nervously. Chandler sat down across from her, his knees almost touching hers.
"I've got some questions I need to ask you, and I want the truth in return," he said quietly. Sarah looked around the room, only half joking. She said, "Do I need a lawyer?" "Not unless you've done something wrong, Sarah," Knight quickly pointed out.
"However, I think you should make the determination whether to have legal counsel present or not." Sarah swallowed with difficulty and then looked back at Chandler. What do you want to know? Have you ever heard the name Rufus Harms? Sarah closed her eyes for a moment. Oh, shit. Let me explain. Yes or no, please, Ms. Evans, Chandler said. Explanations can come later. She nodded, then said yes. Exactly how are you familiar with that name? She fidgeted in her chair.
I know that he's a military prisoner who escaped. I read that in the papers.
Was that the first you'd heard of him? When she didn't answer, Chandler continued. You've been asking questions at the clerk's office about an appeal, presumably filed by Rufus Harms. In fact, you did that before he escaped from prison, didn't you? What were you looking for? Did John Fiske put you up to it? Knight asked sharply. She looked searchingly at Sarah, the disappointment on her features making Sarah feel even more guilty. No, I did it on my own. Why? Chandler asked. From his vague conversation with Fiske in the court's cafeteria, he already had a notion as to what the truth was, but he needed to hear it from her. Sarah let out a deep breath and looked once more at the army aligned against her. She wished that Fiske would suddenly appear to help her, but that was not going to happen. One day I happened to see what looked like an appeal with Rufus Harms's name on it. I checked at the clerk's office because I didn't recall seeing it on the docket. The clerk's office had no record of it. Where did you see this appeal? Ramsey interjected, before Chandler could get the same question out. Just somewhere, Sarah said, looking miserable. Sarah Knight said harshly, It's no use covering up for somebody, just tell us the truth. Don't throw your career away for this. I don't remember where I saw it, I just saw it for maybe 2 seconds, and I only saw Rufus Harms's name, not what was in the filing, Sarah said stubbornly. But if you suspected it was an appeal that was not logged into the system, Perkins said, then why didn't you take it down to the clerk's office and have it logged in? How is she supposed to answer that? It really wasn't convenient at the moment, and I didn't get another chance. Wasn't convenient? Ramsey looked ready to erupt. It's my understanding that you just recently inquired at the clerk's office about this missing appeal. Was it still not convenient for you to have it logged in then? At that point, I didn't know where it was. McKenna spoke up forcefully. Listen, Miss Evans, either you tell us or we find out from another source. Sarah stood up. I resent your tone and I don't appreciate being treated this way.
I think it's in your interest to cooperate, McKenna said, and stop trying to protect the Fiske brothers. What are you talking about? We have reason to suspect that Michael Fiske took that appeal for his own purposes, and that somehow you're involved in all of that, Chandler informed her. If he did, and you knew about it, but remained silent, that is a very serious ethical offense, Miss Evans, said Ramsey.
You're doing all of this running around asking questions because John Fiske put you up to it, didn't he? This may come as quite a shock to you, but I can think and act all by myself, Agent McKenna, she said hotly. You know that Michael Fiske had a $500,000 insurance policy naming his brother as beneficiary? Yes, John told me. And do you also know that Fiske has no alibi for the time of his brother's death? Sarah shook her head and smiled tightly.
You're wasting valuable time trying to pin Michael's murder on his brother?
He had nothing to do with it, and he's trying as hard as he can to find out who did murder Michael. McKenna put his hands in his pockets and studied her for a moment, changing his tactic. Would you say the Fiske brothers were close? What do you mean by close? McKenna rolled his eyes, just the ordinary meaning of the word, that's all. No, I don't think they were particularly close. So? We found the life insurance policy at Michael Fiske's apartment. Tell me why he insured his life for all that money and made his not-so-close older brother the beneficiary. Why not his parents? From what I found out, they can certainly use the money. I don't know what Michael was thinking when he did that. I guess we'll never know. Maybe it wasn't Michael Fiske who did it at all. Sarah was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Do you know how easy it is to take out a life insurance policy on somebody else? There's no photo identification necessary. A nurse comes to your house, takes some measurements and fluid samples. You forge a few signatures, pay the premiums through a dummy account. Sarah's eyes widened. Are you suggesting that John impersonated his brother in order to take out the life insurance policy on him? Why not? It would make it a lot clearer why two estranged brothers would have such a big financial pact. You obviously do not know John Fiske. McKenna gazed at her in a way that she found unnerving. The point is, Miss Evans, neither do you. McKenna's next words almost put her on the floor. Did you also know that Michael Fiske was killed by a slug fired from a 9mm? He paused for effect. And that John Fisk has a 9mm registered to his name? And this appeal, I'm sure he's telling you it's connected to his brother's murder, isn't he? Sarah looked at Chandler. I can't believe this. Well, none of it's been proven yet, Chandler said. Perkins nodded thoughtfully, his arms crossed. We received a phone call from the Office of Special Military Operations, Ms. Evans, a Master Sergeant Dillard. He said you had called about Rufus Harms, that you said an appeal had been filed by Rufus Harms with the court and you were checking into his background. There's no law that says I can't make a phone call to clarify something, is there? So you admit having called him, Perkins said triumphantly, looking first at Ramsey and then at Knight. That means you admit to having used court facilities and court time on some personal investigation into some escaped convict. And you happen to have lied to the military, since no such appeal is on file here, as you pointed out. Your offenses are quickly adding up, added McKenna. I admit to no such thing. As far as I'm concerned, it was court business, and I had a perfect right to do it. Miss Evans, are you going to tell us who exactly had that appeal? Ramsey was staring at her just as he had peered down at the lawyers during oral argument that morning. If someone at this court stole an appeal before it was filed, the very idea is unthinkable. And if you know who it was, you have a duty to this institution to tell us who it was. They all knew the answer to that question, Sarah realized, or at least they thought they did. However, she wasn't providing any clarification. Summoning a reserve of strength she was unaware she possessed, she rose slowly. I think I've answered enough questions, Mr. Chief Justice. Ramsey looked over at Perkins and then at Elizabeth Knight. Sarah thought she could see a slight nod pass among all of them. Then, Sarah, I have to ask you to voluntarily resign your clerkship, effective immediately, Knight said, her voice breaking as she made this announcement. Sarah looked at her with very little surprise. I understand, Justice Knight. I'm sorry it's come to this. Not nearly as sorry as I am. Mr. Perkins will escort you out.
You may gather your personal belongings from your office?
Knight abruptly looked away. As Sarah turned to go, Ramsey's voice boomed out again. Miss Evans, be advised that if your actions cause this institution any harm whatsoever, all appropriate action will be taken against you and any other responsible parties. However, if I am reading the situation correctly, I think the harm has already come to pass and may well be irreversible. His voice rose dramatically.
If so, then may your conscience haunt you with that damnable fact for the rest of your natural life. Ramsey's face was red with indignation. His gaunt body seemed ready to burst through his suit. Sarah could read it all in his smoldering eyes. A scandal on his watch. At the one institution that had been above scandal, in a town constantly and infamously mired in it.
His place in history, his long-earned career of jurisprudence, to be blemished by the blunders of an insignificant clerk. The history of his professional life, reduced to a series of explanatory footnotes. If she had struck down his entire family right in front of him, Sarah Evans could not have devastated the man any more. She fled the room before she burst into tears. Chapter 51. Fisk was waiting for Sarah in her office. When she appeared in the doorway, he rose and started to speak, but then Perkins appeared behind her. Sarah went over to her desk and started cleaning it out, while Perkins watched from the doorway. Sarah, what happened? This is none of your concern, Mr. Fisk, Perkins said. However, I will let Detective Chandler and Agent McKenna know you're here. They have something to ask you. Well, why don't you run off and tattle on me so I can talk to Sarah in private?
I am going to escort Miss Evans from the building.
Sarah continued to pack her things into a large shopping bag and then picked up her purse and laid it on top in the bag. As she passed Fisk, she whispered, I'll meet you in the garage. As she went by Perkins, he said, I'll also need all of your keys to this building. Sarah put her bag down, fished through her purse, pulled the keys off her keyring, and tossed them to Perkins. It's not like I'm enjoying any of this, Perkins said indignantly. The court's in shambles. We're surrounded by a media army, people being murdered, the police swarming everywhere. It's not like I wanted you to lose your job. Sarah wordlessly pushed past him. On the way down the main hallway, the group slowed as Chandler and McKenna approached from the other way. I need to talk to you, John, Chandler said. Fisk looked at Sarah. I'll catch up with you, Sarah. She and Perkins walked off.
You want to ask me something, Fisk said. That's right. Would this be about my brother's life insurance policy?
Yes, it would, Chandler said grimly. McKenna thinks you might have taken it out yourself in your brother's name without his knowledge and then killed him. You found the policy in my brother's apartment? Chandler nodded. Well then, he obviously knew about it. Chandler looked over at McKenna with an inquiring look. However, McKenna remained silent. Look, I didn't know my brother had taken out the policy. The insurance agent talked with me. I'll give you her name. She actually met with my brother, if you're really thinking I set this whole thing up myself. He looked at McKenna and saw the man's face darken. Sorry to pop your balloon, McKenna. The money's going to our parents. Mike knew that's what I'd do with it. Talk to the insurance agent, she can confirm it. Unless you think I'm also in cahoots with her. Why stop there? I've probably got all 9 justices in the back of my pocket too, right? So you talked your brother into taking out a life insurance policy to help your parents. But you and only you are the beneficiary. That's still terrific motivation to kill him, McKenna said. He turned to Chandler. You want to ask him, or do you want me to? Chandler looked at Fisk. Your brother was killed by a 9mm slug. Really? You own a 9mm pistol, don't you? Fisk looked at both men. Been talking to the Virginia State Police? Just answer the question, McKenna said. Why answer it, if you already know the answer? John, Chandler began. All right, yes, I own a 9mm. Sig Sauer P2 Twin 6, to be specific, with a 15-round mag. Where is it? In my office, back in Richmond? We'd like to have it, for ballistics, among other things.
Buford, this is a waste of time. Do we have your permission to go to your office and get the gun?
No, McKenna said. Well, we'll have a search warrant issued in about 1 hour. You don't need a warrant. I'll give you the gun. McKenna looked stunned. But I thought you just said, I don't want them breaking into my office to get it. I know how cops can be sometimes. They're not the most gentle souls, and it'd take me forever to get reimbursed on the cost of fixing my door. Fisk looked at Chandler. I assume I'm not part of the unofficial team anymore, but a couple of things. Did you talk to the guards on duty the night Wright was murdered, and have the video cameras been checked? I would advise you to say nothing to him, Chandler, McKenna said. Advice duly noted. Chandler looked at Fisk. For old time's sake, we talked to the guards. Unless one of them's lying. None of them gave Wright a lift home. One of them offered, but Wright declined. What time was that? About 1:30 a.m. or so. The film from the video cameras was checked and showed nothing out of the ordinary. Did Wright give a reason for not wanting a ride home? The guard said. He just walked out the door, and he didn't see him after that. Okay, let's get back to the gun, McKenna said. I'm going with you to your office. I'm not driving anywhere with you. I meant I'll follow you down. Do whatever you want, but I want a uniformed Richmond police officer there, and I want him to take the gun into custody and then have it transferred to D.C. Homicide. I will not let you be anywhere near the chain of custody. I really don't like what you're implying. Fine, but that's the way it's going to be, or you can go get your warrant. It's up to you. Chandler spoke up. Okay, anybody in particular?
Officer William Hawkins. I trust him and so can you.
Done. I want you to leave right now, John. I'll arrange things with Richmond. Fisk looked down the hallway. Give me a half hour. I need to talk to somebody. Chandler put a hand on Fisk's shoulder. Okay, John. But if the Richmond police don't have your gun in about 3 hours or so, then you got a big problem with yours truly, understood? Fisk hustled off to the garage in search of Sarah. A couple minutes later, D'Alessandro joined Chandler and McKenna. I'd like to know what the hell is going on around here, D'Alessandro said angrily. 2 clerks murdered, and now another fired over some missing appeal. McKenna shrugged. Pretty complicated. That's real encouraging, D'Alessandro said. I'm not paid to be encouraging. McKenna shot back. No, you're paid to find out who's doing this. And you too, Detective Chandler. D'Alessandro replied.
And that's what we're doing, Chandler snapped.
Okay, D'Alessandro said wearily. Perkins filled me in earlier. You really think John Fisk killed his brother? I mean, okay, he had the motive, but damn, 500,000 sounds like a lot, but it's really not these days, McKenna answered. When you've got zip in your bank account, anything seems like a lot. He's got the motive, he's got no alibi, and in a few hours we'll see if he has the murder weapon. D'Alessandro looked unconvinced. And what about Wright's death? How does that tie in? McKenna spread his hands. Look at it this way. Sarah Evans may have somehow been duped into helping Fisk Evans and Wright shared an office. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Wright overheard something or saw something that made him suspicious about those two. But I thought Fisk has an alibi for the time of Wright's death, D'Alessandro said. Yeah, Sarah Evans, McKenna said. And all this stuff with this escaped convict Harms, and the questions Evans was asking? Chandler shrugged. I can't claim we have it all figured out, but that could be just another red herring. McKenna said, I don't think I know. If there was anything to it, they would have told somebody. Evans couldn't even tell us what was in the appeal. Maybe Michael Fisk took some appeal. So what? John Fisk pops him for the money, and he uses this missing appeal as a bunch of mumbo-jumbo to dupe Evans and everybody else. Well, I'm not letting my guard down until we know for sure, D'Alessandro said. The people in this building are my responsibility, and we've already lost 2 of them. He looked over at McKenna. I hope you know what you're doing with Fiske. I know exactly what I'm doing with him. Fiske caught up with Sarah in the parking garage. It didn't take her long to explain what had happened. Sarah, I hoped I would never have to tell you this, but Chandler boxed me into a corner the other day. I'm sure I'm the reason you just lost your job. Sarah put the shopping bag in the trunk of her car. I'm a big girl. I'm responsible for my own actions. Fisk leaned up against the car. Maybe I can go and talk to Ramsey and Knight. Try and explain things to them. Explain it how? What they're alleging I did. I did. Sarah closed the trunk and joined him. I assume they told you about your gun? Fisk nodded. McKenna's giving me an armed escort to my office so I can hand it over. He looked at her closely. So what are you going to do now? I don't know, but I've suddenly got a lot of free time on my hands. I'll try to find out about Tremaine and Rayfield. You sure you still want to help? At least I won't have ruined my career for nothing. What about you? I don't have any choice in the matter. He looked at his watch. How about I come by your place around 7 tonight? I think I can manage dinner, buy some food, a nice bottle of wine. I might even get real ambitious and dust. We can celebrate my last day at the court, maybe go for another sail. She paused and touched his arm. And finish it off the same way? I can bag Richmond and stay with you. I know how you must be feeling, but what about Chandler and McKenna?
I don't have to do what they say. If you don't go, McKenna will probably push for the electric chair. Besides, to tell you the truth, I feel really good.
Are you sure? I'm sure, John, but thanks. She stroked his face. Tonight you can be with me. After Fisk left, Sarah was about to get in her car when she realized she had left her purse, with her car keys in the bag in the trunk. She popped the trunk and reached in the bag to get her purse. As she lifted it out, the photo on top caught her eye. She had taken it from Michael Fisk's office before the police had searched it. It suddenly occurred to her that she did have something very important to take care of. She got in her car and pulled out of the garage. She had just been fired as a Supreme Court clerk. Oddly, she didn't feel like bursting into tears or slipping her head in an oven. She felt like going for a drive, down to Richmond. She needed to see somebody, and today was as good a day as any. When she drove past the columned facade of her old place of work, a great wave of relief swept over her. It was so sudden that it left her breathless, then, bit by bit, she was okay. She accelerated down Independence Avenue and didn't look back. Chapter 52. Fisk hurried down to Knight's chambers and, surprisingly, was allowed in. Knight sat behind her desk. Ramsey was still there, slumped in a chair. He quickly rose when Fisk entered. Fisk plunged in.
I want you to know that anything Sarah did or didn't do was to protect my brother. All she's trying to do now is help me find who killed him. And you're sure that question wouldn't be answered by your simply looking in a mirror, Ramsey said forcefully. Fisk paled. You're way off the mark, sir. Am I? The authorities don't seem to think so. If you're a murderer, then I hope you spend the rest of your life in prison.
As for your brother's actions, they reside not far down the ladder from taking someone's life, at least in my book. My brother did what he thought was right. I find that statement positively laughable. Harold, Knight began, but he cut her off with a sweep of his hand. And I want you, he pointed at Fisk, to get out of this office and out of this building before I have you arrested for trespassing. Fisk looked at the two of them. The anger he was feeling right now was the culmination of the last 3 days of sheer hell. It was as though everything bad that had ever happened to him had been caused by Harold Ramsey. I've seen the nice little sign over the front door of this place. Equal justice under law? I find that laughable. Ramsey looked ready to attack Fisk. How dare you? I've got a client on death row right now. If I ever have the honor of appearing before you, Can you tell me you'll actually care whether my guy lives or dies? Or will you just be using him and me to overturn a precedent that pissed you off 10 years ago?
You insufferable! Can you tell me that?
Fisk shouted, because if you can't, then I don't know what you are, but you're sure as hell not a judge. Ramsey was livid. What do you know about anything? The system, Fisk smacked his chest. I'm the system. Me and the people I represent. Not you. Not this place. Do you realize the magnitude of the issues we deal with here? When's the last time you sat and judged a battered wife or a molested child? Have you ever watched a man die in the electric chair, have you? You sit up here and you never even see a real person. You don't hear from any live witnesses. You never hear from any of the people you'll destroy or help by your actions. All you get is a bunch of high-powered lawyers throwing a bunch of paper at you. You have no idea of the faces, the people, the heartbreak and pain behind any of it. To you, it's some intellectual game. A game, nothing more. Fisk stared at the man. His voice shook as he said, "You think the big issues are so hard? Try dealing with the little ones." "I think you should leave," Knight said, almost pleadingly. "Right now." Fisk stared at Ramsey for a few seconds longer, and then, calming down, he looked at the woman. "You know, that's good advice, counselor. I think I'll take it." Fisk turned to the door. "Mr. Fisk," Ramsey boomed out. Fisk slowly turned back. "I have several good friends at the Virginia State Bar. I think they should be apprised of the situation. I would think that appropriate action should be taken against you, perhaps resulting in suspension and subsequent disbarment."
Guilty until proved innocent?
That's your idea of how the criminal justice system should work.
It's my strong opinion that it's only a matter of time until you're found guilty.
Fisk started to say something else, but Knight, one hand on the phone, said, "John, I would much prefer if you left without the assistance of the guards." After Fisk was gone, Ramsey shook his head. "Beyond all doubt, the man's a psychopath." He turned and looked at Knight. She sat there, staring straight ahead. "Beth, I just want to let you know that you're welcome to use one of my clerks until you find a replacement for Sarah." She looked over at him. The offer of a clerk seemed very nice on the surface. A spy in her camp underneath that surface. "I'll be fine. We'll just have to work harder. You put up a good fight at oral argument today, though I do wish you wouldn't take it personally. It's a little unseemly when we bicker back and forth like that in public." "How can I not take the cases personally, Harold? Tell me how." Her eyes were swollen, her voice suddenly hoarse. "You have to. I never lose sleep over a case, even a death penalty one. We don't decide guilt or innocence. We interpret words. You have to think of it in those terms. Otherwise, you'll burn out. Maybe burning out early is a preferable alternative to having a long, distinguished career that only challenges my intellect." Ramsey glanced sharply at her. "I want to hurt. I want to feel the pain. Everyone else does. Why are we an exception, damn it? We should be agonizing over these cases." Ramsey shook his head sadly. "Then I'm afraid you'll never endure. And you have to, if you want to make a real difference up here. We'll see. I may surprise you starting today. You don't have a chance of overturning Stanley, but I admire your tenacity, even though it was wasted today. The votes haven't been counted yet that I recall." Ramsey smiled. Of course. A formality only." He put his hands in his pockets and stood in front of her. "And just so you know, I also am aware of your plans to re-examine the issue of the rights of the poor. Harold, we've just lost our third clerk, a third human being, one whom I care greatly about."
The place is in shambles. I don't feel like talking about court business right now. I may never feel like it again, in fact. Beth, we must move on. True, it's been one crisis after another, but we will persevere. Harold, please. Ramsey would not back down. The court goes on. Knight stood up. "Get out. I beg your pardon. Get out of my office." "Beth, get out. Get out." Without another word, Ramsey left. Knight stood there for another minute or so.
Then she quickly left her office. After his confrontation with Ramsey, Fisk entered the court's underground garage and went straight to his car. He felt numb. He had gotten Sarah fired, was being set up for murdering his brother, and had just told off the Chief Justice of the United States, all in less than an hour. In any realm other than total lunacy, that would be called a bad day. He sat in his car. He had no desire to drive to Richmond and watch McKenna try to put the finishing touches on the destruction of his life. He pushed his fists against his eye sockets. A groan escaped from him, and then he jerked forward as he heard the sound. His eyes widened as he saw Elizabeth Knight tapping on the car window. He rolled it down. "I would like to talk to you." He composed himself as best he could. "What about? Can we go for a short drive? I don't think I'd risk bringing you back in the building. I'm not sure I've ever seen Harold quite that upset." Fisk thought he saw a trace of a smile on the woman's face as she said this. "You want to go for a drive in my car?" he asked. "I don't have a car here. Is there a problem with yours?" Fisk looked at her expensive dress. "Well, my car's interior is basically rust, covered with a veneer of grime." Knight smiled. "I grew up on a ranch in East Texas. When my family drove to the little shacks that constituted the town we lived near, we did so on a backhoe with me and my 6 siblings, hanging on for dear life and enjoying every minute of it, and I would like to talk to you." Fisk finally nodded, and Knight slipped in the front seat. "Where to?" Fisk asked as they left the garage. "Take a left at the light. I hope you don't have anything pressing. It was rude of me not to ask." Fisk thought of McKenna waiting for him. Nothing important. After he made the turn, Knight started speaking. "You shouldn't have come back and said those things, you know. I hope you didn't come here just to tell me that," Fisk said sharply. "I came to tell you that I feel terribly about Sarah."
Join the crowd.
"She tried to help my brother and then me. I'm sure she just loves the day she ran into the Fisk brothers. Well, at least one of you anyway. What does that mean? Sarah liked and respected your brother, but she didn't love him, although, quite frankly, I think he was in love with her. But her heart lies elsewhere." "Is that right? And she told you this?" "John, I really don't like to admit to any gender bias, but I also refuse to ignore some basic realities. I doubt if my 8 male colleagues have any clue whatsoever, but it's clear to me that Sarah Evans is very much in love with you." "Your womanly intuition?" "Something like that. I also have 2 girls of my own." She noted his curious look. "My first husband died. My daughters are grown and on their own." Knight put her hands in her lap and looked out the window. "However, that's not really why I wanted to talk to you," she said. "Turn right up here," she said. As Fisk did so, he asked, "So what is on your agenda? You people seem to always have one, and you find that somehow wrong? You tell me, seeing the games you people play doesn't give me warm fuzzies? I can respect that point of view. I'm in no position to really judge what you do. But to me, you're not judges, you're policymakers. And what that policy will be depends on who lobbies hard enough to get 5 votes. What does that have to do with the rights of one plaintiff and one defendant?" As soon as Fisk had finished speaking, he had a sudden depressing thought. He had no room to complain about the court and how it operated. He spent all his time dodging the truth on behalf of his clients, in a way that was worse than anything the court did or didn't do in the name of justice. They drove in silence for a minute until Knight broke it. "I started out as a prosecutor and then became a trial judge." She paused. "I can't tell you that your feelings are wrong." Fisk looked mildly surprised.
"John, we could debate this until we're both sick of it. But the fact is there is a system in place,
And one must work within that system. If that means playing by its rules and, on occasion, bending them, so be it. Perhaps that's an oversimplified philosophy for a complex situation, but sometimes you have to go with your gut." She looked at him. "Do you know what I mean?" He nodded. "My instincts are pretty good. And what do your instincts tell you about Michael and Stephen's deaths? Is there anything to this story of the missing appeal? If there is, I would really like to know about it."
"Why ask me?"
"Because you seem to know more than anyone else. That's why I wanted to talk to you in private. Are you really hoping that I killed my brother, and I'm using this appeal as a red herring? That way the court doesn't get a black eye." "I didn't say that. You said as much to Sarah at your party." Knight sighed and sat back. "I'm not sure why I did. Perhaps to scare her away from you." "I didn't kill my brother. I believe you. So this missing appeal may be important." Fisk nodded. "My brother was killed because he knew what that appeal said. I think Wright was killed because he was working late, came out of his office, and saw someone at the court going through my brother's office." She turned pale. "You believe someone at the court murdered Stephen?" Fisk nodded. "Can you prove that?" "I hope so." "That can't be, John. Why?" "There's a guy who spent half his life in prison who'd like to know the answer to that." "Does Detective Chandler know all this?" "Some of it. But Agent McKenna has pretty much convinced him I'm the bad guy." I'm not sure Detective Chandler believes that. We'll see. As Fisk dropped Knight back at the court, she said, "If everything you suspect is true and someone at the court is involved in this," she stopped, unable to continue for a moment.
Do you realize what this could do to the court's reputation? I'm not sure of a lot in life, but I'm certain of one thing. He paused and then said, "The court's reputation isn't worth an innocent man dying in prison." Chapter 53. Rufus looked anxiously over at his brother, who had just finished an exhausting coughing fit. Josh tried to sit up a little, thinking that would help his breathing. His insides, he knew, were all but destroyed.
Something important to keeping him alive might burst at any moment. He still held the pistol against his side, but it didn't look like a bullet would be needed to end his life, at least not another one. It was fortunate for them that Tremaine and Rayfield hadn't come in an army vehicle. But the Jeep did have one crushed side from being broadsided by the truck, and this would draw unwanted attention to them. At least it had a cloth top, which prevented anyone from getting a good glimpse of what was inside. Rufus didn't know where he was going, and Josh moved in and out of lucidity too much to really help him. Rufus flipped open the glove box and pulled out a map. He studied it quickly and traced the route to Richmond with his finger. He had to get to the highway. If he had to, he would stop and ask directions. He pulled the little card out of his shirt pocket and glanced at the names and telephone numbers. Now he just had to find a phone. When Fisk and McKenna arrived at Fiskey's office, the FBI agent said, "Let's get to it. We wait for the police," Fiskey said firmly. Just as he said that, a police cruiser pulled up and Officer Hawkins climbed out. "What the heck's going on here, John?" Hawkins asked, perplexed. Fiskey pointed at McKenna. "Agent McKenna thinks I killed Mike. He's here to get my gun so he can do a ballistics test." Hawkins looked at McKenna with hostile eyes. "If that's not the biggest bunch of bullshit I ever heard."
"Right. Thanks for your official assessment, Officer Hawkins, is it?"
McKenna said, coming forward. "That's right," Hawkins said grimly. "Well, Officer Hawkins, you have the consent of Mr. Fisk to search his office for a 9mm pistol registered to his name." He looked at Fisk.
I'm assuming you're still giving that consent.
When Fisk didn't respond, McKenna looked back at Hawkins. "Now, if you have a problem with that, then let's go talk to your boss, and you can start planning another career outside of law enforcement." Before Hawkins could do something foolish, Fisk grabbed his sleeve and said, "Let's just go get this over with, Billy." As they walked into the building, Fisk commented, "Your face looks a lot better." Hawkins smiled, embarrassed.
"Yeah, thanks. What happened?"
McKenna asked. Hawkins looked at him sullenly. Guy decided to take a ride on drugs. He was a little difficult to arrest. There was a stack of mail and packages in front of Fisk's office door. He picked them up and unlocked the door. They went inside, and Fiske walked over to his desk and dropped the stack of mail on it. He slid open the top drawer and looked inside. He stuck his hand in and fumbled through the contents before looking up at both men. "It was right in this drawer. I actually saw it the day you came to tell me about Mike, Billy." McKenna crossed his arms and eyed Fisk sternly. "Okay, has anybody else had access to your office? Cleaning crew, secretary, delivery people, window washers?" "No, nobody. Nobody else has a key except for the landlord." Hawkins said, "You've been gone, what, 2 days or so?" "That's right," McKenna was looking at the door. "But there's no signs of forced entry," Hawkins said. "That doesn't mean anything. Person who knew what they were doing could pick that lock, and you'd never even know it." "Who knew you kept the gun here?" McKenna asked. "Nobody." "Maybe one of your clients took it so he'd have a piece of ordnance to knock over a bank with," McKenna said. "I don't interview clients in my office, McKenna. They're usually in prison by the time I get the call." "Well, it looks like we have a little problem here. Your brother was killed by a 9mm slug. You have a 9mm SIG registered to you. You admit it was actually in your possession as of a few days ago. Now that pistol is missing. You have no alibi for the time of your brother's death, and you're $500,000 richer because of his death." Hawkins glanced over at Fisk. "A life insurance policy Mike took out," Fisk explained. "It was for Mom and Dad. At least that's your story, right?" McKenna added. Fisk edged closer to McKenna. "If you think you have enough to charge me, then do it. If not, get the hell out of my office." McKenna wasn't fazed. "I believe Officer Hawkins has your consent to search your entire office for the gun, not just the drawer you said it was in. Now, friend or not, I would expect him to carry out his sworn duty." Fisk backed off and looked over at Hawkins. "Go ahead, Billy. I'm going down to the corner cafe for something to drink. You want anything? Hawkins shook his head. I could use a cup of coffee, McKenna said, following Fisk out. It'll give us a chance to have a little talk. Sarah pulled her car into the driveway. She took a deep breath. The Buick was there as she got out of the car. The smell of cut grass hit her. It was comforting, taking her back to high school football games, lazy summers in the peace of the Carolinas. When she knocked on the door, it was jerked open so quickly she almost fell off the stoop. Ed Fisk must have watched her drive up before he could slam the door in her face. She held the photo out to him. There were 4 people in the photo, Ed and Gladys Fisk and their 2 sons. They all wore broad smiles. Ed looked questioningly at Sarah. Michael had it in his office. I wanted you to have it. And why's that? His tone was still cold, but at least he wasn't screaming obscenities at her. Because it seemed like the right thing to do. Ed took the photo from her.
I got nothing to say to you. But I have a lot to say to you. I promised someone something, and I like to keep my promises. Who, Johnny? Well, you can tell him that it's no good sending you over to try to mend things. He doesn't know I'm here. He told me not to come. He looked surprised. So why are you here? That promise. What you saw the other night wasn't John's fault. It was mine. It takes 2 to tango, and you ain't telling me no different. May I come in?
I don't see why. I'd really like to talk to you about your sons. I think you need to know some things, some information that might make things a little clearer. It won't take all that long, and I promise you, after I'm done, I won't ever bother you again, please.
After a long moment, Ed finally moved aside and let her pass. He closed the door noisily behind them. The living room was much the way it had been the first time she had seen it. The man liked things tidy. She imagined his garage full of tools kept in the same manner. Ed motioned to the sofa, and Sarah sat down. He went into the dining room and carefully placed the photo among the others. There, you want something to drink? He asked grudgingly. Only if you're having something. Ed sat down in a chair across from her. I'm not. She looked at him closely. Now she could more clearly see the rough outlines of both sons in his face, his build. The mother was there too, though more in Michael than in John. Ed started to light up a cigarette and then stopped.
You can smoke if you want. It's your house.
Ed replaced the pack of smokes in his pocket and slid the lighter back in his pants pocket.
Gladys wouldn't let me smoke in the house, just outside. Old habits are hard to break.
He crossed his arms, waiting for her to start talking. Michael and I were very close friends.
I'm not sure how close you could have been after what I saw the other night.
Ed's face started to flush.
The fact is, Mr. Fisk...
Look, just call me Ed, he said gruffly. All right, Ed. The fact is we were close friends. That's how I saw it, but Michael wanted more than that.
What do you mean?
Sarah swallowed hard, her own face reddening. Michael asked me to marry him. Ed looked shocked. He never said anything to me. I'm sure he didn't. You see? She hesitated for a moment, very nervous about what his reaction would be to these next words. You see, I told him no. She shrank back a little, but Fisk just sat there trying to digest this. Is that right? I take it. You didn't love him. I didn't, not like that, anyway. I'm not sure why I didn't. He seemed perfect. Maybe that's what scared me, sharing my life with someone like that, trying to keep my standards up that high for a lifetime. And he was so caught up in his work. Even if I had loved him, I'm not sure there would have been room for me. Ed looked down. It was hard raising those 2 boys. Johnny was good at most everything, but Mike was flat out great at anything he wanted to do. I was working all the damn time and didn't really see it that good when they were growing up. I see it a whole lot better now. I bragged a lot on Mike, too much. Mike told me Johnny wouldn't have nothing to do with him, and wouldn't really say why. Johnny really keeps to himself, hard to get him to talk. Sarah looked past him out the window where a cardinal flitted by and settled on the branch of a weeping willow. She said, I know. I've spent a lot of time with him the last few days. You know, I always thought I'd be able to tell almost instantly. This is the person I want to spend my life with. I guess that notion seems silly and unfair. Doesn't it? A tiny smile creased the man's face. The first time I saw Gladys, she was waitressing at this little diner across from where I worked. I walked in the door with a bunch of my buddies one day, and from the moment I saw her, I didn't hear a word they said. It was like it was just me and her in the whole damn world, went back to work and made a mess of a Cummins diesel engine. Couldn't get her out of my head. Sarah smiled. I'm well acquainted with the stubbornness of John and Michael Fisk, so I doubt if you just left it at that. Ed smiled too. I went back over to that diner for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the next 6 months. We started going out. Then I got up the courage to ask her to marry me. I swear to God I would have done it that first day, but I thought she'd think I was crazy or something. He paused for a moment and then said with finality, "We've had a damn good life together too." He studied her face. "Is that what happened to you when you saw Johnny?" Sarah nodded. "Did Mike know?" "I think he figured it out. When I finally met John, I asked him if he had any idea why the two of them didn't seem to be close. I thought that might have been part of it, but they seem to have drifted apart before then." Sarah tensed. "So that night in the boat, what you saw was me pushing myself on your son." He had been through the most hellish day imaginable, and all I could think about was myself. She looked directly at him. He turned me down flat. She thought of last night, the tenderness she and John Fisk had exchanged, both in and out of her bed, and then the morning after. She thought she had figured it all out. That had been a good feeling. Now she was close to overwhelmed by the sense that she knew nothing about the man or his feelings. She let out a troubled laugh. It was a very humbling experience. She pulled a tissue from her pocketbook and dabbed at her eyes. "That's all I came to tell you. If you want to hate anyone, hate me, not your son." Ed studied the carpet for a minute and then stood. "Just finished cutting the grass. I'd like an iced tea. How about you?" with a surprised look. Sarah nodded. A few minutes later, Ed came back with glasses of ice and a pitcher of tea. As he filled the glasses, he said, "I've thought a lot about that night. I don't remember all of it. Had a damn bad hangover the next day. As mad as I was, I never should have hit Johnny, not in the damn gut. He's pretty tough."
That's not what I meant.
Ed took a swallow of tea and sat back, chewing on his lip.
Did Johnny ever tell you why he left the police force?
He said he had arrested some young kid for a drug offense, that the kid was so pathetic and everything that he decided to start helping people like that. Ed nodded.
Well, he didn't actually arrest him. That boy died at the scene, and so did the officer that backed Johnny up on that call. Sarah almost spilled her tea. What? Ed looked a little uncomfortable now that he had opened this subject, but he continued. Johnny never really talked about it, but I got the story from the officers who arrived after it all happened. Johnny stopped the car for some reason. It was stolen, I think. Anyway, he called in for backup. He got the two boys out of the car.
Found the drugs. That's when his backup came, right before they were going to search them. One of the boys dropped like he was having a seizure. Johnny tried to help him. His backup should have kept his gun on the other, but he didn't, and the other fellow pulled a gun and killed him. Johnny managed to fire, but the boy put 2 rounds into him. They both went down, facing each other. The other boy had just been faking it. He jumped up and took off in the car. They caught him a little while later. The other fellow and Johnny were about a foot apart, both bleeding like crazy.
"Oh, me God!"
Johnny stuffed a finger in one of the holes. It stopped the bleeding a little.
"Well, and I heard some of this from him while he was in the hospital half out of his head. The boy said some things to Johnny. I'm not exactly sure what Johnny never would say, but they found the boy dead and Johnny next to him, his arm around him."
Must have dragged himself over there or something. Some of the cops didn't exactly like that. What? With one of their own lying dead because of the kid. But they checked everything out and Johnny was cleared. It was the other cop's fault. Anyway, Johnny almost died on the way to the hospital. As it was, he was in there for about a month. Whatever load the boy was carrying in that pistol ripped Johnny's insides to shreds. Sarah suddenly thought back to Fiska's, pulling his shirt back down before they made love. "Does he have a scar?" Ed looked at her funny. "Why do you ask? Something he said." He nodded slowly, from his gut to his neck. Too old for skinny dipping, Sarah said to herself. Guess they could have done some plastic surgery, but Johnny had had enough of hospitals. Besides, I think he figured if they couldn't fix him on the inside, what the hell did it matter what he looked like on the outside? Sarah's face took on a stricken look. "What do you mean? He fully recovered, didn't he?" Ed shook his head sadly. Those bullets ripped him bad, bounced around inside him like a damn pinball. They patched him up, but just about every one of his organs was damaged for good. Maybe they could make it all right if Johnny wanted to spend a bunch of years in the hospital, have transplants and stuff like that. But that ain't my son, Doc say. Eventually, things inside him are just going to stop working. They said it was like diabetes. You know how a person's organs get worn out and all? Sarah nodded as her own stomach started to churn. Well, the doc said those 2 bullets will eventually cost Johnny about 20 years of his life, maybe more. And there wasn't really nothing they could do about it. Back then, we didn't care. Hell, he was alive. That was enough. But I know he thinks about it. He pumped iron, ran like a damn demon, got himself in good shape, at least on the outside. Quit the police force, wouldn't even take damn disability. Although he was sure as hell entitled, became a lawyer, works like a dog for what amounts to chicken shit, and gives me and his mama most of it. I got no pension, and Gladys's medical bills added up to more than I made in my whole life. Hell, we had to mortgage this place again after spending 30 years paying it off. But you do what you got to do. As Ed paused, Sarah glanced over at the table where John Fiskey's Medal for Valor sat. A little piece of metal for all that pain. I tell you all this so you'll see Johnny doesn't really have the same goals as you and me might. Never got married. Never talks about having no kids of his own. Everything is sped up for him. He figures if he makes it to 50, he's the luckiest man on earth. He told me that himself. Ed Fisk looked down, his voice catching. Never figured I'd outlive Mike. I hope to God I don't outlive my other boy. Sarah finally found her voice. I appreciate your telling me this. I realize it was hard for you. You don't really know me.
Depending on the situation, sometimes you can know a person better in 10 minutes than someone you've crossed paths with all your life. Sarah rose to leave. Thank you for your time, and John really needs to hear from you. He nodded solemnly. I'll do that. As her hand touched the doorknob, Ed spoke one last time. You still love my son? Sarah walked out without answering. At the small cafe down from his office building, Fisk bought his coffee and sat down at an outside table.
McKenna did the same. At first, Fisk chose to completely ignore the hovering FBI agent and idly watch the passers-by while he drank his coffee. He slipped on his sunglasses as the sun cleared the top of the building across the street and drew both men's shadows across the bricks. McKenna silently munched on some crackers he had bought and fingered his styrofoam cup of coffee. How's the gut? Sorry, I had to punch you like that. The only thing you're sorry about is that you didn't hit me harder.
No, really. I saw the shotgun and got concerned.
Fisk looked up at him. I guess you thought I might be able to somehow open the car door, pull the shotgun out, swing it around and get off a shot before you could blow me away from a distance of, 6 inches? McKenna shrugged. FYI, I read up on your police record. You were a good cop, right up until the end, anyway. What the hell is that supposed to mean? McKenna sat down at the table. Nothing, other than there being some questions about that last event in your record. Care to fill me in on it? Fisk took off his glasses and stared at the man. Why don't you put a bullet in my head instead? I think that would be more fun for me. McKenna leaned his chair back against the side of the building and lit up a cigarette. You know, if you're so anxious to prove your innocence, then you might want to start being a little more cooperative. McKenna, you're convinced I killed my brother. So why should I bother? I've worked a lot of cases over the years. Half the time my original theory didn't turn out to be right. My philosophy is, never say never. Boy, you really sound sincere. McKenna assumed a friendlier tone. Look, John, I've been doing this stuff a long time, okay? Nice, neat little cases aren't the norm. There are twists on this one, and I'm not ignoring them. He stopped and then added as casually as he could. So why was your brother interested in Rufus Harms, and what exactly was in the appeal? Fisk put his sunglasses back on. That doesn't fit into your theory of me killing my brother. That's only one of my theories. I'm down here following that up by looking for your suddenly vanished 9mm. While I'm waiting on that, I'm looking at it from another angle. Rufus Harms. Your brother took the appeal. It looks like he visited the prison. Chandler told you that? I have a lot of information sources. You and Evans have both been snooping around into Harms's background. He escaped from a prison in Southwest Virginia. And you two took a chartered plane to that area last night. Why don't you tell me about that? Where'd you go and why? Fisk sat back, stunned. McKenna had put them under surveillance. That wasn't unusual. Yet somehow Fisk hadn't even thought about the possibility. You seem to know so much, why ask me? You might have some information I could use to solve this case. Ahead of Chandler. When people are getting killed, what does it matter who stops it first? That statement made a lot of sense, Fisk knew, on the surface at least. But of course it mattered a great deal who stopped it. People in law enforcement kept score, just like people in other lines of work. Fisky stood up. Let's check in with Billy. By now he's probably found those 2 bodies I stuffed in my file cabinet last week. Hawkins was just finishing up when they returned. Nothing, he said in response to McKenna's look. You can search it yourself if you want, he added defiantly. That's okay, I trust you, McKenna said amicably. Fisky was staring at Hawkins. What's that, Billy? Fisky pointed at his neck and collar. What's what? Fisk touched Hawkins's collar with his finger, and then held it up for the man to see. Hawkins blushed a little. Oh, damn, that was Bonnie's idea to cover the bruises. That's why my face doesn't look so beat up. I've never been hit that hard in my life. I mean, the guy was big, but so am I, McKenna said. I would have emptied my clip in the bastard. Fisk stared open-mouthed at McKenna as he said this. Hawkins nodded. I was tempted. But anyway, the guys would give me hell if they knew, but it's so hot outside and you start sweating and the stuff just comes off on your clothes. I don't know how women do it. Then you're saying it's... Yeah, it's makeup, he said sheepishly, despite the revelation that had just occurred to him. Fisk tried his best to appear calm. He unconsciously rubbed his still tender shoulder. McKenna was staring at him. Just then the phone rang. Fisk picked it up. It was the nursing home where his mother lived. I read about Michael in the paper. I'm so sorry, John. The woman had worked at the home for years, and Fisky knew her very well. Thanks, Anne. Look, right now is a real bad time. I mean, Michael was just here, and now he's gone. I can't believe it. Fisky tensed. Here as in at the nursing home? Yes, just last week. Thursday, no Friday. The day he disappeared. I remember because he usually comes on Saturday. Fisk shook his head clear. What are you talking about? Mike didn't visit Mom. Sure he did. I mean, not nearly as often as you did. You never told me that, didn't I? Well, I guess if you have to know, Michael didn't want you to know. Why in the hell didn't he want me to know? I'm sick and tired of people not telling me things about my brother. I'm sorry, John, the woman said, but he asked me not to say anything, and I honored his request, that's all. But now that he's gone, I didn't think it would hurt for you to know. He saw Mom on Friday. Did he talk to you? No, not really. He seemed a little nervous, actually. I mean, sort of anxious. He came really early and only stayed about a half hour. So they talked? They met. I don't know how much they actually talked. Gladys can be difficult sometimes. When do you think you might stop by to see her? I mean, she couldn't possibly know about Michael, but still, she seems very depressed for some reason. It was clear to Fisk that the woman believed a mother's link to her children could trump even the grip of Alzheimer's. I'm really busy, right? Fisk broke off what he was saying. It would be a miracle if his mother could remember anything of any conversation she might have had with Mike that could possibly help them, but if she did, I'll be right over. Fisk hung up the phone, picked up his briefcase, and stuffed the stack of mail in there. Your brother visited your mom on the day he disappeared? McKenna asked. Fisk nodded. Then she might be able to tell us something. McKenna, my mom has Alzheimer's. She thinks John Kennedy is still president. Okay, what about somebody who works there? Fisk wrote down an address and phone number on the back of one of his cards, but leave my mom out of it.
You're going to see her, aren't you? How come? She's my mother.
Fisk disappeared out the door. Hawkins looked over at McKenna. You ready to leave? Because I want to lock up. Don't want anybody else coming in here and stealing any more stuff. The way Hawkins said it made McKenna blink. The guy couldn't know that he had taken the gun, could he? Still, he felt guilty about it, but he had bigger things to feel guilty about, far bigger.
Chapter 50. 4.
Sarah was stopped at a red light on her way to Fisk's office when she saw him drive through the intersection heading west. She didn't have time even to blow her horn. She thought about flagging him down, but a glimpse of his tense face stopped her. She turned right and followed him. 30 minutes later, she slowed as Fisk's car turned into the parking lot of a long-term care facility located in the west end of Richmond. Sarah had been here once before with Michael to visit his mother. She kept her car hidden behind a broad-leaved evergreen next to the entrance and watched as Fisk stepped out of his car and hurried inside. Fisk met up with Anne, the woman who had just called him, who apologized again and led him to the visitors' lounge, where Gladys sat docilely in her pajamas and slippers. When Fisk appeared, she looked up and silently clapped her hands together. Fisk sat down across from her, and Gladys put out her hands and tenderly touched his face. Her smile broadened, her eyes wide and catching absolutely nothing of reality. "How's my Mike? How's Mama's baby?" He gently touched her hands. "I'm fine, doing good, Pop's good too," he lied. "We had a nice visit the other day, didn't we?"
Visits are so nice.
She looked behind him and smiled. She often did that. It was hard keeping her attention. She was an infant now, the cycle complete. She touched his cheek again. "Your daddy was here?" "When was that?" She shook her head. "Last year sometime." "He got leave. His ship went down. Jap's done it." "Really? He's okay, isn't he?" She laughed long and loud. "Oh yes, that man is A-okay." She leaned forward and whispered conspiratorially, "Mike, honey, can you keep a secret?"
Sure, Mom.
Fisk said hesitantly. She looked around, blushing. "I'm pregnant again." Fisk took a deep breath. This was a new one. "Really? When did you find out?" "Now, don't you worry, sweetie. Mama's got enough love to go around for all of you." She pinched his cheek and kissed his forehead. He squeezed her hand and managed a smile. "We had a good talk the other day, didn't we?" She nodded absently. This was crazy, he thought, but he was here, and he might as well try. "I had a good trip. You remember where I went?" "You went to school, Mike, just like every day. Your daddy took you on his ship." She frowned.
You be careful out there. Lot of fighting going on. Your daddy's out fighting right now.
She punched a fist in the air.
Get him, Eddie.
Fisk sat back and stared at her.
I'll be careful.
Looking at her was like watching a portrait that was fading daily under unforgiving sunlight. Eventually he would come to visit, and all the paint would be gone. The only image left would come from his memory. And so life goes. I have to get going. I'm late for school. So pretty. She looked past him and waved. "Hello there." Fisk turned around and froze as he saw Sarah standing there. "I'm pregnant, honey," Gladys told her. "Congratulations," was all Sarah could think to say. Fisk stormed down the hallway to the exit, Sarah trailing him. He threw open the door so hard it smacked against the wall. "John, will you stop and talk to me?" she pleaded. He whirled around. "How dare you come and spy on me?" "I wasn't spying. It's none of your damn business." He pulled out his keys and got into his car. She jumped in. "Get the hell out of my car." "I'm not budging until we talk about this. Bullshit. If you want me out, throw me out." "Damn you," Fisk shouted. Before climbing out of the car, Sarah followed him. "Damn you, John Fisk. Will you please stop running away and talk to me? We've got nothing to talk about. We have everything to talk about." He pointed an unsteady finger at her.
Why the hell are you doing this to me, Sarah?
"Because I care about you."
I don't need your help. I think you do. I know you do. They stood there staring at each other. Can't we go somewhere and talk about this, please? She slowly walked around the car and stood next to him. Touching his arm, she said, "If last night meant half as much to you as it did to me, we should at least be able to talk."
She stood there, convinced that his response would be to climb in his car and drive out of her life. Fisk looked at her for a moment, dropped his head, and wearily leaned against his car. Sarah's hand slipped down to his and tightened around it. Fisk looked beyond her to a car parked on the road and the two men inside. "We'll have the feds along for a ride." His manner and tone were now resigned. At least it wasn't McKenna back there.
"Good. I'll feel very safe," she said, her gaze refusing to leave his, until finally she saw she hadn't lost him, at least for now.
They climbed in their cars, and Sarah followed Fisk to a small shopping mall about a mile away, where they sat at an outdoor table and sipped lemonade in the heat of the late afternoon. "I can understand how you could hold that against your brother, although it's not his fault," Sarah said. "Nothing was ever Mike's fault," Fisk said bitterly. "It's not like your mother can help herself. It could just as easily be that she called Michael by your name." "Yeah, right. She chose not to remember me. Maybe she calls you that because you visited her a lot more than Michael did, and that's her way of reacting to it." "I'm not buying that." Sarah looked angry. "Well, if you want to be jealous of your brother even now that he's dead, then I guess that's your right." Fisk settled a very cold gaze on her. She expected him to erupt. Instead, he said, was whatever, jealous of my brother. Who wouldn't be? But that doesn't make it right. Maybe it doesn't, Fisk said, his voice tired. He looked away. The first time I visited Mom and she called me Mike, I thought it was a temporary thing, you know? She was having a real bad day after 2 months of it. He paused. Well, that's when I cut Mike off for good. Everything that had ever ticked me off about him, no matter how stupid, I just blew up into a huge picture of this evil sonophobich with no heart, nothing good. He had taken my mother away from me. John, the day we came to see you at trial, I went with Michael to see your mother. He tensed. What? Your mother wouldn't even talk to him. He brought her a gift. She wouldn't take it. He told me she was always like that. He assumed that it was because she loved you so much that she didn't care about him. You're lying? Fisk said in a hushed tone. No, I'm not. It's the truth. You're lying, he said again more forcefully. Ask some of the people who work there. They know. A few minutes of silence passed. Fisk's head was bowed. When he looked back up, he said, I never really thought about him losing his mother, too. Are you sure about that? Sarah asked quietly. Fisk stared at her, his hands clenched. What do you mean? He said, his voice shaking. What stopped you from talking to your brother? Michael told me you had shut him out, and you just admitted that. Even so, I can't believe you never knew how she treated him. For a full minute, Fisk said nothing. He stared at Sarah. Perhaps through her, his eyes revealed nothing of what he was thinking. Finally, he closed his eyes and said in a barely audible tone, I knew. He looked at her. The terrible pain on his features made her tremble. I just didn't want to care, Fisk said. Sarah gripped his shoulder tightly. I guess I used it as an excuse not to have anything to do with my own brother. He took another deep breath. There's something else. Mike did call me before he went to the prison. I didn't call him back, not until it was too late. I killed him. You can't blame yourself for that. Sarah's words had no effect. She could see that. So she changed tactics. If you want to blame yourself, then do it for the right reason. You unfairly cut your brother out of your life. You were wrong to do that. Very wrong. Now he's gone. That's something you'll have to live with forever, John. Now he looked at her. His face grew calmer. I guess I've been living with it already, since he had confided in her. Sarah decided it was only fair to reciprocate. I saw your father today before Fiske could say anything. She hurried on. I promised you I would. I told him what really happened. And he believed you, Fiske said skeptically. I was telling the truth. He's going to call you. Thanks, but I wish you had kept out of it. He filled in some gaps for me. Like what? Fiske said sharply. Like what happened to make you stop being a cop? Damn it, Sarah, you had no need to know that. Yes, I did. A great reason. What is it? You know what? Neither of them spoke for several minutes. Fiske looked down at the table too and fiddled with his straw. Finally, he sat back and crossed his arms. So my dad told you everything? Sarah glanced up at him. About the shooting, yes. Her tone was cautious. So you know I'm probably not going to be alive and kicking when I'm 60 or maybe even 50. I think you can beat any odds someone throws at you. And if you don't, that doesn't matter to me. He leaned forward. But it matters to me, Sarah?
So you give up the life you do have?
I think I'm leading my life exactly how I want to.
Maybe you are, she quietly conceded. It would never work, you know. So you've thought about it?
I've thought about it. Have you? How do you know this isn't another impulse decision, like buying your house?
It's what I feel. Feelings change, and it's so much easier to admit defeat rather than work at something. When I want something, I work very hard at it.
Fisk had no idea why he said that, but he saw the devastated look on Sarah's face.
I see. And I guess I have no choice in the matter? You really don't want to have to make that kind of a choice.
She said nothing, and Fiske remained quiet for a moment. You know, my dad didn't tell you everything, because he doesn't know everything. He told me how you almost died, how the other officer did die, and the man who shot you. I can understand how that could change your life, how it could make you do what you do. I think it's very noble, if that's the right word. That's not even close. Do you really want to know why I do what I do? Sarah could sense the sudden change of mood. Tell me. Because I'm scared. He nodded at her. Fear drives me. The longer I was a cop, the more it became us against them. Young, angry attitude, with a pistol to back it all up. Fisk stopped speaking and watched through the glass partition, as people inside bought refreshments. They appeared carefree, happy, pursuing some tangible goal in their lives. They were everything he wasn't, couldn't be. He looked back at Sarah. I kept arresting the same guys over and over, and it seemed like before I filed the paperwork, they were back on the streets, and they'd blow you away like stepping on a cockroach. See, they live the game of us against them too. You lump people together, young and black, catch 'em if you can. Blues coming at you, kill 'em if you can. It's quick, and you don't have to make choices about individuals. It's like a drug addiction. Not everybody does that. The whole world isn't made up of people like that. I know that. I know that most people, black, white, or whatever, are good people, lead relatively normal lives. I really want to believe that. It's just that as a cop, I never saw any of that. Normal ships didn't sail by my dock. So did the shooting make you rethink things? Fisk didn't answer right away. When he did, he spoke slowly. I remember dropping to my knees to check the guy, who it turned out was faking a seizure. I heard the gun go off, my partner scream. I pulled my pistol at the same time I was turning. I don't know how I got a round off, but I did. It hit him right in the chest. We both went down. He lost his gun, but I kept mine, pointed it right at him. He wasn't more than a foot from me. Every breath he took, blood kicked out of the bullet hole like a red geyser. It made this swishing sound I still hear in my sleep. His eyes had started to freeze up, but you never knew. All I knew was that he had just shot my backup, and he had just shot me. My insides felt like they were dissolving. Fisk let out a long breath. I was going to just wait for him to die, Sarah. Fisk stopped talking as he recalled how close he had come to being another blue in a box, buried and mostly forgotten. Your father said you were found with your arm around him, Sarah gently prompted. I thought he was trying to grab my gun. I had one finger on the trigger and one finger stuck in the hole in my gut. But he didn't even put his hand out. Then I heard him talking. I could barely make out what he was saying at first, but he kept saying it until I did. What did he say? Sarah asked gently. Fisk let out a breath, half expecting to see blood kick out of his old wounds, his tired, betrayed organs calling it quits on him 40 years early. He was asking me to kill him. As if in answer to her unspoken question, Fisk said, I couldn't, I didn't. It didn't matter, though. He stopped talking a few seconds later. Sarah slowly sat back, unable to say anything. I actually think he was terrified he wasn't going to die. Fisk shook his head slowly, the words becoming more difficult to put together. He was only 19. I'm an old man already, next to him. His name was Darnell Jackson. His mother was a crack addict, and when he was 8 or 9, she would whore him out for drug money. He looked at her. Does that sound horrible to you? Of course it does. Yes. To me, it was the same old shit. I saw it all the time. I'd become immune to it, or at least I thought I had. He licked his dry lips. I didn't think I had any compassion left. But after Darnell, I got some back. He flashed a troubled smile. I call it my steel-jacketed epiphany. 2 slugs in my body, a kid dying in front of me, wanting me to finish him off. It's hard to imagine one event having enough force to make you question everything you've ever believed. But it happened to me that night. He nodded thoughtfully. Now I think of the whole future of the world solely in the context of Darnell Jackson. He's my version of nuclear holocaust, only it won't be over in a few seconds. He looked at her. That's the terror that drives me. I think you really do care. You do a lot of good. Fisk shook his head, his eyes glimmering. I'm not some rich, brilliant white attorney running around nobly saving the little Enuses of the world. And it took a lost kid blowing up my insides with a cannon to make me even give a damn. How many people do you think really care? You can't be that cynical, can you? Fisk stared at her a moment before answering. Actually, I'm the most hopeful cynic you'll ever meet. Chapter 55. You did the right thing, Beth, as much as it hurts. I still can't believe it about Sarah, though. Jordan Knight shook his head. They were in the back seat of his government limousine, which was threading its way through bumper-to-bumper traffic toward their Watergate apartment. Maybe she just cracked. The pressures are enormous, I know, Elizabeth Knight said quietly. It all seems so bizarre. A clerk steals an appeal. Sarah knows about it, but keeps quiet. The clerk is then murdered. Then the clerk's brother comes under suspicion. John Fisk just doesn't strike me as the murderous type. He doesn't strike me that way, either. Her discussion with John Fisk had only deepened her fears. Jordan Knight patted his wife's hand. I've checked on Chandler and McKenna. Both are rock solid. McKenna has an excellent reputation at the Bureau. If anybody can solve this thing, I think those two can. I find Warren McKenna rude and obnoxious. Well, in his line of work, I suppose he sometimes has to be, he pointed out. That's not all. There's just something about him. He's so intense, but he almost seems to be, she paused, searching for the right word. Play acting in the middle of a murder investigation? I know it sounds crazy, but it's just how I feel. The senator shrugged and stroked his chin thoughtfully. I've always said a woman's intuition is worth more than a man's best judgment. I guess in this town we're all on a stage. Sometimes one does grow tired of it. She eyed him closely. The New Mexico ranch beckons? I've got a dozen years on you, Beth. Every day becomes a little more precious. It's not like we're not together. Time together in D.C. is not really the same. We're both so busy here. My appointment to the court is a lifetime one, Jordan. I just don't want you to have any regrets, and I'm trying my best not to have any. They both fell silent and looked out the window as the car traveled along Virginia Avenue. I heard you and Ramsey went at it tooth and claw today. Do you think you have a chance? Jordan, you know, I don't feel comfortable talking to you about these things. Jordan reddened. That's one thing I hate about this town, and our jobs. Government should not interfere in the covenant of marriage. Funny talk coming from a politician. Jordan laughed deeply. Well, as a politician, I have to get up on the damn soapbox every now and then, don't I? He stopped and took her hand. I appreciate your going forward with the dinner for Kenneth. You took some heat for it, I know. Elizabeth shrugged. Harold takes any opportunity, no matter how trivial, to tweak me, Jordan. I've built up a very strong resistance. She gave him a kiss on the cheek while he lovingly stroked her hair.
We really have prevailed, despite all the odds, haven't we? We have a nice life, don't we?
We have a wonderful life, Jordan. She kissed him again, and he put a protective arm around her. I say tonight we cancel all of our appointments and just stay home. Have some dinner, watch a movie, and talk. We don't get to do that much anymore. I'm afraid I won't be good company. Jordan squeezed her tightly. You're always good company, Beth. Always. When the Knights arrived at their apartment, Mary, their housekeeper, handed a phone message to Elizabeth. A curious expression crossed her face as she looked at the name on the paper. Jordan appeared in the hallway, rubbing his hands together. He looked at Mary. I hope you have something nice planned for dinner.
Your favorite beef tenderloin. Jordan smiled. I think we're going to have a late dinner. Tonight, the missus and I are going to relax completely. No interruptions. He looked at his wife. Anything wrong? He noted the paper in her hand. No, court business. It never ends.
You don't have to tell me that, he said dryly. Well, I'm for a hot shower.
He went down the hallway. You're welcome to join me, he called over his shoulder. Mary went off to the kitchen, a smile on her lips at the senator's remark. Elizabeth took the opportunity to slip into the study and dialed the number on the message.
I'm returning your call, she said into the phone.
We need to talk, Justice Knight. How's right now? What is this about?
What I'm about to tell you will come as quite a shock. Are you prepared for that?
For some reason, Elizabeth Knight sensed that the man was enjoying this. I really don't have time for the cloak and dagger rhetoric that obviously amuses you. Well, I'm going to give you a crash course in it. What are you talking about? Just listen. And she did. 20 minutes later, she threw the phone down, raced out of the room, and almost knocked down Mary, who was coming down the hallway. Elizabeth raced into the powder room, where she splashed water on her face. She gripped the edges of the sink, composed herself, opened the door, and moved slowly down the hallway. She could still hear Jordan in the shower. She looked at her watch. She went out into the lobby and down the elevator to the reception area of the building and waited over by the main entrance. Time seemed to pass slowly. Actually, only 10 minutes had gone by since her phone call. Finally, a man she didn't recognize, but who clearly knew her by sight, appeared and handed her something. She looked down at it. When she looked back up, he had already disappeared. She put what he had given her into her pocket and hurried back up to her apartment. Where's Jordan? She asked Mary. I believe he's in the bedroom getting dressed. Are you all right, Miss Knight? Yes, My stomach was just a little upset, but I'm fine now. I decided to stretch my legs and do some window shopping downstairs, get some fresh air. Would you mix up some cocktails and put them out on the terrace?
It's starting to rain.
But the awning's up, and I feel very claustrophobic all of a sudden.
I need the air.
It's been so hot and humid lately, and the rain has made things so cool. So very cool.
She said wistfully. Make Jordan's favorite, will you?
Beefeater martini with a twist. Yes, ma'am.
And the dinner, Mary, please make sure it's absolutely wonderful, just perfect. I will, ma'am. Mary headed to the bar with a puzzled look on her face. Elizabeth Knight squeezed her hands together to fight the waves of panic. She just had to stop thinking about it. If she was going to make it through this, she had to merely act, not think. Please, God, help me, she prayed. Chapter 56. Fisk stared moodily out the car window at the dark clouds. He and Sarah were halfway to Washington, and neither one had said much on the drive up. Sarah turned on the wipers as the rain started to fall. She looked over at him and frowned. John, we've got a lot of information to work with. We might want to use the next hour making some sense of it all. Fisk glanced at her. I guess you're right. Do you have pen and paper anywhere? Don't you have that in your briefcase? He undid his seatbelt, pulled his briefcase from the back seat, and popped it open. He pushed through the stack of mail until his hands closed around a bulky package. Christ, that was fast. What? I think this is Harms's service record. Fisky tore it open and started reading. 10 minutes later, he looked at her. It's in 2 different parts. His service record, portions of the record of court-martial, and the personnel list from Fort Plessy during the time Harms was stationed there. Fisk pulled out a section marked Medical Records. He studied the pages and then stopped. Would you like to guess why Rufus Harms was so insubordinate? Wouldn't take orders, was always in trouble? He was dyslexic, Sarah answered promptly. How the hell did you know that? A couple of things. Even the little I saw of it, the handwriting and spelling on the appeal was so bad. That's a sign of dyslexia, although it's not conclusive. But when I talked to George Barker, remember he told me that story about Rufus fixing his printing press? Fisk nodded. Well, he recalled Rufus saying that he didn't want to look at the manual for the printing press, that the words would just mess him up. I went to school with a girl who had dyslexia. She once told me more or less the same thing. It's like you can't communicate with the world. Although, from our encounter last night, it looks like Rufus has conquered his disability. If he can survive in prison all those years with people trying to kill him, he can do anything he sets his mind to. Fisk looked back at the records. Looks like he was diagnosed with it after the murder. Probably during the court-martial proceedings. Maybe Ryder discovered it. Preparing a defense requires some client cooperation.
Dyslexia is not a defense to murder.
No, but I know it is. What? Sarah asked excitedly. What first? A question. Leo D'Alessandro. Is he having an affair with his secretary? Why are you asking that? He had makeup on his coat collar. Maybe it was from his wife. Maybe, but I don't think so. I really doubt he was having an affair because his secretary had just got married. I didn't think they were. So why did you ask me? Just covering all the bases. I don't think D'Alessandro got it from his wife either. I think he was wearing it. Why would a man, a chief of police no less, be wearing makeup? To cover the bruises he got when I hit him in my brother's apartment. Sarah's breath caught as Fiske continued. I haven't seen D'Alessandro since that night. He wasn't at the meeting at the court after Wright was murdered. I've been with Chandler a lot, and the man never came by to check up on the investigation. At least while I was there. I think he was avoiding me. Maybe afraid I'd recognize him somehow.
Why in the world would Leo D'Alessandro have been at your brother's apartment? In response, Fisk held up a sheaf of papers. The list of personnel stationed at Fort Plessy. Luckily, it's alphabetized. He turned toward the end of the roster. Sergeant Victor Tremaine. He turned another page.
Captain Frank Rayfield. He flipped back through some pages and stopped. Private Rufus Harms. Then he went back near the beginning, circled a name with his pen, and said triumphantly, and Corporal Leo D'Alessandro. Good God! Then Rayfield, Tremaine, and D'Alessandro were the men in the stockade that night? I think so. How did you know D'Alessandro was in the military? I saw a photo of D'Alessandro in his office. He was much younger, in uniform, his army uniform. I think the 3 of them went there to teach Rufus Harms a lesson. I think we'll find they all fought in Vietnam, and Rufus didn't. He wouldn't follow orders, was always in trouble. But what the hell did they do to Rufus Harms? I think they...
The car phone rang. Sarah glanced at Fisk and then picked it up. Her face went pale as she listened. Yes, I'll accept the call. Hello, what? Okay, calm down. He's right here. She handed the phone to Fisk. Rufus Harms.
And he doesn't sound good.
Fisk gripped the phone.
Rufus, where are you?
Rufus was inside the Jeep parked next to a payphone. He had one hand on the phone, the other on Josh, who was now slipping into longer periods of unconsciousness, but still had the pistol wedged against his side. Richmond, he answered. I'm 2 minutes from the address on the card you gave me. Josh is hurt bad. I need a damn doctor, and I need him quick.
Okay, tell me what happened.
Rayfield and Tremaine caught up to us. Where are they now? They're dead, damn it, and my brother's about ready to join them. You said you'd help me?
Well, I need help.
Fisk glanced in the rearview mirror. The black sedan was still back there. He thought quickly. Okay, I'll meet you at my office in 4 hours tops.
Josh ain't got 4 hours. He's shot the hell up. We're gonna take care of Josh right now, Rufus. I'm meeting you, not Josh.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm gonna call a buddy of mine who's a cop. He'll get an ambulance. They'll take care of him. MCV Hospital is only a few minutes from my office.
No police.
Fisk yelled into the phone. Do you want Josh to die? Do you? Fisk took the silence as Rufus's surrender to whatever help Fisk could give him. Describe the car to me and give me the intersection where you are right now. Rufus did so. My friend will have help there in a few minutes. Leave Josh in the car. As soon as you hang up, walk to my office building. It's open. Go in the front door and go down the flight of stairs on your left. You go through another door. There's a door on your right marked Supplies. It's unlocked. Get in there and sit tight. I'll be down quick as I can. I also want you to take your brother's wallet because I don't want him to have any ID. If they know it's Josh, they're going to start looking for you nearby. That includes my office. The police cordoning off the area would throw a real wrench in my plan. What if somebody sees me? Maybe recognizes me? We don't have much choice now, Rufus. I'm trusting you. Please help my brother. Please don't let me down. Rufus, I'm trusting you too. Don't let me down. When Rufus hung up, he looked at Josh. He slipped a gun under his shirt and reached out to touch his brother. He thought Josh was completely unconscious now, but when Rufus brushed his shoulder gently with his finger, Josh opened his eyes. Josh, I heard. The voice was weak. Everything about him was now. He wants me to take your wallet so they won't know who you are just yet, in my back pocket. Rufus slid it out. Now get going. Rufus considered this for a moment. I can stay with you. We go together. No good. Josh spit up some more blood. Docs'll sew me up. I've been hurt a lot worse than this. Josh moved a shaky hand out, touched his brother's face, brushed away the wetness from his eyes. I'm going to stay with you, Josh. You stay. All this is for nothing. I can't leave you alone. Not like this. Not after all these years away. With a painful grimace, Josh sat up. You ain't leaving me alone. Give it to me. Give you what? Josh said. The Bible. Without taking his eyes off his brother, Rufus slowly reached behind the seat and handed him the book. In return, Josh held out the pistol that had been wedged against his ribs for all these hours. Rufus looked at him questioningly. Fair swap, Josh said hoarsely. Rufus thought he saw a smile flicker across his brother's lips before Josh closed his eyes, his breathing shallow but steady. One large hand gripped the Bible so tightly the spine of the book twisted. As Rufus climbed out of the Jeep, he looked back once more, and then left his brother behind. Fisk finally reached Hawkins at home. Don't ask me why or how, Billy. I can't tell you who it is. For now he's a John Doe. Stall the paperwork and drive the Jeep to the hospital. Fisk hung up. John, how are we going to meet Rufus with the FBI right behind us? Sarah said. I'm meeting Rufus. You're not. Wait a minute, Sarah. I want to see this through. Believe me, you will.
You have to make a phone call for me, to my friend at the JAG. What about? And you still haven't told me what you think happened in that stockade 25 years ago.
He put one hand on top of hers. U.S. v. Stanley, an innocent soldier and LSD, Fisk said, watching her eyes go wide.
Only worse, he added. After making a quick stop at Sarah's home, they drove to National Airport and parked.
Fisk tugged the trench coat around him and pulled his hat down tightly over his head as the rain began to fall harder. He opened a big umbrella and covered Sarah with it. They went to the general aviation terminal and then out the other side to the boarding area, where they climbed in a sedan with tinted windows. A couple minutes later, the car pulled away from the curb. Behind them were two FBI agents, one of whom was already communicating this development to his superiors. Then he went over to the service counter to determine the destination of the flight. Fisk and Sarah were about to get on. The other agent went out and watched as the sedan pulled up to the private jet. Inside the sedan, Fisk and the driver, Chuck Herman's co-pilot, were busy switching places. The driver put on the trench coat and hat. From a distance, he would look like Fisk. Their plan was to have Sarah stay on the plane for an hour, during which time she would attempt to contact Fiskey's JAG friend, Phil Jansen. Then she would leave. They knew the FBI would question her about Fiskey's disappearance, but they would have no grounds to detain her. The FBI agent watched as a thin, white-haired man came down the steps from the plane and greeted Sarah and the man whom he assumed was Fiskey as they climbed out of the car. The group went up the steps and into the plane. The sedan pulled away. The FBI agent kept his eyes on the plane as the sedan passed by him and continued on to the main road leading out of the terminal. Driving the sedan, Fisk let out a deep breath as he pulled onto the George Washington Parkway. Within 10 minutes, he was headed south on Interstate 95 toward Richmond. Traffic was heavy. It was almost 3 hours before he pulled the car up to his office building. He had already checked in with Billy Hawkins. Josh Harms was in surgery at MCV. It didn't look good, Hawkins had told him. Fisk parked the car and went around to the office's rear entrance, just in case. He made his way to the lower level and approached the supply room. "Please be there," he urged Rufus. He tapped on the door. "Rufus," he said quietly, "it's John Fisk." Rufus cautiously opened the door. "Let's get out of here." Rufus gripped his arm. "How's Josh?" "He's in surgery. All you can do is pray. That's all I've been doing."
They went out the rear entrance, walked quickly to Fisk's car, and climbed in.
"Where are we going?" Rufus said. "You want to tell me about the letter from the Army?" "What about it? They wanted to follow up on the phencyclidine testing, right?" Harms stiffened. "Fen what? You know, PCP? How did you know about that?" Same thing happened to another guy in the Army named Stanley, who was in a bogus program. They used LSD on him. I wasn't in no damn PCP program, even if they said I was. He pulled out the letter and gave it to Fisk. Fisk took a moment to read it and then looked at him. "Tell me about it, Rufus." Harms sat back as much as he could. He was so large that his knees touched the dash and his head brushed the car's ceiling. They'd been out to get me for a while, Tremaine and Rayfield. And D'Alessandro, Corporal Leo D'Alessandro? Yeah, him too. I guess they didn't take too kindly to me sitting nice and snug in the States, even if it was in the stockade. They didn't know about your dyslexia. You seem to know a damn lot. Go on. I'd had plenty of run-ins with that group before. Tremaine got thrown in the stockade with me one night for drinking. He told me real directly what he thought about me. I guess they planned this thing out. They came in the stockade one night. Leo had a gun. They made me close my eyes, get on the floor. The next thing I knew, they stuck something in me. I opened my eyes and saw the needle coming out of my arm. They all stood there laughing, waiting for me to die. I could tell from what they said that was their plan. OD me on the stuff. How the hell did you go from getting shot up with PCP to escaping from the stockade? My whole body seemed to swell up like somebody was pumping air in me. I remember getting up, and it felt like the room wasn't big enough to hold me. I tossed them all aside like they were made of straw. They had left the door unlocked. The guard on duty came running up, but I hit him like a truck, and then I was running free. His breathing had accelerated, his huge hands clasping and unclasping, as though reliving what he had done with them so long ago. "And you ran into Ruth Ann Mosley? She was there visiting her brother." Rufus slammed his fist down onto the dash. "If only God had struck me down before I got to that little girl. Why'd it have to be a child? Why?" Tears streamed down the man's face. "It wasn't your fault, Rufus. PCP can make you do anything. Anything. It wasn't your fault." In answer, Rufus held up his hands and bellowed, "These did it. No matter what shit they put in me. Ain't nothing gonna change the fact that I killed that beautiful little girl. Ain't nothing on this earth gonna make that go away, is it? Is it?" Rufus's eyes blazed at Fisk, but then he closed them and slumped back, as though lifeless. Fisk tried to keep calm. "And you remembered nothing until you got the letter." Finally, Rufus came around. "Hell, all those years, the only thing I remembered from that night was sitting in the stockade reading the Bible my mama give me. The next thing I knew, I'm next to this dead little girl. That's all." He wiped the tears away with his sleeve. PCP can do that too. Screw with your memory. Probably the shock of it all too. Rufus took a heavy breath. Sometimes I think that crap's still in me. But you pleaded guilty to the murder anyway? There was a bunch of witnesses, Samuel Ryder said. If I didn't take the deal, they'd convict me, and then they'd execute me. What the hell else was I supposed to do? Fisk thought about that for a moment and then said quietly, I guess I would have done the same thing. But when I got that letter, it was like somebody turned this big light on inside my head, and some part of my brain that had been all dark got real bright, and everything came back to me, every damn little bit. And so you wrote the letter to the court and asked Ryder to file it for you? Rufus nodded, and then your brother came to see me, said he believed in justice, wanted to help me if I was telling the truth. He was a good man. Yes, he was, Fiske said hoarsely. The thing was, he had brought my letter with him. Rayfield and old Vic weren't going to let him go. No way. I went crazy when I found out. They took me to the infirmary, tried to kill me there. I got to the hospital, and Josh busted me out. You said Tremaine and Rayfield are dead. Rufus nodded. He took another deep breath, watched the rain falling over the darkened Richmond skyline, and then looked over at Fisk. Now you know everything. I know. So what are we going to do? I'm not sure, was all Fiske could manage to say. Chapter 57. An hour after Fiske had driven off, Chuck Herman smiled as he passed Sarah in the plane aisle. This is the only time I've ever been paid not to fly. This is Washington, Chuck. They pay farmers not to grow crops, too, Sarah said dryly. She picked up the cell phone for the 10th time and dialed Phil Jansen's home number. His office had already told Sarah that Jansen had left for the day. Luckily, Fiske had given her Jansen's home number, too. She was relieved when Jansen finally answered. She quickly introduced herself and explained her connection to Fisk.
I don't have much time, Mr. Jansen, so I might as well get to the point.
In the past, has the Army been involved in PCP testing programs? Jansen's voice tensed.
Why exactly are you asking that, Ms. Evans?
John thinks that Rufus Harms was involuntarily given PCP when he was in an Army stockade at Fort Plessy 25 years ago. He thinks the exposure to PCP caused Harms to go berserk and kill a little girl. He's been in prison for the crime ever since. Sarah recounted all that she and Fiske had deduced, along with what they had learned from Rufus at Ryder's office. Sarah continued. Rufus Harms recently received a letter from the Army asking him to participate in a follow-up test to determine the long-term effects of PCP. That's what happened to Sergeant James Stanley, right? The Army sent him a letter. That was the only reason he knew the Army had given him LSD. Well, we think a group of Army personnel forcefully administered PCP to Harms in the stockade, but not as part of any program. We think they intended to use the drug to kill him. Instead, he broke free and committed the murder. Jansen said, wait a minute. Why did the Army send him a letter saying Harms was in the program, if he wasn't? We think whoever gave Harms the PCP enrolled him in the program. And why would they do that? If they killed him with the PCP and there was an autopsy, presumably the substance would have been found in his bloodstream. Yes, it would, Jansen said slowly. So they enrolled him in the program to cover that up. The coroner would chalk it up to an unfortunate reaction to the drug. I can't believe this. Right? So such a program existed. Yes, Jansen conceded. It's public information now, all declassified. It was run jointly by the Army and CIA in the 70s. They wanted to determine if PCP could be used to build super soldiers. If Harms was listed in the program's records, he would have recently received a follow-up letter. Jansen paused for a moment.
What are you and John going to do now?
I wish we knew. Sarah thanked Jansen and hung up. She waited a while longer and then left the plane and walked across the tarmac to the terminal. She was immediately stopped by the two FBI agents. Where's Fisk? One of them demanded.
John Fisk?
She asked innocently. Come on, Miss Evans. He left a while back. The agents looked startled.
Left how? I assume he drove.
Now, if you'll excuse me. She smiled as the stunned men took off at a dead run toward the plane. They had no grounds to detain her. She took the opportunity to hop on the shuttle bus to the garage and got her car. She drove out of the airport and headed south. A sudden thought hit her, and she pulled off the road and into a gas station. Keeping the motor running, she opened Fiske's briefcase and took out the packet of documents they had received from St. Louis. She wasn't sure how closely Fiskin had examined them, but it had occurred to her that it was possible the Army might have put a copy of the letter they had sent to Rufus Harms in his official file, although technically it had been closed upon the occasion of his court-martial. It was worth a look. A half-hour later she sat back, disappointed. She started returning the papers to the briefcase when her hand closed around the personnel list from Fort Plessy. She leafed through the pages, noting the names of Victor Tremaine and Frank Rayfield. Then her eyes sadly passed over the name of Rufus Harms, so many years of his life gone. As she was thinking this, she was continuing to turn pages, running her eye down the personnel list. As soon as she saw the name, she froze. When she finally broke out of her trance, she did so with such force that she bumped her head against the window. She threw the file down and slammed the car into gear, burning rubber on the slick pavement as she sped out of the gas station. She glanced down at the floorboard where the personnel list had landed, where the name Warren McKenna seemed to stare back at her, taunting her. She never looked back, so she didn't notice the car that had followed her from the airport. Chapter 58. Harold Ramsey leaned back in his chair, a grave look on his face.
I never imagined that anything like this could have happened here.
McKenna and Chandler sat in Ramsey's chambers. McKenna watched the Chief Justice closely. They seemed to make eye contact for a moment, and then McKenna looked away and glanced over at Chandler. Well, we don't have any solid proof one way or another about whether Michael Fisk actually stole an appeal, or if there even was an appeal, Chandler said. Ramsey shook his head in disagreement. After the discussion with Sarah Evans, can there be any doubt? Discussion. Inquisition was more like it, Chandler thought. It's still speculation, and I would advise against going public with this information. I agree, McKenna said. It could complicate the investigation. I thought you were convinced that John Fisk was behind it all, Ramsey said. If you're changing your position now, I don't see how we're any farther ahead than we were 2 days ago. Murders don't just solve themselves, and this one is a little more complex than usual, and I never said I had changed my position, McKenna said. Fisk's gun was missing from his office. No big surprise there. Don't worry, things are falling into place. Ramsey looked unconvinced. I really don't see why waiting a bit will hurt, Chandler said, and if things turn out the way we hope, maybe the public never has to know. I don't see how that is possible, Ramsey said angrily.
But I suppose it won't make this disaster any more horrible by taking your advice for now. What about Fisk and Evans? Where are they?
We have them under surveillance, McKenna answered. So you know where they are right now? Ramsey asked. McKenna maintained his stone face. He wasn't about to admit that, in fact, both Sarah and Fiske had managed to elude his FBI surveillance team. McKenna had just gotten that message a minute before he had stepped into this meeting. Yes, McKenna answered. Where are they? Ramsey asked. I'm afraid I can't give out that information, Mr. Chief Justice, he added quickly. As much as I'd like to accommodate you, we really need to keep that confidential. Ramsey looked sternly at him. Agent McKenna, you promised to keep the court informed about the progress of this case. I did. That's why I'm here right now. The court has its own police force. Chief D'Alessandro and Ron Klaus are out right this very minute trying to solve this thing. We have our own investigation ongoing, and it's in the best interests of everybody that we have, full disclosure. Now please answer my question. Where are they? What you say makes a lot of sense, but I'm afraid I still can't divulge that information, he said. FBI policy? You understand? Ramsey arched his eyebrows. I think I should speak to someone else at the Bureau then, he said. I don't like going over people's heads, Agent McKenna, but this is a unique situation. I'd be glad to give you some names to call at the Bureau, starting with the director himself. McKenna offered pleasantly. Do you have anything of actual importance to report? Ramsey said dryly. Or is that it? McKenna stood up. We're trying as hard as we can to get to the bottom of this, and I'm convinced that with a little luck we will. Ramsey stood up too, towering over them. A word of advice, Agent McKenna. Never leave anything to chance. Anyone who does that usually lives to regret it. Sarah unlocked the door to her cottage and hurried inside. From her car she had tried phoning Fiskey's home and office, then had tried Ed Fisk too, but he had heard nothing from his son. She threw her purse down on the kitchen table, went upstairs, and changed out of her wet clothes and into jeans and a t-shirt. She was nearing panic, and she wasn't sure what to do. If D'Alessandro was in on this, that was bad enough. He was privy to what was happening with the investigation. The fact that FBI agent Warren McKenna was also involved was potentially catastrophic. He was practically running the damn investigation. She could now see the subtle manipulations of the FBI agent at every juncture in the case. Fisk implicated, herself forced to quit the court, all of it building motive for John's killing his brother. It was all untrue, and yet, for someone just looking at the bare facts, it would make sense. She tried Chandler's office. She wanted to know definitively if Agent McKenna had been stationed at Fort Plessy, or if it had been simply someone else with the same name. She couldn't believe two McKennas would be involved here, but she needed to be sure. Unfortunately, Chandler wasn't in. Who else could she call who would have that information? Jansen might be able to find out, but it would probably take him a while. She tried his number anyway, but there was no answer. Who else? It suddenly hit her. She dialed the number after 3 rings. A woman answered. It was the housekeeper. Is he in? It's Sarah Evans. A minute later, Jordan Knight's voice came on the line. Sarah? I know, this is terrible timing, Senator. I heard what happened today. His tone was cold. I know what you must think, and I'm sure nothing I could say would change your mind. You're probably right about that. However, for what it's worth, Beth feels terrible about what happened. She was one of your strongest supporters. I appreciate that. Sarah held the phone away from her ear as she struggled to hold her nerves in check. Every second counted now. I need a favor. A favor? Jordan sounded perplexed. Some information on someone. Sarah, I hardly think this is appropriate. Senator, I will never, ever call you again. But I really need to know the answer to my question, and with all your information resources and your personal clout, you're the only person I can think of to ask. Please, for old time's sake. Jordan pondered this for a moment. Well, I'm not at my office right now. I was just settling down to a late dinner with Beth, in fact. But you could call your office, or maybe the FBI. The FBI? He said loudly. She hurried on. A phone call would be all that it would take. I'm at home. You can even have the person call me back directly. You and I won't even have to speak again. Finally, Jordan relented. All right, what's your question? It's about Agent McKenna. What about him? I need to know if he ever served in the Army, specifically at Fort Plessy during the 70s. Why in the world do you need to know that? Senator, it would take me far too long to explain. He sighed. All right, I'll see what I can do. I'll have someone from my office check, and then call you. You'll be at home? Yes. Sarah, I hope you know what you're doing, if you can believe it, Senator. I really do. If you say so, he replied, not sounding convinced. When he went back into the dining room, about 15 minutes later, Elizabeth looked up at him. What in the world did Sarah want? The strangest thing.
You know that FBI agent fellow? The one you were complaining about?
She tensed. Warren McKenna? What about him? She wanted to know if he had ever served in the Army. Elizabeth Knight dropped her fork. Why would she want to know that? I don't know. She wouldn't tell me. Jordan looked over at her curiously, noting her tension. Are you all right? I'm fine. This has just been the day from hell. I know, honey. I know, he said soothingly. He looked down at his cold meal. I guess our relaxing evening just went out the window. What did you tell her? Tell her I'd told her I'd check, and that I'd have somebody get back to her. That's what I was doing, calling my office. I guess they can check on the computer or something. Where is Sarah? At home, waiting for the answer to her question. Elizabeth got up, her face pale. Beth, are you all right? A headache just hit me. I need some aspirin. I can get it for you. No, that's all right.
Finish your dinner. Then maybe we can finally relax.
A worried-looking Jordan Knight watched his wife go down the hallway. Elizabeth Knight did indeed get some aspirin, since she did have a very real headache. Then she slipped down the hallway to her bedroom, picked up the phone, and dialed a number.
Hello?
The voice said Sarah Evans just called. She asked Jordan a question.
What was the question?
She wanted to know if you had ever been in the Army. Warren McKenna loosened his tie and took a sip of water from the glass on his desk. He had just returned from the meeting at the court. And what did he tell her? That he'd check and get back to her. Elizabeth did her best to fight back the tears. McKenna nodded to himself. Where is she? She told Jordan she was at home. And John Fisk? I don't know. Apparently she didn't say. McKenna grabbed his coat. Thanks for the information, Justice Knight. It might prove to be even more valuable than one of your opinions. Elizabeth Knight slowly hung up the receiver and then picked it up again. She couldn't leave it like this. She dialed information and got the number. The call was answered.
Detective Chandler, please. Tell him it's Elizabeth Knight, and it's urgent.
Chandler came on the line. What can I do for you, Justice Knight? Detective Chandler, please don't ask me how I know, but you have to get to Sarah Evans's house.
I think she's in grave danger. Please hurry.
Chandler didn't waste time asking questions. He raced out of his office without even hanging up the phone. Elizabeth Knight slowly put down the receiver. She had thought her work at the court was pressure-filled, but this she knew that no matter how this turned out, her life was going to be devastated for her. There was no way out. How ironic, she thought, that justice would end up destroying her. The figure was outfitted in dark clothing, a ski mask pulled over his face. He had followed Sarah down to Richmond and then trailed her and Fisk and the FBI agents back to Washington. He was very grateful that she had lost the FBI agents. It would make his job much easier. Crouching down, he made his way over to the car and opened the driver's side door. The dome light came on when he did so, and he quickly twisted the control to dim it. He looked at the windows of the house. He saw Sarah pass by once, but she didn't look outside. He pulled a small flashlight from his pocket and swept the beam around the car's interior. He saw the papers on the floorboard, glanced at them, and noted the encircled name. He gathered up the files and put them in a knapsack he was carrying. He pulled a pistol from his holster and attached a silencer to the muzzle. Looking up at the house again, he saw no sign of Sarah this time, but she was in there, alone. He put out the light and headed toward the house. Sarah had been nervously pacing the kitchen, constantly checking her watch and waiting for a phone call from Jordan Knight's office. She stepped out onto the rear deck and watched as a jet slid past under the canopy of dark clouds. Then she looked down at her sailboat as it nudged against the rubber tires that were affixed to the dock to act as buffers between the smooth fiberglass and the rough wood. She had a smile as she thought back to the events of last night. The smile disappeared as she recalled what she and Fiske had discussed after their encounter at the nursing home. She pressed her bare toes against the damp wood and took a moment to breathe in the soothing smells of the wet, rustic surroundings. She went inside and up the stairs, stopping at the doorway of her bedroom and looking inside. The bed was still unmade. She sat down on the mattress and picked up one edge of the sheet as she recalled their lovemaking. She thought of how Fisk had pulled his t-shirt back down. The scar went from navel to neck. Ed had told her, as if it could ever actually make a difference to her, and yet Fisk obviously believed it could. She listened as another jet passed overhead, and then the complete silence returned in its wake, as though all sound had disappeared into a Pratt Whitney-made vacuum. The silence so profound she could clearly hear the side door of the cottage open. She jumped up and raced to the stairs. "John?" There was no answer, and when the downstairs light went out, a shiver of fear hit her spine. She ran into her bedroom, shut and locked the door. Her chest heaving, her own pulse bursting in her eardrums, she looked around desperately for a weapon because there was no way to escape.
The window was small, and even if she could manage to wriggle through, the grade of the land was such that the room was 2 stories off the ground, with a concrete sidewalk down below, and breaking both her legs didn't seem like a good idea. Her sense of desperation turned to panic when the sounds of the footsteps reached her. She now cursed herself for not having a phone in the bedroom. She held her breath as she saw the doorknob slowly turn until the lock halted the movement. But both the lock and the door were very old. As something hit the door with a solid blow, she instinctively jumped back, a small scream escaping her lips. She scanned the room before her gaze settled on the 4-poster bed. She raced over and grabbed one of the pineapple-shaped finials off one of the bedposts. Thank God she had never gotten around to having the bed actually canopied. The finial was solid wood and weighed at least a pound. She held it in one upraised hand and stepped quickly over to the door. It shook as another blow landed, the lock bending under the force of it. The door frame started to splinter. After that impact, she reached over, quietly unlocked the door, and then stood back, with the door unbolted. The next blow sent it and the man flying into the room. Sarah's arm came down swiftly, and the finial hit flesh. She raced through the doorway and down the hallway. The man she had struck lay on the floor, holding his shoulder and moaning.
Sarah knew that Rayfield and Tremaine were dead. Then the man she had just hit was either D'Alessandro or, she shuddered at the thought of the man being in her home, Warren McKenna. She navigated the stairs in 2 jumps, grabbed her car keys off the table, and threw open the door on her way to the car. She let out a shriek of terror. The second man stared back at her, calmly, coolly. As he stepped forward, Leo D'Alessandro pointed a pistol directly at her. The man in black came racing down the stairs, holding his shoulder, his gun trained on her as well. D'Alessandro closed the door. Sarah looked at the man behind her. It must be McKenna. But then her expression changed. This man wasn't nearly big enough to be the FBI agent. The ski mask came off, and Richard Perkins glared at her. Then he smiled at her obvious astonishment and pulled some papers from his knapsack.
You must have overlooked my name on the Fort Plessy service roster, Sarah. How sloppy of you.
She stared at him angrily, the marshal of the Supreme Court and the chief of its police parties, to a despicable crime. Harms killed that girl, not me, D'Alessandro said. Have you made yourself believe that, Leo? You killed her, not Rufus, just as sure as if your hands were around her neck. D'Alessandro's face turned ugly. That Sonofabich, if I had my way, I would have pumped him full of lead instead of some damn drug. He was a disgrace to the uniform. He was dyslexic, Sarah screamed at him. He didn't follow orders because he couldn't understand them. You idiot! You destroyed his life, and that girl's for nothing. A smirk appeared on D'Alessandro's face. I don't see it that way, not at all. He got what he deserved. How's the face, Leo? John really popped you. He knows everything, of course. We'll just have to visit him too. You, Vic Tremaine, and Frank Rayfield? You're damn right, D'Alessandro said with a sneer. Your buddies are dead. Sarah's smile emerged as D'Alessandro's faded. They ambushed Rufus and his brother, but just like last time, they couldn't finish the job, she added tauntingly. Then I hope I get the chance to do it for them. Sarah stared him up and down and finally shook her head in disgust.
Tell me something, Leo. How did vermin like you ever get to be a police chief of anything?
He slapped her across the face and would have hit her again if Perkins hadn't stopped him. We don't have time for this crap, Leo. He gripped Sarah by the shoulder. That's when the phone rang. Perkins looked at D'Alessandro. Fisk? He looked again at Sarah. Fisk is with Harms, isn't he? That's why you had to split up, isn't it? Sarah looked away as the phone rang again. Perkins stuck his pistol under her chin, and his finger tightened on the trigger.
I'll ask you one more time. Is Fisk with Rufus Harms?
He pushed the gun harder against her skin. In 2 seconds your head will disappear. I swear to God, answer me. Yes, he's with him, she said, in a strangled voice as the metal pushed against her windpipe. He shoved her to the phone. Answer it. If it's Fisk, pick a place to meet. Make it somewhere around here, but private.
Tell him you found some more information. You say anything to warn him, you're dead.
She hesitated. Do it, or die. Sarah could see now that the mild-mannered Perkins was actually the more dangerous of her 2 captors. She slowly picked up the phone. Perkins stood next to her listening, his gun pressed against her temple. She took a quick breath to try to calm herself. Hello, Sarah? It was Fisk. I've been trying to reach you everywhere. I'm with Rufus. Perkins pushed the gun against her head as he listened. Where are you? She asked. We're halfway to D.C. at a rest stop. What's your plan? I think it's time we went to Chandler. Rufus and I have talked it over. Perkins shook his head and pointed at the phone. I don't think that's such a good idea, John. Why not? I've found out some things that you need to know first before you go to Chandler. Like what? I can't tell you over the phone. It could be bugged. Come on, I kind of doubt that, Sarah. Look, I tell you what, give me the number where you're at and I'll call you from the car. She looked over at Perkins. We can arrange to meet someplace. Then we can go to Chandler. The FBI has the tag number of the car you're in. You have to get rid of it anyway. He gave her the number and she wrote it down on a pad by the phone and ripped off the top sheet. Are you sure you can't tell me over the phone? I talked to your friend at the JAG, Sarah said, whispering a silent prayer for what she was about to say next. If Fisk reacted the wrong way, she was dead. She had to trust him. Darnell Jackson told me all about the PCP testing. Fisk stiffened and looked over at Rufus, who sat in the car at the darkened rest stop. Darnell Jackson, he answered quickly. Darnell's never let me down before. Sarah let out an inaudible breath. I'll call you back in 5 minutes. She hung up and looked at the 2 men. Perkins grinned malevolently. Good job, Sarah. Now let's go see your friends. Chapter 59. After Sarah called him back with the meeting place, Fisk made one more phone call. The news was not good. Not good at all. Then he got in the car and looked at Harms. He's got Sarah. Who's got her? Harms asked. Your old buddy, D'Alessandro. He's the only one left. What you talking about? The only one left? Rayfield and Tremaine are dead.
That leaves D'Alessandro.
Sarah tipped me off without him catching on. Fisk stopped and stared at Rufus, who was staring back at him quizzically. Fisk spoke haltingly. Rufus, how many men were in the stockade that night? 5. Fisk slumped back. I only know about the 3 I just mentioned.
Who are the other 2?
Perkins, Dick Perkins. Fisk thought he might be sick. Richard Perkins is the Marshal of the Supreme Court. I ain't seen him since that night, and damn glad of it. Except for Tremaine, he was the worst of the bunch. He'd come in and beat me with his damn baton. He's the one who shot me up with the PCP. And the 5th man didn't know him. Never seen him before.
That's okay. I think I know who it is.
Sarah had not told him about finding the man's name on Fort Plessy's personnel roster, but Fisk had finally figured it out himself. Warren McKenna's image appeared starkly in his thoughts. That's why the FBI agent was trying to frame him. It all made sense. Fisk started up the car. Where are we going? Sarah just called back. They want us to meet them at a place off the GW Parkway in Virginia. I tried to get hold of Chandler, but he wasn't in. I left a message telling him where we'll be. I just hope he gets it in time. And we're going to go? If we don't, they'll kill Sarah. If you want to stay behind, you can. In response, Rufus slid a pistol out of his pocket and handed it to Fisk. You know how to use one of these things? Fisk took the pistol, pulled back the slide, and made sure a round was chambered. I think I can manage, he said. It was well after midnight now, and the parkway was deserted. At various points there were pull-offs with picnic areas and small parks where, during the day, families would gather for barbecues and quality time. But now, as Fisky pulled the car down the road, the area was dark, isolated, and he knew, deadly. He eyed the exit signs until he found the one he wanted. At the same time that he saw the sign, he spotted Sarah's car parked in the otherwise empty parking lot. Large trees served as a backdrop to the grassy picnic area. Beyond them, Fisky could make out the deeper darkness. That was the Potomac River. Rufus was crouched in the back seat, his eyes level with the bottom edge of the window. His gaze swept the darkened landscape. Somebody's in the car. Can't tell if it's a man or woman, though, he said. Fisk squinted and then nodded in confirmation. They had devised a plan of sorts on the way up. Now that the lay of the land had been established, they could implement that plan. He pulled ahead a little until they passed a bend in the road that took them beyond the line of sight from Sarah's car. Fisk pulled to a stop.
The back door of the car opened, and Rufus quickly disappeared into the surrounding trees and headed through the woods toward the parking lot. Fisk drove into the parking lot and pulled up a couple of spaces from Sarah's car. He looked over and was relieved to see her in the driver's seat. He pulled his gun and slowly got out. He looked over the top of his car. Sarah? She looked at him, nodded, and smiled tightly. The smile disappeared when the man next to her rose up and pointed a gun against her head. They both got out the driver's side. D'Alessandro locked one arm around her neck, his free hand holding the gun tightly against her temple. "Over here, Fisk," D'Alessandro said. Fisk did his best to look shocked. "Where's Harms?" D'Alessandro said Fisk made a show of rubbing his cheek. He had a change of heart. Didn't want to go to the cops? Hit me and took off. And left you the car? I don't think so. Give me the answer I want, or your girlfriend gets a chunk of lead in her brain. I'm telling you the truth. You know he's been in prison all these years. He didn't take the car because he can't even drive. D'Alessandro considered this for a moment. Come over here. I want your hands way, way up in the air. Fisk slipped the pistol in the back of his waistband and put his hands up in the air. He stepped slowly around the car and walked toward them. When he got close enough, he saw the ugly bruise on Sarah's cheek. Are you all right, Sarah? She nodded. I'm sorry, John. Right. Look, just shut up, D'Alessandro said. Exactly where did Harms get away from you? When we got off the interstate, we came up Route 1. That was pretty stupid of him to go off like that. He'll never get far. Well, like they say, you can lead a horse to water. Why don't I believe a word you're saying?
Maybe because you've been a lying sack of shit all your life and you figure everybody is the same way?
D'Alessandro pointed his gun at Fisky's head. It's gonna be so much fun blowing you away. Kind of hard disposing of a couple bodies. D'Alessandro glanced toward the river. Not when you've got the best of Mother Nature to help you. And you don't think Chandler will suspect anything? What's to suspect? The cops think you killed your brother for the insurance money. The chick here got fired today because of you and your dumb brother. Her whole career ruined. You two meet up, things get violent. Maybe you kill her and then pop yourself. Maybe it's the other way around. Who cares? They'll find her car, and a few days or weeks later, they'll find your bodies floating somewhere. What's left of them anyway? Case closed. Actually, that's a good plan. And since I know there's no way you could have thought of it, where are your partners?
What are you talking about?
The other two guys in the stockade that night. Perkins is one. Sarah blurted out. He's here too. Shut up. D'Alessandro yelled. I actually knew that one. I think I can guess who the other one is.
Run your theories by the fish. Let's go.
They all started to move toward the riverbank. Fisk glanced back at D'Alessandro. Don't even think about it, Fisk. I could blow you away from 50 yards, much less 2 feet. And if your plan is to have that stupid lummox jump me from the trees, well, then just bring him on. Since that was their plan, Fisky's heart sank. Then a bullet hit the dirt next to D'Alessandro's leg. He shouted and moved the pistol away from Sarah's head. Fisky hit him hard in the belly, doubling him over, and then clocked him in the head with his fist. Before D'Alessandro could recover, Rufus exploded from behind a tree and hit him with the force of a runaway tank. The man sailed down the bank and into the water from the impact. Fisk pulled his gun. Rufus was about to go after D'Alessandro when more shots zipped past them and everybody hit the ground. Fisk had one protective arm over Sarah. You see anything, Rufus? Yeah, but you ain't going to like it. I think those shots came from 2 different places. Great. Both his backups are here. Shit. He clenched his pistol. Look, Rufus, here's the plan. We'll fire 2 shots each and draw their fire in return so we can see where the muzzle flashes are coming from. Then I'll cover you and you take Sarah and get the hell out of here. Make it to her car and go, before Sarah could say anything. He added, Somebody's got to go get Chandler. Rufus said, I can stay behind. I owe these suckers a lot more than you. I think you've carried the ball long enough. Fisk aimed his gun. You fire left and check left. 1, 2, 3, now. Sarah covered her ears as the shots rang out. A few seconds later, their fire was returned. Fisk and Rufus quickly analyzed the muzzle flashes. Fisk said, One of them's aiming wild. Maybe we hit him. Okay, I'm going to fire in both directions. Keep your gun ready, but don't shoot. I'm going to move to my right about 10 yards. I'll draw the fire my way. Give me to the count of 20, and then when you hear the first round go, hit it. Fisk started to move away, but Sarah clutched at his hand, unwilling to let him go. Fisk wanted to say something confident, cocky even, to her to show he wasn't scared. But he was, I know what I'm doing, Sarah, and I guess 50 years of living is better than nothing. She stared at him as he crawled off, convinced it would be the last time she would see him alive. A minute later, the shots began. Rufus half-carried Sarah as they raced for the car. They made it, and Rufus threw open the door and pushed Sarah inside before climbing in. Fisk moved slowly through the underbrush, the smell of hot metal and flamed gunpowder clinging to him. His spirits had faded to nothing. He had counted his shots carefully, but, unknown to him, his clip had not been full to begin with. He had no more ammo. As he heard the car crank up, he smiled grimly. With his thoughts distracted for a moment, his ears still ringing from the shots he had fired, he didn't hear the sound behind him until it was too late. D'Alessandro, dripping filthy river water, pointed the gun at him. Fisk couldn't speak, his mouth too dry. He also couldn't breathe, as though his lungs had sized up the situation and decided to stop working a few seconds before the slug would force them to. 2 bullet holes in him. The third would do the trick. Darnell Jackson had been facing Fisk's gun, had been off balance after killing Fisk's partner. D'Alessandro would have no such problems. Fisk looked in the direction of the river. A week in that water, and not even his father would be able to identify him. He looked back at Leo D'Alessandro, his last image before death. When the shot came, Fisk watched in stunned silence as Leo D'Alessandro pitched forward and lay still. Fisk looked up. What he saw made him wish D'Alessandro had been able to get off his own round. McKenna looked down at him. Fisk could only shake his head. Why couldn't it have been Chandler? Why couldn't he catch a damn break just this once? And then he saw D'Alessandro's pistol where it had landed very near to him. Don't try it, Fiske. McKenna said sharply. You son of a bitch. Actually, I thought you'd want to thank me. Why? For killing your accomplice before you kill me. In response, McKenna pulled another pistol from his pocket. Here's your pistol. I just happened to find it.
Right. Some way, someday, you're going to get what's coming to you.
McKenna glanced at D'Alessandro. Actually, in a way, I just did. The man's next actions absolutely astonished. Fisk. McKenna flipped the gun around and handed it to him, grip first. Now don't go and shoot me. He put a hand out and helped Fisk up. Chandler's on his way. I managed to catch him at Evans's house. I got there just as Perkins and D'Alessandro were leaving with Sarah. I figured they were trying to use her to set you up. I followed along as your unofficial backup. A little better than the last one you had. I never let my guard down. Fisk just stared at him, unable to speak. Perkins took off. He was the other guy firing. I tried to hit him, but he was too far off. I also fired the shot to distract Leo. I figured Rufus was around here somewhere. I thought you were one of the guys in the stockade that night, said Fisk. I was. Then what are you doing? Clearing your conscience. If you are, you're the only one of the 5 to do it. I wasn't one of the 5. But you just said you were in the stockade that night. There were 6 men there that night other than Rufus. Fisk looked bewildered. I don't understand. I was the guard on duty that night, John. It took me 25 years to figure out what happened, but I couldn't have done it without you and Sarah. I think the PCP angle hit me right after it. Did you at your office? I never even knew about the drug testing at Fort Plessy, although I guess it wasn't something they broadcast. Whether anybody else knew or not, I don't think anyone back then cared about what happened to Rufus Harms. Actually, I cared. McKenna looked down. I just didn't have the balls to do anything about it until it was too late. I could have stopped this whole thing. His body seemed to sag for a second as his mind went back to the past. But I didn't. Fisk studied the man for a moment, still reeling from this last development. Well, you're doing something about it now. 25 years too late. Rufus is going to be free, isn't he? That's all he cares about. McKenna looked up. Rufus is free now, John. No one will ever put him back in prison. If they try to, they have to go through me first. And believe me, they won't be able to. Fisk looked toward the road. What about Perkins? McKenna smiled. I know exactly where Perkins is going. We can call Sarah in the car and let her know. As soon as Chandler gets here, we'll go. Go? Go where? Perkins is going to see the 5th person who was in the stockade that night. Who? Who was it? You'll find out. Soon, you'll know everything.
Chapter 60. When the woman opened the door, Richard Perkins burst in past her. Where is he? In his study. Perkins raced down the hallway and threw open the door. The tall man looked back at him, a calm look in his eyes. Perkins shut the door. Everything's gone to hell, and I'm getting out of here. Jordan Knight sat back and shook his head. If you run, they'll know you're guilty. They know I'm guilty now. I kidnapped Sarah Evans. Leo is probably dead by now.
You followed her ever since she left the court today. I hoped, when I contacted you, it would all have been taken care of. But it's still only her word against yours. Why would she make up something like that? Jordan rubbed his chin. Think about it. She was fired today. You escorted her out the door. She makes wild accusations against you. Perhaps you can invent some others to bolster your position. Rufus Harms is still out there. I saw him. Jordan's face darkened.
Ah, the celebrated Mr. Harms. He killed Frank and Vic. 2 fewer people to worry about then. That's damn cold-blooded of you. You were the one who told them to kill Michael Fisk. You got all this started.
Jordan looked thoughtful. I still don't know how Rufus Harms was able to identify me in that appeal. He knew all of you. I wasn't even in the army. He didn't ID you. Knight looked shocked at first. Then there was a glint of hope in his eyes. Perkins explained. I talked to Tremaine. Rayfield lied to you. You weren't named in the appeal, just the 4 of us. So I'm the only unknown. Jordan stood up and looked at Perkins. God, that meant he still had a way out. Only one more thing. One more person to deal with, and this nightmare was over. He almost trembled at the thought of it. Who knows for how long? God, all this for what? We shoot the bastard up with PCP, and it comes down to this. You actually shot him up, Richard.
Don't act high and mighty now. It was your idea to use the PCP, Mr. CIA.
Well, naturally, I was there conducting the testing and listening to all of you complain about harms, just trying to do you a favor. He eyed Perkins with an unnerving calmness.
I'm very anti-drug now, of course.
Stomping to the end? How about anti-murder? How do you feel about that, Senator? I never killed anybody. How about that little girl, Jordan? How about her? Rufus Harms pled guilty to that crime. As far as I'm concerned, that plea hasn't changed.
Well, it will soon enough if we don't do something. Are you certain you want to run? I'm not hanging around for the axe to fall. I suppose you'll need money. Perkins nodded. I don't have a nice little retirement package like we put together for Vic and Frank. I have the bad habit of always living beyond my means. Jordan took a key from his pocket and unlocked his desk drawer.
I have some cash here. The rest will have to be by check. I can give you $50,000 to start. That sounds good to start. Jordan turned and pointed a pistol at Perkins. What the hell are you doing, Jordan? You burst in here clearly out of your mind, telling of these outrageous crimes you've committed, including kidnapping Sarah Evans. For what purpose, I don't know. You threaten me. I managed to get out my gun and kill you. You're crazy. No one will believe that. Oh, they will, Richard! Jordan pulled the trigger and Perkins dropped to the floor. He heard a scream from the hallway. Jordan moved to the body, quickly searched Perkins, found his gun, placed it in the dead man's hand, and fired a shot into the wall. It's all right, he called out, rising from the floor and putting the pistol down. I'm all right. He opened the door and froze as Rufus Harms stared back at him. Behind Rufus were Chandler, McKenna, Fisk, and Sarah. Jordan finally pulled his gaze from Rufus and looked at Chandler. Richard Perkins burst in here making wild threats. He had a gun. Fortunately, I was a better shot. McKenna stepped forward. Senator, you don't remember me, do you? I mean, outside the FBI. Jordan stared at him without recognition. McKenna edged closer to the man. Perkins and D'Alessandro didn't remember me either. It's been a long time, and we've all changed a lot. Besides, everybody was pretty drunk that night. Everybody except you. I have no idea what you're talking about. I was the guard on duty the night you and your friends came calling on Rufus at Fort Plessy. It was my first and last time pulling guard duty at the stockade. Probably why nobody remembered me. Jordan Knight flinched. Am I supposed to know what you're talking about? I let you in to see Rufus because I was a greenhorn scared private and I had a captain ordering me to. And then Rufus came busting out of his cell, knocked me down and changed everybody's life forever. For 25 damn years I've wondered what really happened in there. I kept quiet about all of you because I was scared. Rayfield was the most senior. He probably would have remembered me. Guess no one mentioned my name to him. Lucky Rayfield fixed it up so I wouldn't get in trouble. But he made it clear I had better keep my mouth shut about all of you being in there. And I never knew what had happened anyway. And by the time I got the courage to say something, it was all over and Rufus was in prison. I've lived with that guilt all these years, but I got off easy. McKenna looked over at Rufus. I'm sorry, Rufus. I was weak, a coward. It probably doesn't make any difference to you, but there hasn't been a day gone by that I didn't hate myself for it. Jordan cleared his throat. Very touching, Agent McKenna. However, if you think you saw me in the stockade that night, you're mistaken. CIA records will show that you were at Fort Plessy conducting PCP tests on soldiers stationed there. McKenna pointed out. If you can get those records, get them. Even if I was there. So what? I was in the intelligence service back then. That's no secret. The public is aware of that.
I wonder if your constituents would be bothered by the fact that you were administering PCP to soldiers, Chandler said heatedly.
Even if I did, and I'm not admitting anything, the program was perfectly above board and legal, as my wife could certainly tell you. USV Stanley, Sarah said bitterly. Jordan's gaze did not leave McKenna. Quite a coincidence that you claim to have been in the stockade, and now you're involved in this matter, he said. It was no coincidence. It was intentional, was McKenna's surprising reply. After I left the Army, I finished college and then went to the FBI Academy, but I kept tabs on you and the others. Guilt is very strong motivation. Rayfield and Tremaine moved around with Rufus. That I found suspicious, but not conclusive. Perkins and D'Alessandro moved around with you. They had positions in your various businesses. I got myself transferred to the Richmond field office so I could be close to you. When you jumped into politics, they again went with you. When you went to D.C., you got D'Alessandro and Perkins jobs at the Senate. So I got transferred to D.C. when you were given a seat on the Senate Judiciary Committee a few years ago. You got them their positions at the court. Real nice of you. It must be part of the payback. The agreement all of you made, Rayfield and Tremaine babysat Rufus. You took care of Perkins and Leo. I bet if we checked their accounts, we'd find some nice little retirement funds somewhere. When I got wind of Michael Fisk's murder, I jumped on it only because it was at the court. When I discovered Rufus was connected somehow, I prayed all those years of following you were going to pay off. Now the truth has finally come out. Absurd speculation, you mean? Jordan Knight countered. From your own words, it's obvious you have some deranged vendetta against me. I find it outrageous that you've come into my home making all these accusations, particularly after I've had a man try to murder me, forcing me to kill him. And other than Detective Chandler, who has to investigate this act of obvious self-defense, I want the rest of you to get the hell out of my home. McKenna pulled a cell phone from his pocket, spoke into it, and listened to the response. I'm placing you under arrest, Senator Jordan. I'm sure Detective Chandler will do the same. Get the hell out of here now. I'm going to read you your rights now. I'll have you in the FBI equivalent of Siberia by dawn. You have no proof of anything. Actually, I'm basing my arrest on your own words. While everyone watched, McKenna knelt under the desk, knee-hole, probed for a moment and pulled out a listening device. Your statements came through loud and clear in the surveillance van parked outside. He looked at Fisk. Knight was the one who told Rayfield to kill your brother. Jordan was furious. That is completely illegal. There's not a judge in this city who would have given you a warrant for that. I'm not going to prison, you are. We didn't need a warrant. We had consent. Bullshit, Jordan roared. He looked like he was about to attack the agent. I demand you give me those tapes immediately. You're an imbecile if you think anyone will believe that I gave such consent. You didn't, Jordan.
I did.
The blood drained from Jordan's face as his wife stepped into the room. She didn't even look at Perkins's body. Her gaze remained fixed on her husband.
You.
I live here too, Jordan. I gave that consent. In God's name, why? Elizabeth held his gaze for a moment, then touched the sleeve of Rufus Harms. This man is why, Jordan. This man is the only reason strong enough to make me do what I did. For him, he's a child killer. It's no good, Jordan. I know the truth. And damn you for what you've done. What I've done? All I've ever done is serve my country. He stabbed a finger at Rufus. This man never did shit for anything or anybody. The bastard deserved to die. Moving faster than his bulk would seem to have allowed, Rufus reached Jordan, his big hands encircling the senator's neck as he slammed him up against the wall. Damn you, Rufus screamed. His grip tightened and Jordan started turning red. McKenna and Chandler trained their guns, but couldn't bring themselves to shoot. They looked helpless. They grabbed Rufus, but it was like pulling on a mountain. Jordan! Elizabeth screamed. Rufus, stop! Sarah yelled. Jordan was nearly unconscious. Fisk stepped forward. Rufus! Rufus! Fisk took a quick breath, and then just said it. Josh didn't make it. Rufus instantly loosened his grip on Jordan's throat and stared at Fisk. He's dead, Rufus! We both lost our brothers! Fisk was visibly trembling, and Sarah put a hand on his shoulder. If you kill him, you'll go back to prison, and Josh will have died for nothing. Rufus relaxed his grip even more as tears wound down his face. You can't do it, Rufus. Fisk took another unsteady step forward. You just can't. As the two bereaved men looked at one another, Rufus simply let go, and a gasping Jordan Knight slumped to the carpet. Jordan did not look at his wife as he was led away in handcuffs by McKenna. An hour later, the forensics team had completed its work, and Perkins's body was removed. Chandler, Rufus, Sarah, and Fisk remained behind. Elizabeth Knight was in her bedroom. So how much did you know about the truth, Buford? Fisk asked. Some of it. McKenna and I had talks at first. I think he really believed you were involved, or at least he genuinely didn't like you. Chandler smiled, but after he learned Rufus was somehow connected, his opinion changed. I didn't like the idea of him setting you up for the fall, though, and he pushed the buttons on Sarah getting fired. Why? Sarah asked. You two were getting close to the truth. That meant you both were in danger. McKenna knew the people involved were capable of a lot, but he didn't have any proof. He had to make them think you two were the primary suspects. And every time we were around Perkins and D'Alessandro, McKenna made it clear he thought Rufus's appeal was bogus, and John was the killer. He took your gun and made sure Perkins and D'Alessandro knew it was missing. He hoped that meant they would feel safe and might slip up. Also, it was meant to keep you two safe. I don't think it accomplished the last part, Sarah said with a shiver. Well, he didn't count on you losing his surveillance team either. Once McKenna got Justice Knight to agree to the bug, he just had to spring the trap. McKenna had already told Justice Knight that he knew her husband from Fort Plessy, so when the senator told her he had to call to get that information, she knew he was lying. So Justice Knight's quick thinking probably saved my life, Sarah commented. Chandler nodded in agreement. When everything went down, McKenna knew Perkins would make a run for it and would need Jordan's help. It worked out okay. Jordan killing Perkins was not in the game plan, but I'm not going to lose any sleep over that. Chandler looked at Rufus Harms. I need to take you into custody, but it won't be for long. I want to see my brother. Chandler nodded. I can arrange that. I'll go with you, Rufus, Fisk said. As they walked to the door, Elizabeth Knight met them in the hallway. Justice Knight, you did a very brave thing tonight. I know how painful it was for you, Chandler said. Elizabeth reached out her hand to Rufus Harms. It can possibly be worth anything to you after all you have suffered, Mr. Harms, but I am so sorry for everything. So very, very sorry. He took her hand gently. It's worth a lot, ma'am. To me and my brother? As they headed out the door, Elizabeth Knight looked at them all and said with finality, Goodbye. The group headed to the elevator. When the three men stepped on the elevator car, Sarah hesitated.
I'll catch up with you later, she said.
As the elevator doors closed, she raced back to the apartment. Mary opened the door.
Where's Justice Knight?
She went into the bedroom.
Why?
Sarah flew past her and burst into the bedroom. Sitting on the bed, Elizabeth Knight looked up at her former clerk. The justice's hand was clenched in a fist. A prescription bottle lay empty next to her. Sarah walked slowly over to her, sat down, and took her hand. She opened it, and the pills spilled out. Elizabeth, that's not the way to deal with this. Deal with it? Elizabeth said hysterically. My life just walked out that door in handcuffs. Jordan Knight just walked out that door. Justice Elizabeth Knight is sitting right here next to me, the same Justice Knight who will be leading the Supreme Court into the next century. Sarah, the tears spilled down her face. It's a lifetime appointment, and you have a lot of life left. Sarah squeezed her hand. I'd like to help you with your work, your very important work, if you'll have me back. Sarah put her arms around the woman's trembling shoulders. I don't know if I can do this, survive this. I'm certain that you can, and you won't be doing it alone, I promise. Elizabeth clutched at the young woman's shoulder. Will you stay with me tonight, Sarah? I'll stay as long as you want.
Chapter 61. On the strength of his being the possessor of the Silver Star, Purple Heart, and Distinguished Service Medal, Josh Harms was entitled to burial with modified honors, the highest an enlisted man could attain, at Arlington National Cemetery. However, the Army representative who had come to speak to Rufus about the arrangement seemed bent on talking him out of it.
He got shot up, saved a bunch of the men in his company, won himself a box full of medals. Rufus said, eyeing the man's uniform, the single row of colored metal on it. A lot more'n you got. The man twisted his lips. His record was not the cleanest in the world either. He had a real problem with authority. From what I could gather, he didn't like or respect one thing about the institution he was representing.
So you think burying him up there with all them generals and such would be disrespectful?
The cemetery is running out of space. I think it would be a nice gesture to reserve those spaces for soldiers who actually were proud to wear the uniform. That's all I'm saying, even though he earned it, Rufus said. I'm not disputing that, but I can't believe your brother would want to be buried there either. I guess he'd spend all of eternity telling those dead brass exactly what he thinks of them. Something like that, the man said dryly. So then we're in agreement? You'll arrange burial for him elsewhere? Rufus eyed the man. I made up my mind. Thus, on a cool, clear day in October, former Sergeant Joshua Harms, USA, was laid to rest at Arlington National Cemetery. From an angle, the ground was so covered with white crosses that it looked like an early snow had fallen. As the honor guard fired off its salute, and the bugler launched into taps, the simple coffin was lowered into the ground. Rufus and one of Josh's sons received the flag, folded tri-cornered from a somber and respectful army officer, while Fisk, Sarah, McKenna, and Chandler looked on later. As Rufus prayed over his brother's grave, he thought about all of the bodies buried here, most in the name of war. There were both men and women who had this as their final resting place, although historically it was the men who were the instigators and chief wagers of armed conflict. For those who trace their history, though, the book of Genesis and beyond, as did Rufus, the bodies buried here could blame the existence of wars on the man called Cain and the mortal blow he struck his brother Abel. As Rufus finished his prayer, his talk with his Lord and his brother, he rose and put an arm around the nephew he had never seen until today. His heart was sad, but his spirits were lifted. He knew that his brother had passed on to a better place, and for as long as Rufus lived, Josh Harms would never be forgotten. And when Rufus went to join his Lord, he would also once again embrace his brother.
Chapter 62. 2 days later, Michael Fisk was buried at a private cemetery on the outskirts of Richmond. The well-attended funeral service included each justice of the United States Supreme Court. Ed Fisk, dressed in an old suit, his hair neatly combed, awkwardly stood next to his surviving son and received condolences from each of the jurists, together with many of Virginia's political and social elite.
Harold Ramsey spent an extra minute giving comfort to the father and then turned to the son.
I appreciate all that you did, John, and the sacrifice that your brother made.
The ultimate one, Fiske said in an unfriendly tone. Ramsey nodded. I also respect your views. I hope that you can respect my views as well. Fiske shook the man's hand. I guess that's what makes the world go round. Looking at Ramsey made Fiske think of what lay ahead for Rufus. Fisk had encouraged him to sue everybody he could think of, including the Army and Jordan Knight. There was no statute of limitations on murder, and the ensuing cover-up orchestrated by Jordan and the others had broken numerous other laws. Rufus had refused Fiske's advice, however. All of them except for Knight are in a far worse place than any judge on this earth could send them to, he had said. That's their true punishment, and Knight's got to live with what he done. That's enough for me. I got no reason to get mixed up with courts and judges no more. I just want to live as a free man, spend a lot of time with Josh's children, go see my mama's grave, that's all. Fisk had tried to get him to change his mind until he realized that the man was right. Besides, Fiske thought, according to the precedents established by the Supreme Court, Rufus couldn't sue the Army anyway. Not unless Elizabeth Knight could use the Barbara Chance case to give military personnel the same basic rights as the rest of the country's citizens. To do that, she had to get past Ramsey. As he thought about it, though, Fiske concluded that if anyone could do it, Elizabeth Knight could. He'd like to be a fly on the wall of the Supreme Court in the coming years. But there were two things Fisk, with the assistance of JAG attorney. Phil Jansen was going to accomplish for Rufus an honorable discharge and a full military pension and benefits. Rufus Harms wasn't going to scrape for existence, not after all he had been through. As Fiske finished this thought, Sarah walked up with Elizabeth Knight. Sarah had returned to the court as Knight's clerk. The place was slowly returning to normal, or as normal as it was going to get with Knight and Ramsey in the same building. I feel deeply responsible for all of this, Knight said. She and the Senator Fisk knew were divorcing. The government, the Army in particular, wanted to keep all of this quiet. Important strings in Washington were being pulled. That meant that Jordan Knight might not go to prison for all that he had done, even with Elizabeth Knight's consent. The legality of the electronic surveillance of the man had already been drawn into serious question by the senator's very skillful lawyers. In a private meeting with McKenna, the FBI agent had told Fisk that the wiretap had been a risky strategy since they did not have the consent of one of the parties being taped. But it was the only way McKenna could think of to implicate Jordan Knight. But without the recording, Chandler and McKenna really had nothing to take to court. The thought that Jordan would go unpunished made Fisk want to visit the man late at night with his 9mm. But the man had suffered and would continue to do so. The wiretap had carried some leverage. Jordan had resigned his Senate seat and, more devastatingly, lost the woman he cherished. He still had his New Mexico ranch, though. Let it be your 7,000-acre prison, Fiske thought. If there's anything I can ever do for you, Elizabeth Knight said. You have the same offer from me, Fisk said. 30 minutes after the last mourners were gone, Fisk, his father, and Sarah watched as the chairs and green carpet were removed. The coffin was lowered and the slab was laid over the vault. Then the dirt was shoveled on top. Fisk spoke with his father and Sarah for a few minutes and told them he would meet them back at his father's house. He watched them drive off. When he looked back over at the fresh hump of earth, he was startled. The cemetery workers were gone now, but on his knees next to the new grave, eyes closed, Bible clutched in one hand, was Rufus Harms. Fisk walked over and put a hand on the man's shoulder. "Rufus, you okay? I didn't even know you were still here." Rufus didn't open his eyes, and he didn't say anything. Fisk watched as his lips moved slightly. Finally, Rufus opened his eyes and looked up at him. "What were you doing?" "Praying." "Oh, how about you?" "How about me? What? Have you prayed over your brother yet?" "Rufus, I haven't been to Mass since high school." Rufus gripped Fisky's sleeve and pulled him down next to him. "Then it's time you started up again." His face suddenly pale. Fisk looked at the gravesite. "Come on, Rufus, this isn't funny. Nothing funny about saying goodbye. Talk to your brother and then talk to your Lord." "I don't remember any prayers." "Then don't pray. Just talk plain words." "What exactly am I supposed to say?" Rufus had already closed his eyes and didn't answer. Fisk looked around to see if anyone was watching. Then he turned back, looked over at Rufus, awkwardly put his hands together, and embarrassed, finally let them dangle at his sides. At first he didn't even close his eyes, but then they just seemed to do so on their own. He felt the moisture from the ground soak through his pants legs, but he didn't move. He felt the comforting presence of Rufus next to him. He didn't know if he could have remained here without it. He focused on all that had happened. He thought of his mother and his father. The insurance money had given Gladys Fisk her first trip to the beauty parlor in years and some new clothes to admire herself in. To her, he was still Mike, but at least she remembered one of them. Ed Fisk would soon be driving a new Ford pickup, the loan on the house paid off. He and his father were planning a fishing trip for the next year, down in the Ozarks. A lot to be thankful for. With a smile, Fisk thought of Sarah, gratefully, even with all the complexities that came with the woman. 50, 60, maybe 70 years old? Why not give himself the benefit of the doubt? He had a life to live, potentially a very satisfying one, particularly when it included Sarah. Then he tilted his head up and smelled the wet air, caught the scent of leaves burning somewhere. The air also carried to him an infant's cry, followed by the silence of the dead around him. Growing more comfortable, he squatted back on his haunches, easing himself more firmly into the embrace of the ground. The cool touch of the dirt, now welcome somehow. Finally, with difficulty, he thought of his brother. He was so tired of grudges held. He now focused on reality, on the truth, on his baby brother, a person he would have done anything for. He recalled the pride he shared with his mother and father for the exceptional human being they had jointly raised. For the good man Mike Fisk had grown into graceful faults and all, just like the rest of them. A brother who had shown through his actions that he respected John Fisk, cared about him, loved him. Through the half-dozen feet of dirt, past the bound flowers on top, inside the bronze coffin, he could clearly see his brother's face, the dark suit he had been buried in, the hair parted on the side, the hands folded across the chest, the eyes closed, at rest, at peace, the limbs stilled much too early. The exceptional mind shut down far from its potential. It did not take long for the tremors to start. The 2-year void that John Fisk had artificially forced upon the pair was nothing compared to the one he was suddenly stricken with now. It was as though Billy Hawkins had just walked through the door and told him that Mike, the other half of his life growing up, was dead. Only he wouldn't have to identify the body. He wouldn't have to search for and falsely share grief with his father. He wouldn't have to watch as his mother called him by another's name. He would not have to risk his life to find his brother's killers, but he would have to do something else. The one task left was the hardest of all. He felt the burn in his chest, but it was not the underbelly of his scar come calling. This pain was not capable of killing him, but it was worse by legions than that inflicted on him by the 2 bullets. The things he had found out about his brother lately only highlighted how unfair Fisky had been in shutting him out. But if he had tried, Fisk would have realized all those things while Mike was still alive. Now his brother was dead. John Fisk was kneeling in front of his grave. Mike was not coming back. He had lost him, he had to say goodbye, and he didn't want to. He desperately wanted his brother back. He had so much he wanted to do with him, suddenly so much love he wanted to convey. He felt his heart would burst if he didn't get it out. "Oh, God," he said with an outward breath. He couldn't do this. He felt his body start to give on him. The tears suddenly poured with such force he thought his nose was bleeding. He started to go down, but a strong hand grasped him, easily held him up. Fisk's body felt light, fragile, as though he had left part of it somewhere else. Through the blur of tears, he looked at Rufus. The man had one hand under Fisk's arm, thrusting him up. Yet his eyes were still closed, his head looking to the sky, the lips still rising and falling in the narrowest of ranges as he continued his prayers. Right then, John Fisk envied Rufus Harms, a man who had lost his own brother, a man who really had nothing. And yet in the most important way, Rufus Harms was the richest man on earth. How could anyone believe in anything that much, without doubt, without debate, without an agenda, with all his substantial heart? As Fiske looked at the calm face of his friend next to him, he thought how very fine it must be to know for certain that your loved one is in a better place, embraced and held for all time by the phenomenon of unassailable good, so comforting a notion at the precise time you needed to feel it. How often did such timing occur in life? Death as joyous, death as the beginning, meaning life was both more and less precious because of it. Fisk looked away from Rufus and stared down at the grave, the image of a pale hand under a white sheet coming back to him, and then leaving like a bird in search of food. He dug his knees into the earth, closed his eyes, bowed his head, placed his hands firmly together, and started making his peace with his brother below, and with whatever lay above, more David Baldacci.
Please turn this page for a bonus excerpt from Seving Faith, coming soon from Warner Books.
Chapter 1. The somber group of men sat in a large room that rested far below ground and was accessed by only a single elevator. The chamber had been secretly built during the Cold War under the guise of renovating the World War II-era private building that squatted over it. The original plan, of course, was to use this super bunker as a refuge during a nuclear attack. It wasn't for the top leaders of American government. The President, Vice President, and others in the upper chain of command would be long removed from Washington, D.C. in the event of nuclear war. This chamber was for lower-tier leaders whose level of relative unimportance dictated that they probably wouldn't be able to get out in time, but who still rated protection afforded no ordinary citizen. Politically, even in the context of total destruction, there must be order. It was a hopeful, if naive time when people believed it both possible to survive a direct hit of that kind by burrowing into the earth inside a steel cocoon, and desirable to survive the Holocaust that would annihilate the rest of the country. Leaders were sometimes funny that way, since they would emerge from the rubble with absolutely nothing left to lead, unless you counted vapor. The building had been leveled long ago, but the subterranean room remained under what was now a small strip mall that had been vacant for years. Forgotten by virtually all, the chamber was now used as a meeting place for certain people in the country's primary intelligence-gathering agency. There was some risk involved since the meetings were not related to the men's official duties. The matters discussed at these gatherings were illegal, and tonight even murderous. Thus, certain additional precautions had been necessary. The super-thick steel walls had been supplemented by a copper coating. That measure, along with tons of dirt overhead, protected against prying electronic eyes lurking in space and elsewhere. If there was a place on Earth where people could meet with reasonable confidence that their conversations would not be intercepted, and surely there weren't all that many such places left in the modern world of ultra-sophisticated peekaboo. This was one of them. The people present at the meeting were all white males. In their 50s and 60s, they were dressed quietly and professionally. These men could have been gray-headed doctors, lawyers, investment bankers, solid, reliable symbols of true, hard-earned American success. One would probably not remember any of the group a day after seeing them, and that was what was intended. These sorts of people lived and died, sometimes violently, over such things. Collectively, this cabal possessed thousands of secrets that could never be known by the general public, because the public would certainly condemn rather than applaud the actions giving rise to them. However, America's leaders, bolstered by the public, often demanded results that could be obtained in no way other than smashing certain parts of the world to a bloody pulp. It was the job of these men to figure out how to manipulate or destroy those parts in a clandestine manner. It was undeniable that America insisted on a steady stream of oil to run its house-sized cars and lusted after the latest in foreign goods. America loved being viewed as the freest land on earth, while often recoiling in horror at anything or anyone that hinted of extremism. On the foreign policy front, the United States had ordered that the Soviet Union must crumple and that blood-soaked dictators be brought to their knees. The country simply wanted the rest of the world to buy wholeheartedly into the concept of life done USA style. It was a skin-tingling sensation to witness the red, incredibly vital blood of America as represented by the celluloid image of a gorgeous Hollywood star's sensuous, lingering puff of a nicotine stick. And still, with these ambitious plans, the U.S. expected to be kept safe from the pesky international terrorists and other foreign upstarts who understandably were a little unhappy with these global developments, since it often involved throwing their parts of the world into nightmarish tailspins. The public didn't want to be involved in the process of how to accomplish this tricky fence straddle, because it was a demanding and unforgiving process. To work the process, one had to believe. The men in this room believed in what they did with all their withered hearts. The purpose of tonight's gathering was to plot Faith Lockhart's assassination. There was no disagreement that the woman had to die, and soon it was critical for the well-being of the country that she be sacrificed. If Lockhart's elimination had been the single issue raised, the meeting would never have been called. The act simply would have been carried out, as others had in the past. Survivors would grieve, time would pass, people would forget, and life would go on until the next time. However, because of another life that was involved, the meeting had become acrimonious, the group resembling a cadre of posturing and indignant politicians debating on Capitol Hill over billion-dollar slices of pork. "What you're saying, then," one of the white-haired men said as he poked the cigarette smoke-filled air with a slender, slightly quivering finger, "is that along with Lockhart, we have to kill a federal agent?" The man shook his head incredulously. "Why kill one of our own? It can only lead to disaster." The gentleman at the head of the table nodded thoughtfully. Robert Thornhill was the CIA's most distinguished Cold War soldier, a man whose status at the agency was unique. His reputation was unassailable, his compilation of professional victories unmatched, his intelligence, experience, and instincts irreplaceable. He was the agency's ultimate free safety, a troubleshooter extraordinaire, a man given virtually limitless authority to carry out his missions. It was Thornhill who had first organized this select group. It was he who had remembered that this bloated time capsule existed far underground. And it was Thornhill who had found the money to bring the chamber back to working condition and upgrade its facilities secretly. There were thousands of little taxpayer-funded toys like it sprinkled around the country, many of them gone to complete waste. Thornhill smiled to himself. Well, if governments didn't waste their citizens' hard-earned money, then what would be left for governments to do? Even now, as he ran his hand over the stainless steel console with its quaint built-in ashtrays, sniffed the filtered air, and felt the protective coolness of the earth all around, Thornhill's mind wandered back to the intensely gratifying times of the Cold War. The world was far more unpredictable now. At least there was a measure of certainty with a hammer and sickle. Thornhill would take the lumbering Russian bull over the agile sand snake that you never knew was out there until it flung its venom into you and killed you dead. Thornhill's hair was a distinguished wavy silver, his eyes gray and active. The blunt angle of his chin bespoke iron resolve. His voice was cultured, deep, and impressive. Thornhill still wore three-piece suits and favored pipe smoking over cigarettes and cigars. The man could have retired and led the pleasant life of a former public servant, well-traveled, erudite. He had no thought of leaving this career behind, however, and the reason why was very clear. For the last 10 years, the responsibilities and budgets of Thornhill's agency had been decimated. It was a disastrous development for the firestorms that were popping up across the world, now often involving fanatical minds accountable to no political body and possessing the capability to obtain weapons of mass destruction. While the CIA had begun recruiting again, the vast majority of hires were college graduates, adept at computers, foreign languages, and analysis of information. Important as those skills were, the recruits would last all of 10 minutes in the field. The problem was Thornhill needed ways to get the information for these very smart young people to analyze. A Princeton-educated 22-year-old whitebread who could play a Mac computer like the ivories of a Steinway wasn't going to cut it in the world's hotspots, even if he could speak Farsi, Arabic, or even Mandarin fluently. Thornhill had a small group of skilled operatives within the agency, completely loyal to him and his private agenda. Many of them were freelancers who could go anywhere in the world when Thornhill needed them to. They had worked hard to regain for the agency its former prominence. Now Thornhill finally had the vehicle to implement his plan to build a global intelligence network that would dwarf anything that had come before. It was the time-honored and highly effective strategy of VIP blackmail. Thornhill would see his budgets revived, his manpower skyrocket, his agency's scope of responsibility in the world return to its rightful place. And there was always the added bonus of pulling the rug out from under the hated FBI. The added irony that he was orchestrating a J. Edgar Hoover was also not lost on him. It was no coincidence that the FBI had flourished under the late FBI director and his bulging files on the secret lives of presidents and other powerful political figures. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Touché, Ed. Now watch me do you one better, boy. Thornhill focused back on the men clustered around him. That would, of course, be ideal, he said. However, the fact is, the FBI have her under round-the-clock stealth security at home. Her office is problematic. Our person would almost certainly be caught. The only time she's truly vulnerable is when she goes to the cottage. They may place her in witness protection without warning, so we have to hit them at the cottage immediately. Another man spoke up. Okay, we kill Lockhart, but let the FBI agent live. Thornhill shook his head. The risk is too great. Now I don't like killing a fellow agent any more than you do. It's deplorable. But to shirk our duty now would be a catastrophic mistake.
Damn it, Bob. The first man to protest said, "Do you know what will happen if the FBI learns we took out one of their people? If we can't keep a secret like that, we have no business doing what we do." Thornhill snapped. Another member of the group leaned forward in his chair. He was the youngest of them. He had, however, earned the respect of the group with his intelligence and his ability to exercise extreme focused ruthlessness.
We've only really looked at the scenario of killing Lockhart to forestall the FBI's investigation into Danny Buchanan. Why not appeal to the FBI director and have him order his team to give up the investigation? That way no one has to die. Thornhill looked at his younger colleague in a disappointed fashion. And how would you propose going about explaining to the FBI director why we wish him to do so? How about the truth? The younger man said. Even in the intelligence business, there's sometimes room for that, isn't there? Thornhill tapped his fingers impatiently on the tabletop. He truly saw the FBI as one of the worst offenders in trying to usurp the CIA's powers, and his colleague wanted essentially to partner with them. Idiot. He smiled warmly.
So I should say to the FBI director, who by the way would love to see us all permanently interred in a museum, that we wish him to call off his potentially blockbuster investigation so that the CIA can trump his agency. Brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? And where would you like to serve your prison term? For Crusacks, Bob, we work with the FBI now. This isn't 1960 anymore. Don't forget about CTC.
CTC stood for the Counterterrorism Center, a joint cooperative effort between the CIA and the FBI to fight terrorism by sharing intelligence and resources. The CTC encouraged relationships at both the senior and field levels between two agencies that had historically been more enemies than allies. An impetus behind the CTC was to stop the jurisdictional hogging, ego-driven bickering between the two behemoths and encourage working together for the good of the country. It received substantial funding from the federal government and had been generally deemed a success by those involved. To Thornhill, it was simply another way for the FBI to stick its tenacious fingers in his business. I happen to be involved in CTC in a modest way, Thornhill said. I find it an ideal perch on which to keep tabs on the Bureau and what they're up to, which is usually no good as far as we're concerned. Come on, we're all on the same team, Bob. Thornhill's eyes focused on the younger man in such a way that everyone in the room froze. I would request that you never utter those words in my presence again, Thornhill said. The man paled and sat back in his chair. Thornhill clenched his pipe between his teeth.
Would you like me to give you concrete examples of the FBI taking the credit? The glory for work done by our agency? For the blood spilled by our field agents?
For the countless times we've saved the whole bloody world from annihilation. Would you like me to give you instances in my 40-year career where the FBI did all it could to discredit our mission, our people, would you? The man slowly shook his head. I don't give a damn if the FBI director himself came down here and kissed my shoes and swore his undying allegiance to me. I will not be swayed, ever. Have I made my position clear? Yes. The younger man nodded slightly. Another person said, "Okay, I get your point, but if we kill the agent, don't you think the FBI will go on a crusade to find out the truth? Then where are we?" Some grumblings rose from the others. Thornhill looked around warily. The collection of men here represented a very uneasy alliance. They were paranoid, inscrutable fellows long used to keeping their own counsel. It had truly been a miracle to forge them together in the first place. He was well aware that it would not take much to undo it all. The FBI will do everything they can to solve the murder of one of their agents and the chief witness to one of their most ambitious investigations ever. So what I would propose doing is to give them the solution we desire them to have. They looked curiously at him. He cleared his throat, sipped water from the glass in front of him, and then took a minute to restoke his pipe. After years of helping Buchanan run his operation, Faith Lockhart's conscience or good sense or paranoia got the better of her. She went to the FBI and has now begun telling them everything she knows. Through a little foresight on my part, we were able to discover this development. Buchanan, however, is completely unaware that his partner is turned against him. He also doesn't know that we intend to kill her. Only we know. Thornhill inwardly smiled at this last remark. It felt good. Omniscience. It was the business he was in, after all. The FBI, however, may suspect that he does know about her betrayal, or may find out at some point. Thus, to the outside observer, no one in the world has greater motivation to kill Faith Lockhart than Danny Buchanan. "And your point?" the same man said. "My point," said Thornhill tersely, "is quite simple. Instead of allowing Buchanan to disappear as we previously agreed, we tipped the FBI that he and his clients discovered Lockhart's duplicity and had her and the agent murdered. But once they get hold of Buchanan, he'll tell them everything," the man quickly responded. Thornhill looked at him as a disappointed teacher to pupil. Over the last year, Buchanan had given them everything they needed. He was now officially expendable. The truth slowly dawned on the group. "So we tipped the FBI about Buchanan posthumously. 3 deaths, correction, 3 murders," the man said. Thornhill looked around the room silently, gauging the reaction of the others to this exchange, to his plan. 3 deaths, by whatever means, meant nothing to these men. What they all did for a living routinely cost people their lives. However, their operations had also avoided open war on many occasions. Kill 3 to save 3 million. Who could possibly argue with that? Even if the victims were relatively innocent. Every soldier who ever died in battle was innocent too. No formal vote was taken by Thornhill. None was needed. "Thank you, gentlemen," Thornhill said. "I'll take care of everything." He adjourned the meeting.